Chapter 226, Sister-in-law has a problem. When Long Yi tried to sense that trace of dark aura with all his strength, that aura vanished without a trace, as if a stone dropped into the sea. Strange, can it be that it was just my misconception? Long Yi muttered. This moment, he was inside the courtyard of his big brother Zimintian, and just then, the blood-colored skull mark in his hand slightly vibrated, pointing straight towards the courtyard of Zimintian. The eyes of Long Yi flashed, then retracting his aura, he quietly landed under the eaves. Sensing the dark aura appearing inside the courtyard of Zimintian, he was unable not let his imagination run wild. Very quickly, he bypassed the study and arrived beside Zimintian's husband and wife's bedroom. Then the vibration of the blood skull mark became a little stronger. Suddenly, Long Yi bumped into a layer of obstruction, and the blood-colored skull mark suddenly flashed with red light as if it was stimulated. Seeing this, Long Yi knew that this was bad, so he immediately rushed inside. But just after he opened the door, he heard a scream, then sweet-smelling tender body bumped against him. Long Yi caught this tender body, and at the same time, saw a shadow sinking into darkness. After that, he no longer sensed that trace of dark aura. Mother, where are you? Little Shuxian seemed to be startled awake and began to cry loudly. Long Yi immediately illuminated the magic lamp, and saw his sister-in-law Liu Shi in only extremely thin underwear in his bosom. Moreover, in the state of utter confusion, she revealed more than half of her snow-white breast. Now her face was pale, and a trace of blood was flowing out of her mouth. This moment, the entire Zimin mansion was startled awake. The guards holding the weapons rushed into the courtyard, and Zimintian also appeared at the entrance of his bedroom. And seeing Long Yi, his complexion became ghastly pale, and his eyes revealed fury. You beast, you covert, even your sister-in-law, I will kill you today. Zimintian was about to attack carrying his huge sword. Big brother, you are misunderstanding. Long Yi frowned and began to suspect in his heart that this was a trap against him from the very beginning. I saw with my own eyes, so where is the misunderstanding? Don't talk nonsense and give me your life. Zimintian lost his mind, and as if he had gone insane, he attacked Long Yi, and a light blue sword she cut tables, chairs and wardrobe into 4 or 5 pieces. Long Yi tossed away sister-in-law Liu Shi towards little Shuxian, who was so afraid that she was dumbfounded. Then instantly, his big hand caught the hand of Zimintian that was holding the sword, making him unable to move. And as for the guards outside, seeing 2 brothers were fighting, they didn't dare to enter, rather stopped inside the courtyard. And seeing Long Yi coming out from the room of his sister-in-law just now in the dead of night, they simultaneously thought that Long Yi had evil plans towards his sister-in-law, so he came here in the middle of the night to steal the fragrance, resulting in this current situation. Just when Zimintian was glaring at Long Yi with extremely big eyes, Zimin Nu and Dongfeng Wan rushed over. Then Zimin Nu shouted on the spot, all of you, stop! Long Yi loosened his hand and retreated to one side. Zimintian threw the sword on the ground, then pointing towards Long Yi, he angrily said, Father, this worse than a beast bastard actually used force towards his own sister-in-law. Moreover, he also hurt her. Looking over to Liu Shi with a trace of blood on her mouth, who was currently covered in a quilt, Zimin Nu turned his head towards Long Yi and asked in a lowered voice, explain me, what the hell is going on here? Father, I was just looking at the moon from the roof of my courtyard, and at that time, I saw a shadow secretly coming in, so I stealthily followed it, and the end result was, that shadow entered the room of Big Brother. What a nonsense, Zimin Mansion is tightly guarded, how could outsiders secretly enter as they please? Not waiting for Long Yi to finish speaking, Zimintian interrupted. Big Brother, didn't you arrange many hidden lookouts outside your courtyard? But I was still able to come in. Long Yi leisurely said. Continue. Zimin Nu's complexion changed slightly. That shadow had laid out an unusual hidden barrier outside the room. I ran into it and was discovered, so I rushed in, only to see sister-in-law being thrown out. Then that shadow disappeared in the thin air. Long Yi said, Father, This is obviously a lie. How could a person disappear in a thin air? Clearly, second brother is lying. Zemin Tian clearly didn't believe the words of Long Yi. Dongfang Wan walked over to the bedside, and ignoring little Shuxian who didn't dare to cry even though she was afraid, she coldly said towards Liu Shi, "You say, are the words of you are true or not? If there is even half a lie, then I will not spare you." Liu Shi, who was shedding tears with her head lowered, "Answer, I also don't know what's going on here. At that time, when I was sleeping, I was slapped all of a sudden, then was thrown out. After that someone caught me, and after the light was illuminated, I saw the person who caught me was brother-in-law." "Well, that said, you is speaking the truth." Dongfang Wan revealed a smile and said. Zemin Tian coldly snorted and said, "If that shadow could really disappear in the thin air just like second brother had stated, then how did he sense the whereabouts of that shadow?" Zemin Nu and Dongfang Wan looked towards Long Yi, hoping he could explain clearly. "Very simple, because when he was moving, his body emitted a trace of faint dark aura, and unfortunately for them, I happened to be very sensitive towards dark aura, so I sensed him." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder. "Dark aura? Could it be that he is from Dark Church? Why did he sneak into the room of Tanner? Could it be that he wanted to assassinate Tanner?" The complexion of Zemin Nu changed and speak out his conjecture. Zemin Tian nevertheless was bent on opposing Long Yi, and he said, "Second brother, you say, there are many experts within Zemin Mansion, but none of them sensed any dark aura, but why was it only you who sensed it?" Long Yi rolled his eyes. This big brother of his seemed to be intentionally making it difficult for him. His figure flashed, and suddenly disappearing into the thin air, he had silently appeared before Zemin Tian and was holding his throat in an instant. Then he coldly said, "Because of my strength, is that explanation enough for you, my dear big brother?" Then ice cold bloody killing intent suddenly seeped into the bones of Zemin Tian, causing the fine hairs all over his body to instantly stand erect, and even his bulge seemed to be frozen. In an instant, Long Yi retracted his killing intent, then retreating, he again showed a leisurely smile, and as for Zemin Tian, he took a deep breath, as the killing intent of Long Yi had made him unable to breathe. Because he wasn't in the military camp, he didn't know the matter of Long Yi using Violent Dragon 18 successive slashes to defeat Chu Fu, and he simply didn't dare to believe that this Zemin Yu, who was only intermediate fighter 2 years ago, now had such terrifying strength. And at this moment, he felt that, in front of Long Yi, he was merely an ant, and Long Yi could crush him to pieces as easily as blowing dust. Immediately after Long Yi returned to his courtyard, Barbarian Bull and Zhao Yi, who was similarly startled awake, hurriedly asked him about what had happened. And Long Yi explained the matter that had happened just a moment ago, then asked, "Zhao Yi, Li King, what do you think about this matter?" As for Barbarian Bull, he couldn't count on this blockhead. Zhao Yi and Li King pondered, while Barbarian Bull was scratching his ox horn, standing at one side. Perhaps that shadow had came to assassinate Zemin Tian, but he was not there. And at that time, he noticed young master, so he threw asleep Liu Hong to escape. Li King said. His words were similar to the speculation of Zemin Nu. Zhao Yi with closed eyes shook her head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. If his aim was assassination, then why did that shadow laid out an alerting barrier? Assassination should be done quickly, and after success, quickly retreat. For him to lay down the barrier, I have 2 possibilities." "Oh, what are those 2 possibilities?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "First, the shadow covered the beauty of Liu Shi, so he wanted to soil her. Second, Liu Shi has a problem, she is colluding with the shadow to conspire something." Zhao Yi slowly said. Long Yi nodded his head. This analysis of Zhao Yi and his thoughts were similar. "If I have to guess, then I think the first possibility is very less likely, but the probability of latter is relatively big." Zhao Yi continued. Long Yi smiled, and patting the head of Zhao Yi, he said, "Really smart, I also think so. Merely this sister-in-law can also be counted as the offspring of a good family. I also didn't sense any Qi or magic fluctuation from her body. Moreover, If she really has a problem, then why did she come to Zemin clan? Young master, does your sister-in-law usually involve herself in the affairs of Zemin clan? Li King asked. Long Yi shook his head and said, Zemin clan has always been patriarchal, and women are just concerned with family affairs, they cannot intervene in the matters of the clan. So that means, she absolutely cannot affect the important matters of Zemin clan? Li King asked again. That is not necessarily the case, as long as she can't lead young master's big brother Zemin Tian by the nose. Can't she influence in the important matters of Zemin clan? And in the future, if Zemin Tian became patriarch, then wouldn't Zemin clan be under the control of her hand? Zhao Yi said. Thinking about this probability, the complexion of Long Yi couldn't help but changed a little. Why was Zemin Tian insisting on not taking concubine? Could it be that he was really being controlled by Liu Shi? Could it be that Liu Shi was a chess piece of emperor placed inside Zemin clan, intending to control Zemin clan? Liu Shi, don't let me obtain the evidence, otherwise, I will make you experience death is better than life. Cold killing intent flashed in the eyes of Long Yi. Early in the next morning, in the dining room, Liu Shi expressed her thanks to Long Yi. Thank you for yesterday, brother-in-law. If it was not for brother-in-law rushing in, I don't know what would have happened. Long Yi also maintained his composure and said few perfunctory words. When a person began to suspect another people, all the action of that another person appeared hypocritical, and also appeared to be scheming. This moment, Long Yi was having this kind of feeling towards his sister-in-law Liu Shi. After he ate the breakfast, Dongfang Wan urged him to visit Dongfang clan to see his cousin Dongfang Kexin. But at that time, they suddenly received the report that Nangong clan's third Miss Nangong Xiangyun had come looking for the second young master Zemin. Mother, now you say, where should I go? Long Yi smiled and asked Dongfang Wan. Dongfang Wan thought for a little bit, and said, how about you go to your grandfather's house together with Nangong Xiangyun? Mother, aren't you being a little too greedy? Long Yi made a wry smile and said. Dongfang Wan smiled and said, then you decide. Mother cannot control you any longer. As long as you can give me this daughter-in-law it's fine, otherwise see how I will teach you a lesson. Chapter 227, Nangong Xiangyun's Conditions. Long Yi made a bitter face. In his heart, he would rather go to meet that said to be as beautiful as an angel, moreover, had never forgotten him, little cousin. Nangong Xiangyun looking for him at this time was definitely for nothing good, so he was unwilling to face her that sour face which appeared as if he owed her 10 million amethyst coins. But unwilling was unwilling. And as Her Excellency Mother had already commanded, he had no choice but to go and see that girl. Coming to the hall, Nangong Xiangyun's attire greatly surprised Long Yi. Now her head was full of small braids, and her ears were full of dazzling ear ornaments. Today she didn't wear the skirt of wise and virtuous women of last time, rather wore red and black sword swamin outfit. And finally, with a proud and untamed expression on her face, she looked just like a bad girl of his previous life. But to be honest, compared to the stereotyped attire of all miss nowadays, current Nangong Xiangyun appeared very unique. Yo, where did this wild girl come from? Long Yi smirked and walked over, but his eyes were continuously scanning the curvy body of Nangong Xiangyun. Nangong Xiangyun snorted, then glaring at Long Yi, she said, you are the wild monkey. Hairless wild monkey. I am hairless. How do you know? Can it be that you peeped me when I was bathing? Or, is your hair as dense as a forest? How about we make a comparison? Long Yi smirked and said, but his eyes were ambiguously staring at the place between the legs of Nangong Xiangyun. Like that, even an idiot would understand the meaning of his vague words. Nangong Xiangyun became so angry that her entire body trembled. Now she discovered that looking for this fellow was very unwise matter. Even before they exchanged few words, her lungs were already about to burst with rage. You damned pervert, why don't you drop dead? Nangong Xiangyun got flustered, then angrily cursed in shame. I also want to drop dead very much, but Yama, that old bastard fears that if I come there, then I will snatch his boss position, so how can he bring me there? Hey, besides, if I die, wouldn't you become a widow? Long Yi loved seeing Nangong Xiangyan getting angry. For him, this was a way to pass his time. Nangong Xiangyan took deep breath to calm herself down. She truly wanted to pull out her sword and cut off his tongue, then kicking him to the ground, beat the crap out of him. But she knew that she could only imagine this, as she clearly understood that she was not his opponent. I am not in the mood to argue with you for the sake of arguing. It's just a waste of my saliva. Today, I came here to discuss something with you. Nangong Xiangyan gnashed her teeth and said she was already doing her best to forcibly calm her mind. Discuss? There are many people here. How about we go to my room, then sitting on the bed, we can leisurely discuss. Such atmosphere should be comparatively relaxed. Long Yi sat on the sofa, and leisurely sipping the tea, he said to Nangong Xiangyan with a smile. You shameless. Nangong Xiangyan, who had just calmed down, flared up again. Talking with this fellow had reduced no less than 10 years of her life. Toothless? How can that be? My teeth are very good, still white and shining. Moreover, there are no dental cavities. Long Yi opened his mouth, showing his 2 rows of shiny teeth. T.L. In Chinese, shameless is wuqi, and toothless, no tooth is also wuqi, Zeman you big jerk, rotten egg. Nangong Xiangyan simply went insane, then pouncing onto Long Yi, she ferociously bit the shoulder of Long Yi. She truly had lost her reasoning due to anger. Long Yi was stunned seeing Nangong Xiangyan biting and scratching after pouncing onto him. Did he make this girl so angry that she went insane? What's going on? You. Hearing the noise inside the hall, Dong Fangwan rushed in, and immediately upon coming in, she was instantly dumbfounded seeing Nangong Xiangyan pushing down Long Yi. Hearing the voice of Dong Fangwan, Nangong Xiangyan sobered up a little, then turning her head, she saw the blank expression of Dong Fangwan, and again turning back her head, she saw Long Yi close at hand. Finally understanding the action of herself and Long Yi was very ambiguous. She immediately screamed, then jumping down from Long Yi, she urgently said to Dong Fangwan, Andy, that is not the case, you are misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Andy isn't misunderstanding, you two can continue. Dong Fangwan walked out with all smiles, and very quickly, someone closed the door of the hall. Nangong Xiangyan and Long Yi looked at each other in blank dismay, and the atmosphere became rather strange. Little girl, you say, in this sort of environment, if we did nothing, then wouldn't that be a waste? Long Yi smirked and broke the silence with a bad smile, while lecherously staring at Nangong Xiangyan. Drop dead. Nangong Xiangyan gnashed her teeth and spat out these 2 words from her pink lips, then urgently rushed out from the hall. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, and also walked out, wanting to go to Dongfang Clan to see how beautiful that cousin of his was. But just after he walked out of the hall, he saw Nangong Xiangyan was standing under a tree and now was thinking something while glaring at him. Well, little girl, quickly spit it out, I'm busy. Long Yi smiled and said to Nangong Xiangyan. Nangong Xiangyan looked all around, and saw not a soul in sight. All the servants had already been sent away by Dong Fangwan naturally to make things convenient for them to act. After that, Nangong Xiangyan lightly called out to Long Yi, there is something I want to discuss with you. Long Yi smiled, he roughly knew what Nangong Xiangyan wanted to discuss with him. It definitely has something to do with their engagement. If it is about breaking off the engagement, then it is useless to talk with me. You can look for your father and ask him to talk with the emperor. Before Nangong Xiangyan opened her mouth, Long Yi said with a smile, I am looking for you not to break off our engagement. I considered about it yesterday and come to the conclusion that since emperor has already opened his mouth, there is no turning away from this marriage. Nangong Xiangyan stroked the ear ornaments of her right ear and said calmly. Long Yi raised his eyebrows. The words of Nangong Xiangyan rather surprised Long Yi. Then today you come to look me for. Long Yi curiously asked. Let us get married. Nangong Xiangyun suddenly smiled and said, Long Yi was stunned. For no reason, this little girl who was so resistant yesterday was suddenly smiling and agreeing to marry today. This is a scheme, definitely a scheme. Seeing the stunned appearance of Long Yi, Nangong Xiangyun seemed to be rather proud of herself. Then smiling, she said, but, I want to discuss the matters of getting married to you. What's there to discuss about the matter of getting married? Isn't it convening a ceremony, then entering the bridal chamber? Long Yi said with a smile. The complexion of Nangong Xiangyun immediately changed, and she snorted in a foul mood. What I want to discuss with you today is, I can marry you, but I have conditions. Long Yi smirked and said, I'm listening. First, we will only convene a ceremony, but there will not be a bridal chamber. Second, don't interfere with the other's private life. Third, wait a minute, you seem to be considering yourself too highly. If you don't marry, then forget it, but if you marry, then you have to fulfill your duty as a wife. Long Yi interrupted the words of Nangong Xiangyun and said, in fact, he was originally also thinking like that. But seeing Nangong Xiangyun's expression as if she was suffering a great injustice and was making a great sacrifice to marry him, he was unhappy in his heart. Do you think I wish to marry you, you pig's head? If it was not for my family, I would have already run away long ago. Nangong Xiangyun angrily said. Long Yi curled up his lips and indifferently said, that is your problem. Now I still have something else to do, be at your convenience. Finished speaking, Long Yi turned around, and walked away. In fact, if Nangong Xiangyun had said properly, then he would have no objection, as in the first place, there was no man and woman sentiment between them. Moreover, they had no favorable impression of each other. Chapter 228, Cousin Kexen. Seeing Long Yi leaving without turning back, Nangong Xiangyun firmly stomped her foot, then chasing after him, she pulled his sleeve and said, Zimin you, stop. Long Yi turned around, then shaking off the hand of Nangong Xiangyun, he indifferently said, I have nothing else to say with regarding this matter except I do not agree with your condition. Why are you like this? Don't you know that I don't like you? Nangong Xiangyun angrily said, I also don't like you. Long Yi sneered. Nangong Xiangyun blinked out for a moment, and with anger and shame welling up within her heart, after a long time, she said in resentment, that is just right, isn't it? We don't like each other, but are forced to come together, so why aren't you agreeing my conditions? Why am I not agreeing to your conditions? You know that I am a man, right? Since I am a man, I have requirement in that aspect, hey. Long Yi said and laughed strangely. Nangong Xiangyun was startled, and her beautiful face suddenly became red, then biting her lower lip, she said, can't you look for someone else for that? Long Yi smirked and said, I will look for someone else too, and I also want my wife's body. You bastard. Nangong Xiangyun kicked towards Long Yi. Long Yi simply raised his big hand, easily grabbing the leg of Nangong Xiangyun, then suddenly tossing it back, he indifferently said, don't come to bother me again, the discussion of this matter is over. In fact, Long Yi knew that even if Emperor had not opened his mouth, this marriage absolutely couldn't be cancelled, as Zimin clan and Nangong clan truly had a common goal, so they must have a standard weight to bind them together, and an alliance by marriage was undoubtedly the best and simplest method, as the two clans would become relatives by marriage. After that, their benefit would also be tied together, thus truly reaching the state where both prospered or declined together. Long Yi led Zhao Yi, Barbarian Bull and Li King, walking out of Zimin Mansion, then headed towards the home of his grandfather Dongfang Kaiming. As a matter of fact, the mansion of Dongfang clan was not that far away from the mansion of Zimin clan, but currently, Dongfang Kaiming didn't live in Dongfang Mansion, rather lived in a holiday villa which was located on the outskirts of Soaring Dragon City. One should know that Soaring Dragon City was a very big city. If they walked at the pace of an ordinary person, then even if they walked from morning till night, they wouldn't be able to cover the entire city. When Long Yi and other arrived at the holiday villa of Dongfang Kaiman, 2 hours had already passed. The existence of this villa was not in the memory of Long Yi, because this villa was built less than a year ago. This holiday villa was built on a mountain with a river, and its scenery was very exquisite. This villa didn't show off the might and luxuriousness as Dongfang Mansion, but it however gave people a kind of leisurely and casual feeling. All the guards on the entrance recognized Long Yi, so seeing him coming, they immediately greeted and let him in. They basically didn't need to inform their superior to let him in. After walking into the villa, Long Yi genuinely sighed with feeling. There stood a beautiful mountain in front him, and everywhere within his sight was luxuriantly green with streamlet flowing with a gurgling sound, and at the bottom of this streamlet, there were multicolored pebbles, looked very peaceful. Several unique pavilions were dimly visible among the trees. Entering here, Long Yi felt as if this was a residence of the immortal. Long Yi took a leisurely walk, and breathing the fresh air, he felt very satisfied, as if he had again returned to elven forests, that leisurely and carefree immortal-like life. On the way, Long Yi came across quite a few maids that offered to lead the way, but Long Yi just declined with a smile. Without even using his spirit power, he knew where Dongfang Kaiming live. In Violent Dragon Empire, if you continuously went eastward, then you will inevitably reach the courtyard where Dongfang Kaiming resides. Long Yi walked eastwards, and after a long time, he finally saw a courtyard composed of a row of exquisite log cabins. On the entrance door of this courtyard, Kaiming Residence was written in large characters. And just after Long Yi stepped into this courtyard, the scene before his eyes changed, becoming a vast expanse of whiteness, as dense fog floated in front of his eyes. Now he could see only within 5 steps around him. And what's worse was, Barbarian Bull and others who were following after him seemed to have disappeared. Long Yi called them few times, but there was no movement around him. After that, Long Yi flew in the sky, but no matter how high he flew, it was still the vast expanse of whiteness before his eyes. Wondrous gates, hidden Jia, Chi-Men Dun Jia, technique, strange thing. Some people of this different world understands this kind of profound formation technique. Long Yi exclaimed in his heart. He also knew a little about this formation technique, but was really not proficient. The real formation technique he knew not only could obstruct the vision of people, they still could kill people stealthily. This formation was simply the combination of 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and just like all the formation technique, it also has a safe route. As long as one walks in a certain regular pattern, one could easily walk out of this formation. Long Yi carefully probed this formation, and discovered that this formation could merely obstruct the vision, nothing else, but it seemed to be somewhat different from his previous life's wondrous gates, hidden Jia technique. According to what he had learned from his superficial knowledge, Long Yi took 3 steps to the front, then 5 steps to the left, then like that he took 9, 4, 10 and 1 steps. After that, the scene before his eyes suddenly brightened. Unexpectedly, he had walked out of that formation. After that, Long Yi turned around and looked, only to see that there was a strange magic formation placed on the door, and there were also several piles of magic cores to supply energy to the magic formation. And at this time, Barbarian Bull, Li King and Zhao Yi were walking round and round in different location. As for why he was able to break through this magic formation using his past lives, the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, Long Yi himself was also not clear. Perhaps all the creations under the heaven have mutual enhancement and inhibition between the 5 elements, and the formation technique, no matter whether it was wondrous gates, hidden Jia or a magic formation, both of them had a similar principle. But, in comparison, wondrous gates, hidden Jia technique however was more protean. Using few stones, this technique could trap people, and even kill them. And when Long Yi was thinking of removing those magic cores to free Barbarian Bull and others, suddenly a charming laughing sound came from inside the not distant woods. Hearing this voice, Long Yi felt as if he was struck by lightning, and blanked out in that location. That voice was so familiar that he could never forget it throughout his life. "See by, see by," Long Yi muttered, frantically heading towards the woods. After passing through the woods, Long Yi discovered a hot spring with dense vapor in front of him, and there was a faintly visible figure inside the hot spring, currently washing her body. This figure appeared very similar to Sibai, and just at that time, this figure dived into the hot spring and disappeared without a trace. Sibai! Long Yi shouted and jumped into the hot spring, then quickly swam towards the location where that figure was just a moment ago. After that, he also dived into the water, and saw an indistinct figure at the bottom of this hot spring. Long Yi immediately became extremely excited, and without any demur, he rushed to the bottom of the hot spring and then tightly hugged that figure. That figure seemed to be startled, and began to struggle violently. Long Yi arrived at the surface of the water holding this figure, then heard alarmed and panicky shout, "Let me go, quickly let me go." Long Yi was dumbstruck in that instant, and his hands unconsciously loosened the hold on the charming body in his bosom. Why did her voice suddenly change? Just now, he had clearly heard the voice of Sibai. The girl in his bosom freed herself, then turning around, she slapped towards Long Yi. But her palm stopped in midair all of a sudden. Long Yi came back to his senses, and saw a beautiful girl who had only her head revealed on the surface of the water in front of him. Her pitch-black silky hair floated on the air, and her face had become tender and pink due to the steam. Now she looked very alluring, but her big eyes were angrily looking at him. "It's you, why are you here?" Long Yi exclaimed. This girl was that priest girl he had mistaken for Sibai at that time in Mi Principality. He had never expected that, today, he would mistaken her for Sibai again. That girl angrily glared at Long Yi and said, "I am also asking the same question to you, why on earth are you peeping me on bath? Moreover, you jumped in and hugged me tightly." Long Yi awkwardly smiled, but was confused in his heart. Just now he had definitely heard the voice of Sibai. Could it be that because he was missing her too much, he had an illusion? Just then, a maid suddenly came over and shouted, "Miss, miss!" Someone broke in. Seeing the maid was approaching, in a haste and embarrassment, this girl suddenly stepped forward, then hugging the head of Long Yi, she went underwater with only her head above the surface of the water. Long Yi was thoroughly stunned, as his face was buried in a soft and satiny place. With his incomparably vast experience, he was sure that this place was Maiden's chest. Moreover, this absolutely belongs to the best quality. It was downright elastic and was unusually fine and smooth. "Got it, you can return first, I will deal with this matter." This young girl stopped the maid from entering the hot spring and said. This maid accepted the instruction, then turning around, she left. At this moment, this young girl seemed to realize what she had done. She screamed and firmly pushed away Long Yi, then hugging her chest with her hands, she shed tears. Long Yi surfaced, and seeing the current appearance of this young girl, he was just about to say something, but was interrupted by this young girl. She said in anger and shame, "Why are you still here? Still not leaving quickly?" Long Yi laughed hollowly, then jumped out from the water, and somersaulting few times in the air, he lightly landed on the ground. Then using True Chi, his thoroughly drenched clothing quickly dried. "Turn away your head." The voice of young girl resounded again. Long Yi turned around and frowned. Now he was sure that this girl was his cousin Dongfang Kexin. Merely, why did he mistook her as Sibai 2 times? First time, it was because she had the same kind of body shape and was wearing same kind of attire, but this time, it was because of that as if illusion voice. Could there truly be such coincidence? When Long Yi was thinking, he heard sounds of wearing cloth behind him. "Okay. Now you can turn around," Dongfang Kexin said in her crisp voice. Long Yi turned around, and watching this great beauty who had just got out of the bath, he truly felt her reaction was slightly strange. He had hugged and touched her body, but other than some embarrassment and anger, she didn't have any big reaction. "Kexin?" Long Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. Dongfang Kexin rolled her eyes and grumbled in a flirty manner, "Cousin is a big bad egg. You thought I am another woman 2 times. You recognized me from the very beginning? Then why did you tell me last time?" Long Yi stared at Dongfang Kexin and asked. "I didn't say, Who told you to not recognize me? Dongfeng Kexin somewhat angrily said. Long Yi helplessly smiled and said, a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Now you are not childhood, silly little girl, so how can I recognize you? Humphrey, you clearly forget about me, but I recognized you in a single glance. Dongfeng Kexin pouted. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, under his state of mind rising and falling sharply. He became somewhat depressed. Dongfeng Kexin looked at Long Yi in a complex manner and asked, cousin, do you still like sisters Sibai? Long Yi nodded his head and sighed. Yes, in my heart, Sibai occupies an extremely important position forever. No one can replace her. Dongfeng Kexin secretly clenched her hand, suppressing the uncomfortableness she felt in her heart. She had loved this cousin for entire 13 years, and her biggest wish in this life was to become his wife, the only wife. I'm sorry for just now, I didn't know it was you, I mistakenly thought it was I. Long Yi apologized to Dongfeng Kexin. The body of Dongfeng Kexin shook, and teardrops involuntarily slid down. In her heart she said, don't say sorry to me, you don't have to apologize to me, my body already belongs to you since 13 years ago. But she was unable to say this aloud. Cousin, do you still remember the promise you made to me in childhood? Dongfeng Kexin asked in a low voice. Long Yi made a wry smile and shaking his head, he replied honestly that he basically didn't even remember the matter of him meeting with Dongfeng Kexin, let alone a promise. You said it's fine since you don't remember even that. Dongfeng Kexin bit her lower lip and said, seeing as if heartbroken Dongfeng Kexin, he subconsciously felt somewhat peculiar, and also felt indescribable sympathy and guilty. But why should he feel guilty? The one that promised Dongfeng Kexin was not him, Long Yi. Moreover, does the matters of childhood count? Long Yi stretched out his big hand, then lightly wiping the tears on the corner of the eyes of Dongfeng Kexin, he lightly smiled and said, why are you crying? Are you blaming cousin for forgetting the promise? How about you tell me the promise? If I can fulfill it, then I will fulfill it. Okay? Dongfeng Kexin suddenly chuckled with teardrops still in her eyes, then said, cousin, am I very stupid? Why on earth are we taking the matters of childhood so seriously? We understood nothing at that time. Seeing Dongfeng Kexin's bitter smile she showed pretending to be strong, the heart of Long Yi tightened. He was somewhat suspicious, but this moment, the expression of Dongfeng Kexin was absolutely not false. In fact, cousin didn't promise me anything, merely said that when you grow up, you will become my bodyguard, and will not let anyone bully me, that's all. Seeing you have forgotten about it, I merely felt sad, nothing more. Cousin, you don't need to have any psychology burden. Dongfeng Kexin pretended to be satisfied and said with a smile, so it was like that. Hereafter if someone bullies you, just came to find me, I will definitely help you vent your anger. Long Yi smiled and patted the shoulder of Dongfeng Kexin. That's what you have said, you are not allowed to back out. Dongfeng Kexin said with a smile, but her hands were tightly clenched, and it appeared as if an obscure thing wants to flow out from her eyes. She always had a single wish in her heart, which was, she wished Zeman Yu belonged to only her, even when his bad name spread afar. This feeling had never changed even once. Oh, that's right. What about grandfather? Long Yi asked with a smile. He didn't want the subject of the talk to remain on the childhood promise, so he changed the topic. The love of Dongfeng Kexin was Zeman Yu of before, but not the current Long Yi. Grandpa doesn't live here, I live in this courtyard, and Grandpa lives in West Courtyard. Dongfeng Kexin said. Long Yi was startled. Could it be that a deviation appeared in his memory? Grandpa used to live here before, but after I return here, I like this courtyard very much, so after pestering him, Grandpa and I changed our courtyard. Dongfeng Kexin happily smiled and said. Now her expression was just like that of normal girl. Those apprehensive complex feeling had already disappeared with a trace. Chapter 229, Divine Bloodline. Seeing Dongfeng Kexin was happy as if nothing had happened, Long Yi was not happy. instead was worried. An 18-years-old young girl having such ability to change expression so quickly without revealing a trace, could such girl be a simple person? Young master? At this time, the voice of Zhao Yi suddenly came. Long Yi turned around, and saw Zhao Yi slowly coming towards him, then silently stood behind him. What about Barbarian Bull and Li King? Long Yi asked, seeing Zhao Yi was able to free herself. He wasn't surprised at all. Zhao Yi is a prophet master, she was well versed in divination with the configurations of the stars. Moreover, she should have dabbled into military formations to some extent too. They are still inside? Zhao Yi was worried about young master, so. Zhao Yi lightly said, while her transparent eyes firmly stared at Dongfang Kexin. Looking straight at those transparent eyes of Zhao Yi, the fine hairs on the entire body of Dongfang Kexin suddenly stood erect, and her heart became ice cold, so she immediately avoided the gaze of Zhao Yi. Then waving her hand, she created a spirit barrier around her. Only then, she was able to calm down. Cousin, make her stop looking at me, her eyes are making me uneasy. Dongfang Kexin moved to the other side of Long Yi and said in horror. Zhao Yi was born with these eyes, you don't need to be afraid, she has no malice. Oh, that's right, my other two friends are trapped in that magic formation, can you go and let them out? Long Yi smiled and said. Just when Dongfang Kexin agreed, a green light flashed in the direction of that magic formation, then a series of rumbling explosion sounds suddenly resounded and smoke and dust rose, covering the sky. Long Yi immediately pulled the hand of Zhao Yi then rushed out. That green light was obviously Barbarian Bull trying to break this magic formation using force. Seeing Long Yi held the hand of Zhao Yi, Dongfang Kexin's eyes flashed with coldness. Originally Si Bai had occupied his heart first, so she was already very upset, and now there was actually a strange maid beside him. Moreover, those transparent eyes actually made her trembled from the bottom of her heart. When Long Yi reached there, the magic formation was already broken by Barbarian Bull using Evil Vanquishing Rod. Several piles of magic cores were broken into pieces, and with magic formation losing its energy supply, the magic formation no longer functioned. Boss, are you alright? Seeing Long Yi and Zhao Yi appearing simultaneously, Barbarian Bull and Li King asked. If you two are fine, then how could I not be fine? Long Yi said with a smile. Barbarian Bull grabbed his ox horn and said with a foolish smile, that's right, boss is an undying cockroach, even if the sky collapsed, you will be fine. Long Yi kicked Barbarian Bull in his butt and scolded in jest, you brat, are you flattering me or speaking sarcastically? Barbarian Bull smiled as before and Li King was still like 1,000-year-old ice. His expression seemed to be already solidified, but Long Yi wondered whether he had such cool expression when he was in love. At that moment, several figures rushed in, and simultaneously landed inside the courtyard. They were precisely the grandfather of Long Yi, Dongfang Kaiming and his personal bodyguards. Good grandson, do you want to tear down my holiday villa? Dongfang Kaiming already knew the arrival of Long Yi, and he also knew that Long Yi would definitely come to this place to look for him. But he intentionally didn't send anyone to remind Long Yi, and was looking forward to seeing the result of the reunion between his grandson and granddaughter. I just looked at this courtyard, and saw that the arrangement here doesn't seem to be too appropriate, so I slightly modified it. Hey hey. Long Yi cheekily said with a smile. Less nonsense, have you met your cousin? Dongfang Kaiming asked with a smile. Grandpa, I have just met my cousin. Just then, Dongfang Kexin appeared timely, and with a sweet smile, she ran into the bosom of Dongfang Kaiming. Oh, is that so? Yesterday, didn't you blame Grandpa for not taking you with me to see your cousin? Today, you finally meet him, still why is your mouth crooked? With grandson and granddaughter in one side, Dongfang Kaiming really was relieved in his heart. Hateful, why are you saying this? Dongfang Kexin left the bosom of her grandfather and said. Dongfang Kaiming laughed heartily, then said, go in, today, accompany grandfather to drink. Long Yi and Dongfang Kaiming walked forward side by side, but before they walked 2 steps, Barbarian Bull and Li King seemed to have a conflict with the personal bodyguards of Dongfang Kaiming. As it turned out, Barbarian Bull and Li King wished to follow after Long Yi, but the personal bodyguards of Dongfang Kaiming however blocked them, forbidding them to approach Dongfang Kaiming, and Barbarian Bull, being a bad-tempered person, naturally took action at once, and Li King, being proud from his bones, how could he tolerate such behavior of other people? Both sides, without talking out of the matter, had already resorted to fighting. Your servants are pretty good. Dongfang Kaiming stopped smiling and said, but he clearly didn't have any intention to stop this fight, as he wanted to see how Barbarian Bull and Li King measures against his personal bodyguards. They are not my servants, they are my friends. Long Yi indifferently said. From the very beginning, he had never treated nor seen Barbarian Bull and Li King as a servant. Oh, it's grandfather's misunderstanding, don't take it to heart. Seeing Long Yi was somewhat unhappy, Dongfang Kaiming immediately said without the haughty manner of the elder. At this time, seeing their master wasn't shouting to stop, the 4 personal bodyguards of Dongfang Kaiming understood their master's intent, then spreading out, they surrounded Li King and Barbarian Bull. Barbarian Bull however threw all caution to the winds, then taking out Greenstone Rule, he used Evil Vanquishing Rod to attack. The soaring aura of divine artifacts suddenly made the surrounding atmospheric pressure to fall, and a fierce momentum made everyone anxious. Divine artifact? Dongfang Kaiming exclaimed in shock, and seeing that fierce, powerful and peculiar technique of Barbarian Bull, he was even more surprised in his heart. Now he didn't understand, why does a follower of his grandson possess a divine artifact level weapon? And at that time, Li King also sent out his extremely cold chi, then light blue sword light followed closely behind. He combined magic and ki very skillfully. But how could the personal bodyguards of Dongfang Kaiming be ordinary people? Among 4, 3 were peak swords masters, and the remaining 1 was mage. And these 4 people were specially trained to attack jointly. The 3 sword masters tie up the enemy, and the magician cast a magic spell from distant. Looking at this fight from outside, Long Yi knew that Barbarian Bull and Li King were very likely to lose, as they too were fighting separately, whereas those 4 people were seamlessly cooperating with each other. That magician was Earth Mage. First, he used several gravitational magic to restrict the movement of Barbarian Bull and Li King, then began to chant a long incantation. Hearing the incantation, Long Yi knew that this was rank 9 Earth magic, Great Mountain Descend. This magic would summon a mountain out of the thin air, then crush the enemy to death. Great Mountain Descend. This magic was divided into 2 levels. One was rank 9 and another one was nevertheless rank 11 forbidden magic spell. Those 2 simply couldn't be compared. Rank 9 Great Mountain Descend summons only a small mountain, unlike rank 11 which summons a real big mountain. At this moment, Barbarian Bull was already in the bad situation. Although his golden bell canopy had already reached small success, however he hadn't reached the golden body. At best he was only at the copper skin and iron bone state. As long as the attacks reached certain intensity, he would receive injuries. Barbarian Bull stimulated the wild nature within his body, and his bloody aura which had already disappeared suddenly rose once again. He roared, and he unexpectedly caught the sword slash of one sword's master with his hand, getting his hand injured. Then he brandished Greenstone Rule with his other hand, smashing this sword master. Although this sword master was fast, but he had never thought that Barbarian Bull would catch his sword with his bare hand. After that getting hit by the Greenstone Rule of Barbarian Bull, he lost his consciousness on the spot. And at this time, Li King also fired a burst of hailstone, and receiving injury on his back as a price, he cut open the stomach of another swords master. And while Barbarian Bull and Li King were in the most difficult situation, the incantation of Earth Mage was completed. Then a mountain made up of rocks appeared in the sky, and that mountain fell towards Barbarian Bull and Li King. The eyes of Long Yi flashed, Seeing Barbarian Bull and Lee King were already an arrow at the end of its flight, he feared that they would not be able to escape this fatal move. And just when Long Yi was about to step in, Barbarian Bull tightly held Greenstone Rule with his hands, then Greenstone Rule suddenly emitted dazzling green light. After that, roaring like a wild beast, he brandished Greenstone Rule towards that big mountain above their head. The green light that was suddenly emitted by Greenstone Rule shook the big mountain all of a sudden, and actually stopped the big mountain in midair. Long Yi relaxed, and smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Barbarian Bull, this burly was actually able to unlock the power of Greenstone Rule. Before he could wield only 3/10 of the power of the divine artifact, one could say that there was still a huge amount of potential left to excavate. And seeing the current situation, Earth Mage began to use all his strength. He urgently chanted an incantation to increase the pressure of Big Mountain, and Barbarian Bull slowly couldn't bear this. Blue veins appeared on his forehead and his face became red. Now, due to the pressure of this mountain, he was forced to slowly squat down. Barbarian Bull, I'll help you. At that time, Lee King also roared, then Frost began to dance in his sword, and his dark green hair fluttered in the air. After that, the eyes of Lee King suddenly changed into dark green in color, and an indistinct phantom of strange animal appeared in front of him. One could vaguely see its head had 2 horns, and it had a bloody mouth. Its body shape was like a lion and its entire body was covered with scales-like things. Roar! Lee King suddenly roared like a thunder, and that phantom in front of him suddenly moved up, then changing into Aurora, it rushed towards that big mountain in the sky. God Beast Possession. This kid possess Moxie Clan's divine bloodline. Dongfang Kaiming exclaimed once again. He was shocked again. These 2 attendants of his grandson had truly surprised him again and again. Divine bloodline. Long Yi curiously asked. Moxie Clan is the descendant of the god, and on each generation, among the sons of a patriarch, only one would inherit this bloodline, and that person can use God Beast Possession, this strange skill. Dongfang Kaiming said. Could it be that Lee King is the son of the patriarch? Long Yi was startled. To his surprise, he had unexpectedly obtained a big connection with a single fight. Chapter 230, Robbing People or Robbing Heart. A thought suddenly flashed through the heart of Long Yi. If Lee King really was the successor of Moxie Clan, then wouldn't the matter between him and Sibai be much easier to handle? No matter what one said, Lee King was calling him young master, so according to the big situation, in the future, wouldn't the entire Moxie Clan be under his sole command? Just when Long Yi was beaming with joy while daydreaming, he heard the loud roar of both Barbarian Bull and Lee King. Then the small mountain of the sky was pushed to one side by the strength of 2 people. After that, a loud sound of explosion resounded, and smoke and dust rose up. A lot of trees were smashed and half the number of buildings were also smashed into fragments by this small mountain. Barbarian Bull and Lee King had completely used every ounce of their strength, so sitting on the ground, they continuously gasped for breath. And as for that Earth Mage, he had also completely used up his magical power, so now he wasn't even able to maintain Earth Shield magic. Dongfang Kaiming came back to his senses, and looking at the half-destroyed courtyard, he had a distress expression. He however had spent countless money to build this courtyard. Grandfather, my brothers seem to have gone overboard, really sorry. Long Yi said with a smile. His mouth said he was sorry, but his face however didn't have even a bit of sorry expression. What's the sorry for? We grandfather and grandson can simply change the location to drink the wine, ha ha ha. Dongfang Kaiming didn't mind at all, then said with a smile. After that, he instructed servants to take his wounded bodyguards away for treatment. Long Yi looked at the exhausted Barbarian Bull and Lee King, then walking over to them, he pressed his hands against their back. Then he slowly transmitted true chi into their body to help them recover their chi and blood. Soon, Barbarian Bull and Lee King jumped up and were no longer weary. Cousin, what technique is this? It seemed to have a better effect even compared to our Hua recover magic of a priest. Dongfang Kexin asked in surprise. This is true chi therapy. You will not understand even if I explain. Long Yi said with a smile, and didn't bother to explain much. If you don't want to tell, then never mind. I also don't want to know. Dongfang Kexin pouted. They found a pavilion nearby and called out servants to deliver food and drinks, and they began to talk leisurely while eating and drinking. Dongfang Kaiming was extremely happy. He continuously pulled Long Yi into a talk, and the subject of conversation naturally couldn't leave the situation of the army and so on. Hearing these, Dongfang Kexin continuously yawned. Grandpa, you are too boring, only speaking about these matters with the cousin. Also, I have a small matter to talk with the cousin. Dongfang Kexin pulled the sleeve of Dongfang Kaiming and said coquettishly. Dongfang Kaiming laughed and said, all right, I am done. Now I seem to have grown old, only drank such a little amount of wine but I am already feeling dizzy. Accompany your cousin to play. Grandfather is leaving first to sleep. Long Yi smiled and agreed. He naturally knew that Dongfang Kaiming wasn't tipsy at all. He clearly just wanted to create an opportunity for him and Dongfang Kexin. Cousin, wait for me here, I will come after changing my clothes. Dongfang Kexin smiled and said, then flew away. Long Yi raised his eyebrows. Change her clothes? Didn't she just change her clothes? Dongfang Kaiming also stood up. Then carefully staring at Long Yi for a little while, he smiled, then patting his shoulder, he turned around and left. Young master, Miss Dongfang isn't so pure like her outer appearance. Jia Yi can tell that she is shrewd and deep. You have to be a little more careful when you are getting along with your grandfather and her. Only after seeing Dongfang Kaiming had walked far away, Jia Yi softly said to Long Yi. I know. Although she is a little shrewd and deep, but in essence, she is kind-hearted, she will not harm me. Long Yi smiled and said, but his heart was somewhat on the alert, as that gloominess in the depth of the eyes of Dongfang Kexin made him somewhat panic-stricken. Having heard what was said, Zhao Yi relaxed. In that moment, she feared that Long Yi might blame her for speaking such words. Just then, Li King, who was hesitating to speak, finally couldn't endure and asked, young master, don't you have any question to ask me? Ask you what? Ask you why you can use God-beast possession? Or ask you why you possess divine bloodline? Long Yi said with a smile. So young master already knows all, then young master might have already guessed my identity, isn't that so? Li King said. If my guess isn't wrong, then you should be the son of the patriarch of Moxie clan, moreover, is the only inheritor of divine bloodline and the successor to the patriarch position. Long Yi smiled and said, as if he didn't have any particular thoughts. Yes, I am the successor of Moxie clan, but now, I am just a servant of young master. Li King faintly said, as long as you want, you can have your freedom at any time, moreover, I have never regarded you as a servant, rather as my friend. Long Yi said with a smile. A little bit of gratefulness flashed through the eyes of Li King, then shaking his head, he said, no, Li King has always done as promised. If you agree to bet you must accept to lose. Then what about your clansmen? As far as I know, in every generation, there is only one person that possesses divine bloodline. Could it be that you have the heart to see your Moxie clan being destroyed? Long Yi stared straight into the eyes of Li King and said. That grim expression of Li King slightly changed, then he resolutely said, I don't have the heart to see that. So one day I will return back to inherit the patriarch position, but whatever happens, Li King will forever be the servant of young master. Long Yi smiled with satisfaction, he wanted this outcome. Li King, since you are the successor of Moxie clan, why are you running about everywhere like this? Long Yi curiously asked. Li King remained silent for a long time, then said slowly, I left the territory of Moxie clan to look for someone. I heard she was seen in Violent Dragon Empire for the last time, so I came here. Long Yi was startled, then probed, is that someone your sweetheart? Li King nodded his head and again shook his head, then his grim handsome face became exceedingly complex, and said in a low voice, she is the person I love. but not sweetheart, because she loves another person. Hearing the depressed voice of Li King, Long Yi could completely feel his inner pain. The people like Li King, once fall in love, their love would never change throughout their life, so if the person they fall in love with didn't love them back, then the pain they feel would be unspeakable. Long Yi was somewhat curious in his heart. In the end, who could reject such outstanding man? He was handsome, and no need to mention about his status, which was also pretty good. Moreover, such infatuated man was truly rare in this world. Li King, the matters of feelings couldn't be forced. Since she loves someone else, is it worth the trouble to impose? Long Yi patted the shoulder of Li King and said, I am not imposing. I don't have any extravagant hopes for her to fall in love with me. I just want to find her, then see how is the person she loved and merely see whether she is happy or not. As long as she is happy, I am perfectly satisfied. Li King somewhat agitatedly said, and his voice involuntarily trembled a little. Although the words were simple, but they bore as deep as ocean affection and extreme depth of sorrow. Hearing that filled with deep love words of Li King, Long Yi and others couldn't help but were emotionally moved. This is the true love, detached from any selfish desires of love. As long as she is happy, I am satisfied. This sentence was a sentence that not anyone could say. Since you love her so much, then you should just snatch her. Just then, the voice of Dongfang Kexin came from a not distant place. Long Yi already knew that she was hiding while eavesdropping, but he didn't point that out at that moment, because he wanted to borrow the story of Li King to enlighten her. But hearing her say such swords, he said without getting angry, I say, cousin, do you think love is an item which could be snatched if one wants to? Snatching can obtain her body, but can you obtain her heart by snatching? I'm talking about making her change her mind. Dongfang Kexin walked over and looked towards Long Yi with a profound gaze. But let's say, even if you can obtain love by pestering, have you ever thought that your pestering might have caused great agony to your loved one? Long Yi faintly said. But if you cannot obtain the heart of your loved one, then who will pay for your agony? Dongfang Kexin refused to yield an inch and said, looking straight to Long Yi. Long Yi helplessly smiled and suddenly asked, cousin, do you have a loved person? Hearing the sudden words of Long Yi, Dongfang Kexin's beautiful face couldn't help but turned red and said angrily, even if I have, I won't tell you, you bad cousin. Then suppose, what I mean is suppose you are in love with a boy, then another boy also came to pursue you, will you change your heart? Long Yi asked with a smile. Of course not. If I love the previous boy, then I will love him throughout my life, my heart will never change. Dongfang Kexin quickly answered resolutely, but very soon, she realized that she had fallen into the trap of Long Yi. He, that's right, isn't it? Long Yi smirked and said, wrong, that is because of my firm willpower. If it is another person, then they might not necessarily be so. Dongfang Kexin argued against all reasons. Then will you still love a person without firm willpower like that? Long Yi asked. Dongfang Kexin was dumbfounded and wasn't able to answer for a long time. Stomping her foot, she grumbled in a flirty manner, I am done talking. I cannot outspeak you. Let's go for a walk. After returning, I still haven't gone out for a window shopping. Very quickly all of them arrived at Soaring Dragon City. Dongfang Kexin was holding the arm of Long Yi with his arm pressing against her breasts, but Dongfang Kexin was simply looking left and right with interest without caring about that. Cousin, don't hold me so tightly, if people see this, it will affect your good name. Long Yi endured the feeling coming from his arm, and said, I don't care, besides how would I know what other people love and what other people think? Wow, the clothes of that clothing shop are so beautiful. Dongfang Kexin found a target and pulled Long Yi inside the store. Dongfang Kexin was in high spirits roving around the clothing racks. Women never had immunity towards beautiful clothing and jewelry. Dongfang Kexin picked up some clothing, and said to Long Yi, cousin, I will go and try these, you are not allowed to sneak away. Zemin Yu, why are you here? Just after Dongfang Kexin went inside the fitting room to try on those clothes, a familiar figure suddenly entered the shop and was startled to see Long Yi, so she asked in surprise. Chapter 231, Contend for the Affections of Another. Nangong Xiangyan. Long Yi raised his eyebrows, then asked with a smile, "Why can't I be here? This is women's clothing store. Why on earth are you, a grown-up man, here?" Nangong Xiangyan snorted and said, "Who stipulate men cannot go into women's clothing store? However this shop is called Virtuous Maiden House, and it sells the clothing of virtuous maiden only, doesn't seem to be suitable for you." Long Yi smirked and said. Nangong Xiangyan glared at Long Yi, then heavily stamping, she walked over to Long Yi. After that, reaching out her little hand, she pinched Long Yi. "Little girl, are you asking for a beating? I have already endured you for a very long time." Long Yi caught the little hand of Nangong Xiangyan and said with an evil smile, hit me, in any case, I can do nothing to you, every time, you bully me." Nangong Xiangyan said stubbornly, ignoring the ferocious expression of Long Yi. "Do you think I don't dare to hit you?" Long Yi evilly smiled and said, then he hit the buttocks of Nangong Xiangyan with his big hand. How can you hit my that place?" The beautiful face of Nangong Xiangyan reddened immediately, then glaring at Long Yi, she angrily said, "Why can't I hit her that place? Moreover, you didn't say it in advance. How about you say where I can hit you, then I will hit you there again." Long Yi smirked and said, You go to hell." Nangong Xiangyan ferociously pushed Long Yi, wanting to force her way out, but being curious about why Long Yi was here, she refrained. "Cousin, look, I wore this clothing. Who are you?" Dongfang Kexin came out of the fitting room, and before she could finish speaking, she saw a girl who was wearing a very rebellious clothing and Long Yi were glaring at each other. When Dongfang Kexin was just a child, she was adopted by Pope of Light Church, La Fair, so she didn't recognize Nangong Xiangyan. "Who are you?" Seeing such a beautiful girl coming out from inside the fitting room, Nangong Xiangyan's heart suddenly became uncomfortable. Thereupon, looking straight at Dongfang Kexin, she asked. Dongfang Kexin and Nangong Xiangyan defiantly looked at each other for a little while, then Dongfang Kexin elegantly walked over to the side of Long Yi, and holding his arm, she said, "I am his closest and most intimate cousin. Who are you?" Seeing Dongfang Kexin familiarly holding the arm of Long Yi, Nangong Xiangyan felt inexplicable uncomfortableness in her heart, and with the competitive side of her heart being activated, she walked over to the other side of Long Yi, and holding his another hand, she snorted, "Let go of him, I am his future main wife." A glimmer of maliciousness flashed in the eyes of Dongfang Kexin for an instant, then it disappeared instantly. After that, she said with a smile, "As it turned out you are Nangong Xiangyan, being my sister-in-law, I hope you will give me many bits of advice." T.L. Here sister-in-law is the wife of cousin. Nangong Xiangyan was also not stupid, naturally after hearing the words with the deeper meaning of Dongfang Kexin, she coldly snorted and said, "Come to think about it, aren't you that saintess Dongfang Kexin? Since you are a saintess, shouldn't you have the appearance of saintess? Although you and Zimin you are cousins, but men and women shouldn't be intimate, don't you understand this simple principle?" The complexion of Dongfang Kexin changed, but immediately revert back to normal, and said with a slight smile, "My cousin and I have always been intimate like this. We just had a bath together too." "What? You?" Nangong Xiangyan angrily glared at Long Yi, wanting to get an answer out of him. And at this time, the people in the faraway corners also began to make all sorts of comments. Zimin Yu was very famous as a pervert in Soaring Dragon City, so all the women and girls that came to this store to buy clothing recognized him. And since Long Yi and his group had not set up a sound insulation barrier before talking, These gossipy women were listening carefully, and after realizing that those two beauties who were contending for the affections of sex fiend Zimin were third miss of Nangong clan and Saintess Miss Dongfang, those women and girls were endlessly surprised. Other girls avoided him from far away, but how come they too appeared to have found a treasure? Shut up, all of you, are you treating me as an heir? Long Yi angrily shouted. They actually were openly contending for his affections in front of him. This naturally was too refreshing, but he also has to pay attention to its effect. Both girls were startled simultaneously, and seeing the angry face of Long Yi, and also sensing that faint imposing aura from his body, they didn't dare to utter a word all of a sudden. Both of them had never seen Long Yi's such appearance before, and they suddenly felt a little fear in their heart. Seeing both of them had stopped quarreling, the expression of Long Yi eased up a little, and he commanded, "If you want to buy clothing, then choose quickly, and after choosing, we will leave." "Cousin, look, is the clothing I am wearing beautiful?" Dongfang Kexin relaxed, then rotating in front of Long Yi, she asked. She was wearing a pure white lace skirt, and with her unique holy and pure aura, plus her that smile which was more beautiful than flowers, she looked beautiful as if an angel. Beautiful. Long Yi was somewhat dazzled and stunned as he said. Nangong Xiangyan wanted to leave, but seeing that complacent expression of Dongfang Kexin, she refrained from leaving. "I am definitely not doing this because I am jealous, it's because I hate this wicked woman." "Humph, wagging your tail in front of a man, what Saintess simply is more flirtatious than vixen." Nangong Xiangyan thought in her heart. Dongfang Kexin was very pleased with herself being praised by Long Yi, then she complacently looked at Nangong Xiangyan, and again returned to the fitting room to try another clothing. "Little girl, what clothing do you want to buy?" "Virtuous maiden's clothing does not suit you," Long Yi said. Nangong Xiangyan however got angry. After the words of Long Yi entered her ear, they changed their meaning and she mistakenly believed that Long Yi was mocking her for not having the feminine taste. Long Yi looked around, and not far away, he suddenly saw a faint brown clothing. This clothing was very simple with only small tulips embroidered on the shoulder areas. Compared to other multicolored clothing, this clothing appeared unique. Long Yi walked to the front of this cloth, then picking it up, he threw it towards Nangong Xiangyan and said, "Little girl, I think this dress will suit you. Do not think of buying some colorful clothing, it would be embarrassing to see." Nangong Xiangyan was startled, then looking at the dress Long Yi had selected for her, she bit her lower lip and entered another fitting room. Because of the simple designing of the clothing in comparison, it was easier to wear, so Nangong Xiangyan came out early even though she had entered later than Dongfang Kexin. Long Yi admired the current appearance of Nangong Xiangyan. His eyes were really good, this dress suits her very much. The simple and clean design of this clothing displayed the heroic spirit of Nangong Xiangyan even more, and the two little tulips embroidered on her shoulders however softened her overall temperament. In front of the full-length mirror, Nangong Xiangyan turned left and turned right, and pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. "How is it, don't I have good eyes?" Long Yi said with a smile. This Mrs. Natural Beauty, I look beautiful wearing anything." Nangong Xiangyan stubbornly refused to admit defeats. "Then you should choose another clothing, I think Zhao Yi will look pretty good in this dress," Long Yi said with a smile, and he suddenly saw Zhao Yi's somewhat desolate expression. "No, I'll be taking this dress." Nangong Xiangyan hugged her chest with her hands, as if she feared he would snatch this clothing. Long Yi looked all around, then picking up a plain and white clothing, he turned around and handed it over to Zhao Yi standing behind him, then said, "Zhao Yi, this is for you, young master." Zhao Yi was pleasantly surprised, then taking the clothes, her transparent eyes became misty looking at Long Yi. Chapter 232, Figure Competition. "Go, try it," Long Yi said with a smile. Although Zhao Yi had once betrayed his trust on her, but when all was said and done, she hadn't injured him. Moreover, after such a long time, That knot inside his heart was also slowly undoing with time. Jia Yi looked at Long Yi with shiny eyes and lightly nodding her head. She entered the fitting room. "Do you like her?" Nangong Xiangyun suddenly asked. Her tone had a little bit of sourness. "What?" Long Yi was somewhat confused. "Don't get me wrong, what I mean is, if you don't like her, then don't be so nice to her, otherwise, she will love you but you will not love her, then wouldn't that be miserable?" Nangong Xiangyun slightly lowered her head but staring at Long Yi, she softly said. Long Yi was somewhat surprised, then he said with a smile, "So it's like that, can it be that you have a similar experience?" "Nope, I'm just saying that, nothing more." "It was just a warning in passing, forget it." Nangong Xiangyun lightly snorted and said, "You don't need to beat yourself for this matter. You should know that I am the type of person who never refuses anybody and accept all size, hey hey." Long Yi smiled and said. Nangong Xiangyun glared at Long Yi, while muttering, "Scourge, stallion, trash." With the sharp ears of Long Yi, he was naturally able to hear the muttering of Nangong Xiangyun without missing a word, but this moment, he was too lazy to bicker with her. At that time, Dongfang Kexen wearing a set of the pink-colored dress came out, and seeing the clothing worn by Nangong Xiangyun, she couldn't help but was startled. "Zemin, you specially selected this dress for me, isn't this beautiful?" Seeing Dongfang Kexen was looking at her, Nangong Xiangyun couldn't help but threw out her chest and showed off. Moreover, she added extra weight on the word specially while speaking. Dongfang Kexen gritted her teeth and turning towards Long Yi, she said, "Cousin, you are being partial, I also want you to pick a dress for me." The temple of Long Yi twitched. Women contending for his affections could increase some appeal, and also satisfy the vanity of men to a certain degree, but too much would be somewhat annoying. Just then, Jia Yi wearing that plain and white silk gown came out of the fitting room, then walking to the side of Long Yi, she said with a slight smile, "Thank you, young master, Jia Yi liked this dress very much." Dongfang Kexen clenched her fists, then looking at Long Yi, her hidden bitterness got even denser. Could it be that in his heart, I am inferior to even a maid? Long Yi noticed this expression of Dongfang Kexen, and he became alert in his heart. In the aspect of men and women, he didn't want to see a problem, but people also have only two legs. Stepping onto the boat, even if the techniques were better, one could not completely avoid the danger of capsizing. He could sense Dongfang Kexen had a strong possessive desire towards him. This also was something that had confused him. Could an ignorant love of child times be able to last so long? Moreover, along with the passage of time, it got even deeper. This was completely illogical. Therefore, Long Yi deemed that the feeling of Dongfang Kexen towards Zemin Yu was really not a love, rather a kind of morbid obsession. For the sake of fairness, and also to avoid side issues, Long Yi again chose a set of clothing for Dongfang Kexen. Furthermore, in the end, naturally, he was the one who settled the bill for all three girls. But after this time, the view of Long Yi towards Dongfang Kexen changed. Originally, he felt complacent for the matter of this cousin loving him, but now, he felt this matter was a burden. That pure possessive desire and the hostility towards the women around him made him feel apprehensive. His intuition told him that if he didn't settle this matter very soon, then there definitely will be a trouble later. Perhaps because they became aware of the impatience of Long Yi, the two girls were comparatively peaceful afterwards, but both of them didn't have any friendly expression towards each other, and the words they spoke also had hidden meanings, refusing to yield an inch. Long Yi helplessly shook his head in secret. Sometimes women were troublesome, narrow-minded and loved to be jealous. At that time, Long Yi suddenly saw a signboard of a shop, then with his eyes shining, he said, "Beautiful ladies, you two don't have enough competition, right? Then if you two have the ability, then let's settle your match there." Looking towards the direction where Long Yi was pointing, both Dongfang Kexen and Nangong Xiangyun screamed, and their face reddened simultaneously. Long Yi was actually pointing towards the famous female items only chain store of Blue Waves Continent, beauty shop, and among them, naturally, the lingerie section was most popular among ladies. What happened? Afraid? No need to contend about anything else. Let's go in and see who truly has the best figure. Long Yi smirked and said, there is nothing to be afraid of. Compare then compare. Who's afraid? Nangong Xiangyan flung back her braid and watched Dongfang Kexin with provocation. Dongfang Kexin giggled and said, sister-in-law, do you truly want to compare? Little sister is afraid that it would be too unsightly for you to lose in front of cousin. Nangong Xiangyan took a quick glance at the chest of Dongfang Kexin, although her own wasn't very big, but she should not lose to her. Thinking this, she sneered, aren't you talking about yourself? Don't argue, let's go to beauty shop first, I will be the referee. Long Yi said with a smile, he naturally will not let this kind of good fortune slip by. Women's body had always been more convincing than their mouth. You are the referee? Both women said in unison. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and said with a smile, whose figure is the best, and whose figure is the most attractive? You two certainly don't have the final say, only men's words are the most authoritative in those matters. In any case, you are not allowed to look. Nangong Xiangyan lightly said with a red face. Then do you want Barbarian Bull or Li King to be the referee? Long Yi said with a smile. Both women immediately shook their head. Cousin, I agree to make you the referee. In any case. In any case. You have already seen everything. Dongfang Kexin looked around and seeing there was no one around them, she softly said. Long Yi made a wry smile. He however had only seen the vague outline inside the water, then his face had made intimate contact with her chest inside the water, that's all. When did he see everything? Damned pervert, Nangong Xiangyan cursed in her heart, and inexplicably felt somewhat uncomfortable. Sister-in-law, if you don't have guts then it's better for you to admit defeat before it's too late. Dongfang Kexin raised her brows and said to Nangong Xiangyan. The competitive nature of Nangong Xiangyan's heart was ignited once again, and thinking, in any case, she would be wearing underwear and it was not like she was completely naked, she decided to eat the loss and let the eyes of Long Yi have the feast, taking this cheap advantage. Well, compare then compare, Zimenyu, you are the referee, don't be partial. Nangong Xiangyan ferociously glared at Long Yi and said, but she didn't know what she was feeling in her heart. In any case, she felt somewhat excited, somewhat idiotic, and somewhat stimulating. As for Zhao Yi, who was looking at smirking Long Yi from one side, she found this funny. Her young master was truly an extremely slick person. Simply by strolling around the street, he thought of a figure competition, but can her figure compare to theirs? Zhao Yi lowered her head and looked at her own assertive boobies, then her face unconsciously turned red. Chapter 233, Beauty Shop's Spring Scenery. This was a shop decorated and filled with pink color. It was divided into 2 floors. The first floor sold various kind of women's jewelry and pendants, and the second floor sold the superb collection of exquisite lingerie. This store had a kind of undergarment that covered both the chest and abdomen, and also had many modern styles undergarments too. Truly was very fascinating. The fame of Beauty Shop was very resounding in Blue Waves continent, so it was the first choice of all Miss and noble ladies. This moment, the second floor of Beauty Shop was like an oriole trilling or a swallow twittering. Many misses and madams were shuttling back and forth selecting their most intimate clothing, and the arrival of Long Yi and his group startled all of these misses and madams. Shortly afterwards, avoiding his gaze, all of them quickly walked away. With a man coming to female's underwear shop, which woman had the face thick enough to select her underwear in front of a man, and especially in front of the world-famous sex field Zimenyu? These misses and madams naturally avoided him as if the plague. The owner of this beauty shop was a beautiful woman whose actual age couldn't be seen. At first, she seemed to be 20-something, but carefully looking, she again resembled teenagers. She had 2 completely different temperaments mixed together. One was a mature charm and another was pure and pleasant, so she easily gave rise to an illusion. Seeing her business was disturbed, This proprietress walked over swaying her willowy waist. To be able to open a female boutique in such flourishing commercial quarter of soaring Dragon City, this woman naturally had a certain background. Her discernment was also very sharp. Just a quick glance and she roughly knew the identity of these people. She naturally knew second young Master Zeman, and two great beauties with different temperaments beside him also unintentionally emitted their noble aura. So they definitely were misses of rich and powerful noble clan, and she just happened to know their identity too. One was eldest miss of Dongfang clan and other was third miss of Nangong clan. As for Jia Yi, barbarian bull and Li King standing behind Long Yi, she was able to tell that they were mere servants. Yo, isn't his second young Master Zeman? What brings you here? Han Yan really feels extremely flattered. This woman called Han Yan leisurely came over, and Fan Long Yi with a smile. Now she unexpectedly had a taint of pure and innocent flavor. This kind of woman truly can take human life. Han Yan, good name. Long Yi ecstatically inhaled a mouthful of fragrant air. To his surprise, the mistress of this shop was such a great beauty, but how was she able to escape the eye of Zeman Yu? Second young Master Zeman is flattering me. Did you came to my small store this time to choose underwear for these two devastatingly beautiful beauties beside you? Han Yan had a smile and happy face on the surface, but only God knew how much she was cursing in her heart. Long Yi however sized up that fiery figure of Han Yan, and he dared to confirm that this woman absolutely was truly capable. Want breast, then she had breast, want buttocks, then she had buttocks, and especially that flirtatious behavior. Any man who saw her would be attracted to her. When Long Yi was unscrupulously gobbling ice cream, a pain suddenly came from his waist. Dongfang Kexan and Nangong Xiangyun were ruthlessly pinching him from both sides. It was easier to change mountains and rivers than to alter this fellow's character. Just saw a beauty and he stopped walking. Long Yi came back to his sense, then holding the little hands of two women, he teased the center of their palm with his thumbs. The charming body of both of them immediately trembled, then they shyly took away their hands. It seemed this move was still most effective to deal with women. Long Yi smirked in his heart. Han Yan, all the newest model, sexiest and most revealing lingerie you have here, take them out for me. Long Yi smiled and said to the proprietress. His eyes however were still staring at her protruding hot breasts and thinking about the appearance of women wearing sexy underwear in front of him. He heart heated up. Second young Master Zeman came at the right time. A batch of new goods arrived just today. Every one of them is of very high quality. Each piece of them can increase the charm of a woman by 200%. I'll immediately bring them here. Han Yan turned around, and swaying that slender willowy waist, she entered a room not far away. After she turned around, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, as although Long Yi was looking at her with lecherous gaze, but he gave her an unfathomable feeling. Long Yi stared at Han Yan's that perfectly round pert buttock which was wrapped by a skin-tight skirt, and he revealed a smile. This woman was not simple. Not long after, Han Yan came back holding an exquisite bag. After that, taking out a piece after piece of lingerie from inside that bag, she laid them out on the sofa. Regardless of the material used or workmanship, these lingerie are the best. Miss Dongfang and Miss Nangong, feel free to choose, any one of them will definitely satisfy you. Han Yan said with a smile. Long Yi raised his brows, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Dongfang Kexan and Nangong Xiangyun had returned to Soaring Dragon City not long ago, so very few people recognized them, but the proprietress of this small lingerie shop however pointed out their identity, so saying she is just a simple character, even a ghost will not believe it. Ah, so thin, no, isn't there a little thicker one? Nangong Xiangyun picked a piece of nearly transparent small cloth, and her beautiful face reddened as if a baked wheaten cake. These clothing, what's the difference between wearing and not wearing them? Dongfang Kexan was also very shy in her heart, but her body already belongs to Long Yi from 13 years ago, so it was no big deal showing her body in front of her sweetheart. Thinking this, she retorted, "This is sexy enough, like this cousin can correctly judge whose figure is the best." Long Yi smirked, Then turning around, he said, "Barbarian Bull, Li King, you two go down and guard the staircase, don't allow anyone to come up here." Two people immediately turned around and walked down the stairs. Even after that, Long Yi still didn't feel too safe, so waving his hand, he created an opaque barrier surrounding the entire second floor. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Han Yan. Laying out a magic barrier without chanting any incantation, the performance of this second young masterziman was too surprising. "Well, the referee, am announcing the official start of the competition. Ladies, you two can start." Long Yi smirked and said, while his eyes were continuously shuttling back and forth between these two women's body. When it was really the time to start the match, both women couldn't help but hesitate. When all was said and done, both of them were late-blooming virgin maiden, so wearing such transparent and sexy lingerie in front of a man was a little hard for them. Finally, Dongfang Kexin gritted her teeth and picked up a set of seemingly not-so-transparent pink sexy underwear, and entered into a fitting room. And seeing the action of Dongfang Kexin, Nangong Xiangyun also took a deep breath and selected a set of green underwear and entered another fitting room. After that, the gaze of Long Yi turned towards proprietress Han Yan, then suddenly walking over to her side, his wolf claw lightly held her waist. The body of Han Yan slightly stiffened, but very quickly revert back to normal. Then with a bewitching smile, she took the initiative to lean on the body of Long Yi. Then pressing her out standing on the body of Long Yi, she lightly smiled and said, "You're really a bad fellow, eyeing what's in the pot as one eats from one's bowl." T.L. Eyeing what's in the pot as one eats from one's bowl, idiom, feel not satisfied with what has already been obtained, and be still insatiably avaricious to get more. Long Yi suddenly sensed the spirit fluctuation of Han Yan had begun to rise unnaturally, and his heart cooled down. This actually was advanced charming magic, and this involuntarily made him recall Fox Clan's That Charming Magic. Hey, Han Yan, you are truly charming, wait until you truly savor this big brother, then you will not speak like this. Long Yi smiled and said, then his eyes began to become somewhat absent-minded, and his big hand however fell to the perfectly round pert buttocks of Han Yan, beginning to grab and pinch it. That truly felt terrific. Han Yan forced a smile. She had just used her magic on him, so he should have calmed down, but how come he still was like this? Could it be that the intensity wasn't enough? Han Yan thought this, and her spirit fluctuation became even more intense. "Beauty, I want you," Long Yi suddenly whispered as if he was sleep-talking, and his one hand suddenly as if lightning poked neck of Han Yan, and his other hand however needed the big breast of Han Yan. Han Yan was panic-stricken and wanted to scream, but her entire body limped, and she unexpectedly couldn't utter a sound. Now she could only let this sex fiend dally with her body. Suddenly, she felt the big hand moving about on her bosom, sliding downward, directly entering her pants, and stroked her forbidden area between her legs. Just then, Long Yi suddenly pushed her away as if awakening from a dream, and seeing Han Yan was frenetically arranging her clothes, he asked in confusion, "Han Yan, just now, did I do something disrespectful? How come I don't remember anything at all?" Han Yan however could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. She closed her eyes, and after opening her eyes again, she had a smiling expression as before and appeared as if nothing had happened just a moment ago. She didn't know what had happened just now, whether her magic had a totally different reverse effect to Long Yi or he basically was not affected at all and everything was merely his acting. When Han Yan wanted to look for a pretext to beat around the bush, the door of the fitting room suddenly opened, then Dongfang Kexin with her beautiful face completely red slowly walked out. Step by step, she walked to the front of Long Yi. The pupils of Long Yi instantly enlarged, and he unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Now more than half of Dongfang Kexin's that pure white skin comparable to elephant's tusk was revealed, which emitted attractive luster. Her bosom was merely enclosed by a piece of translucent pink bra, and a very big pair of squeezed together to form an enchanting cleavage. Moreover, on the top of pink lingerie, There were two small peanut kernel-sized bulge, truly was intense enough to cause people to have a nosebleed. Then looking down, there was a graceful little waist, and it was so thin that it provoked a tender feeling of people. And there, pink translucent little panties wrapped that mysterious triangle area, but because of a hole in the front, a handful of pitch black hair could be seen coming out from that opening. Gudong, Gudong, Adam's apple of Long Yi continuously moved up and down, and his nose began to heat up. Moreover, his little brother also stood erect, throwing out its chest to show the praise. This is demanding a human life, demanding human life. Long Yi continuously said in his heart, but his eyes couldn't leave the jade-like body of Dongfang Kexin. Dongfang Kexin sensed that burning gaze of Long Yi, and feeling his gaze scanning on her sensitive places, her entire charming body began to redden, and feeling as if he was caressing her entire body, she felt as if something flowed out from her private parts, so she involuntarily clamped her thighs. "Yes, turn around and let me see." Long Yi took a deep breath, and said with lust. Dongfang Kexin bashfully turned around, and a burst of admiration welled up within the heart of Long Yi. She simply had perfect curves, that smooth back and that snow-white perfectly round little buttocks, all shook the soul of Long Yi. "Cousin, is it beautiful?" Dongfang Kexin bashfully asked. "Beautiful? Not a common type beautiful, cousin's figure is truly terrific." Long Yi smiled and said. At that time, Long Yi looked towards the fitting room where Nangong Xiangyun had entered and said, "Little girl, still not coming out quickly, let me see and determine whose figure is the best." "I am not coming out." Nangong Xiangyun didn't have the courage to come out at this time, besides she didn't like this fellow, so showing him her body was truly a big loss for her. "Could it be that you are admitting the defeat, and accepting your figure is inferior to Dongfang Kexin?" Long Yi said with a smile. He really wanted to see how Nangong Xiangyun would look in sexy lingerie. Nangong Xiangyun became silent for a little while, then said, "Yes, I am admitting defeat, my figure is inferior." A smile appeared on the face of Long Yi. Honestly speaking, even though Nangong Xiangyun had decided to withdraw in this final critical juncture, he really wasn't unhappy. Instead, he was somewhat happy, as, like this at least proved that Nangong Xiangyun was still a girl with sense of propriety. She clearly didn't like him, so if for the sake of face and useless vanity, if she had stripped naked in front of the man she didn't like, then although his eyes would have a feast, perhaps a little bit unfavorable view would have risen in the heart of Long Yi. But Long Yi wasn't a gentleman. He was truly somewhat unwilling to not look at the appearance of Nangong Xiangyun in sexy underwear. He smirked, then waved his hand. Suddenly, the plank boards used to make the fitting room fell apart. And at this moment, Nangong Xiangyun was about to change into her normal clothing, so Long Yi was able to see more spring scenery than he had expected. Nangong Xiangyun's back was facing towards Long Yi. Moreover, she had already removed the sexy bra, revealing her smooth back without any obstruction, and one could indistinctly see a bit of her breasts too. And the most fatal was, since she was about to take off her panties, the greater half of her perfectly round pert buttocks was visible. This truly was too erotic. Nangong Xiangyun screamed and squatted down. Even using her toe to think, she would be sure that this was the doing of Long Yi. "Zemin you bastard." Nangong Xiangyun picked up her clothes and covered her exposed body, then roared towards Long Yi. "Accident, this is purely an accident, you can continue, I have turned around, absolutely will not beep." Long Yi smirked and turned around then said. Just at that time, Dongfang Kexin came out after changing her clothing, and as for that lingerie, she naturally would buy, as that underwear still had some wet marks. After both women had finished changing, Long Yi pointed at that pile of lingerie the proprietress had taken out and said, "I will buy all of these, you too, slowly wear these after returning. Then I will pack immediately, please wait a moment, second young master Zemin." Han Yan assumed a pleasantly surprised expression, then picking up those lingerie, she went to one side to pack. Nangong Xiangyun was still glaring at Long Yi with a murderous gaze. This fellow was truly too hateful. Even though she had already admitted the defeat, he still saw her spring scenery. And now, seeing his current complacent expression, she truly wanted to bite off a piece of his meat. Cousin, whose figure is the best among me and sister-in-law? Dongfang Kexin hugged the arm of Long Yi and asked. The figure of both of them truly had their strong points, but it was truly hard to determine whose figure was comparatively better. When Long Yi thinking, he suddenly heard a noisy fighting sound from downstairs. Chapter 234, Yu Feng arrives. Although the barrier he had laid out had sound insulation effect, but he could roughly sense energy fluctuation outside the barrier and knew what was happening outside. Long Yi frowned, then waving his hand, he removed the barrier, but the fighting sounds disappeared all of a sudden. After that, he floated downstairs and saw the first floor was in a big mess. Moreover, Barbarian Bull and Li King had their weapon out. 3 women and Han Yan also walked downstairs, and seeing the circumstance of downstairs, all of them were simultaneously flabbergasted. Goddamn, who acted wildly in this old woman's shop? Han Yan shouted, feeling anguished. Just then, the breathing of Long Yi suddenly stopped, then walking over to the front of the wall, he carefully looked at the mark of burning. Phoenix Dgi? Long Yi muttered, then suddenly shouted, Li King, explain what happened here. Replying to young master, just now, 2 about late teenage girls entered the shop. They insisted on going upstairs, so I and Barbarian Bull had a conflict with them. And just after we fought a little, another young girl with golden hair wearing a fiery red leather armor came in. She seemed to be the master of those 2 girls. She shouted at them to stop, then leaving behind a few amethyst coins, she left with those 2 girls. Li King answered, wearing fiery red leather armor and possessed golden hair. Now, Long Yi was sure that this person was undoubtedly Yu Feng, and those 2 girls must be the 2 maids among those 4 arrogant maids. He suddenly became excited. He had been apart from Yu Feng for such a long time, so he was really missing her, this heroic and vigorous girl, very much. At that time, she risked her life to accompany him to Origin Ice. This affection, he will never forget in his lifetime. After being dazed for a good while, Long Yi woke up and instructed, I still have an important matter. Barbarian Bull, Li King, escort these 2 misses back to their mansion. Cousin. Dongfang Kexin wanted to follow after him, but after instructing, Long Yi disappeared without a trace, so this saintess could only stomp her leg in anger. Looking at the place from where Long Yi had disappeared, Han Yan's expression fluctuated slightly and she muttered in her heart, can it be that he really grasped the lost space magic? But, why didn't I sense even a hint of magic fluctuation? Long Yi urgently flew in the sky and searched for a good while, but he still wasn't able to find the trace of Yu Feng. This couldn't help but made him somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, Long Yi hit his own head and cursed himself inwardly for being a blockhead. Since Yu Feng had came to Soaring Dragon City, the place she would be staying would definitely be Phoenix Clan's Inn. Just going there to look for her, and wouldn't he find her? Long Yi arrived at Phoenix Inn, and asked the manager about Yu Feng. But, who would have thought that this shopkeeper would mistakenly believe this second young master Ziman, was converting their Mrs. Beauty. So, he told Long Yi nothing, and even the intimidation and bribery were useless. He truly was a loyal subordinate. Long Yi was helpless. In this big Soaring Dragon City, there were 5 or 6 Phoenix Inns, and the distance between them was also very large, so he couldn't keep eyes on all the inns simultaneously. But even though he didn't know where Yu Feng was staying, that wasn't a problem, as even though the manager said nothing, there inevitably will be other people that had seen. So Long Yi asked several guests that walked out of this Phoenix Inn, but no one had seen such girl coming here. This meant she wasn't here. Long Yi used this method in all other Phoenix Inns of Soaring Dragon City too, and he finally determined where Yu Feng was staying, so Long Yi went inside that Phoenix Inn and sat on the sofa of the hall, waiting for the return of Yu Feng. But what Long Yi didn't know was, when he was waiting for Yu Feng, Yu Feng, however, was looking for Zimin Mansion. She missed her sweetheart so much that she was almost about to go insane, and when she heard Long Yi had already returned to Soaring Dragon City, she looked for a chance to persuade her mother to let her go to Soaring Dragon City, and finally, she got this chance with great difficulty. So, she naturally wanted to give her sweetheart a surprise. But, who would have thought that, when she excitedly reached Zimin Mansion, the servant informed her that second young Master Zimin was out, so she had no choice but to stay inside the hall of Zimin Mansion, waiting for his return. The sky gradually became dark, and multicolored magic lamps illuminated the streets of Soaring Dragon City. Now the entire city looked charming and magnificent. This was a bustling city, but also a lonely city. Different people played the part of different roles here. Some people cry while some people laugh here. A pair of lovers, in order to meet each other, were waiting in each other's place. Perhaps God was unhappy to see their reunion. He made a small move to hinder them. The sky got increasingly darker, and the air also gradually become cold. As it was already an early winter, the difference in temperature of day and night was very big, so the number of pedestrians on the street decreased drastically. Only some money-squandering dens were still bustling. Looking at the lanterns which were being blown by wind, Long Yi knitted his brows, and muttered in his heart, "Where did this girl go, so late but still not coming back? Manager, where did you family Ms. go? Why isn't she coming even though it is already this late?" Long Yi stood up and asked, "I also don't know. How can we, mere servants, dare to meddle in the matter of our miss?" The manager bowed and answered, but in his heart, he was hoping for their miss to not return, as, if this sex fiend took a fancy upon her, then that wouldn't be a good matter. At that time, in the mansion of Zimin, a maid wearing purple robe entered the hall. "Zizhu, what did they say? Did their second young master Zimin returned?" Yu Feng anxiously asked. Replying to Miss, "They said eldest young master has returned, but second young master hasn't returned yet." Zizhu answered, "Miss, I think we should come back tomorrow. Son-in-law might not return today." Another maid wearing red robe said. Yu Feng looked towards the sky and gritting her teeth, she said, "Let's wait a little longer, maybe he'll be back soon." Just then, Yu Feng suddenly saw a beautiful woman with noble aura wearing a snow-white fox fur robe walking in with two maids. Sharp-eyed Yu Feng immediately was sure that this beautiful woman was the mistress of this Zimin mansion, so she hastily stood up and greeted. This beautiful woman was naturally Dongfeng Wan. She had just heard that a beautiful girl was waiting for Zimin Yu in the hall for a long time, so she was interested to come and take a look at her. And just when she had reached the entrance, she heard that maid addressing her son as a son-in-law, so she immediately understood that this girl was her son's woman. Dongfeng Wan fastidiously sized up Yu Feng, and after a good while, she nodded her head in satisfaction. This girl gave her a good first impression. Her figure was very tall, and she also looked very beautiful. Moreover, that golden hair of hers was very attractive. Furthermore, that red leather armor and huge sword made her look very heroic, giving her a kind of bold and brave feelings. "Might you be from Phoenix Clan?" Dongfeng Wan asked. "Yes, Auntie, my name is Yu Feng. Today, I came to look for Long Zimin Yu." Yu Feng courteously said. "Who are you, Tuer?" Dongfeng Wan sat down and emitting a majestic aura, she asked. The beautiful face of Yu Feng reddened, however, she answered firmly, "I am his woman. I wonder who Auntie is?" The clear-cut answer of Yu Feng won the goodwill of Dongfeng Wan. Now, she liked this brave and not sloppy girl, and hearing her question, she smiled and said, "I am Yuer's biological mother." "Ah, Auntie, hello." Although Yu Feng had already guessed this in the beginning, but when she truly heard the identity of Dongfeng Wan, she still panicked a little. "Don't be nervous, sit down." Dongfeng Wan smiled and said, "This girl was truly lovable. Since you are the woman of Yuer, that naturally means you are my daughter-in-law, so I will call you Fenger from now on. Is that okay?" Seeing Yu Feng had sat down, Dongfeng Wan said. Yu Feng was delighted in her heart. As to her surprise, Dongfeng Wan had easily accepted her, so she happily said, Of course you can, Auntie. Fenger, I like you very much, but there is something Auntie needs to say up front. Dongfang Wan slowly said. Auntie, please say. Yu Feng was somewhat nervous, wondering what Dongfang Wan wanted to say. I heard a little about the rules of your Phoenix clan. It is absolutely impossible for you to marry into and live with your Phoenix clan. Furthermore, Yuer and Nangong clan's third Ms are already engaged and they are getting married very soon. Do you know these matters? Dongfang Wan said. Yu Feng was startled hearing Long Yi was about to marry Nangong clan's third Miss. Immediately upon hearing her sweetheart was getting married very soon, moreover the bride was not herself, her heart was naturally hurt and also astringent, but Yu Feng was an understanding girl with a sense of propriety. She knew long ago that she couldn't have Long Yi for only herself, moreover, she knew that it was impossible for Long Yi to avoid this kind of political marriage. I know. I will not ask him to marry into my Phoenix clan, and I also don't mind him having other women. Yu Feng somewhat bitterly said. She was a woman, so how could she truly not have any ill feeling? Dongfang Wan naturally saw the bitterness of Yu Feng, as she was also a woman and Zeman Nu was also a licentious person, who was full of affection, when he was young, therefore, she completely understood the plight of Yu Feng. Dongfang Wan sat beside Yu Feng, then lightly patted her shoulder to console and said, Fenger, now it's already very late, today, Yuer might not come back, how about you stay here for the night? Yu Feng shook her head and said, Auntie, I have to go back, but I will come back tomorrow again. Yu Feng led two maids out of Zeman Mansion, as she cultivated Phoenix Qi, and also had Phoenix Jade to warm her body. She didn't feel cold. Lightly sighing, Yu Feng walked forward. Just then, suddenly snowflakes floated down from the sky. Snow-white, translucent snow fell. Snow? It actually snowed. Yu Feng muttered. One should know that Violent Dragon Empire lied in the east, so although it had 4 seasons, but the overall weather was warm, as a result, snowfall was very rare. Long Yi, who had just come out from the Phoenix Inn, also looked up, then looking at the snowflakes falling down, he was lost in thoughts. He recalled the border city of Proud Moon Empire, Kaifeng City, where he and Yu Feng were reunited in such a heavy snowfall day. After that, they had spent nearly 60 days in the snow. Will we meet again in this snowy night? Long Yi caught a snowflake with his hand, and he smiled. After that, he used soaring magic to fly towards Zeman Mansion. Long Yi, Fenger miss you very much, no matter where, will you come to find me? Yu Feng muttered in her heart, and with her golden hair floating in the air, she walked towards Phoenix Inn. Sometimes, a meeting was destined, was a fate and also was a destiny. During heavy snowfall, on the street in late night, a man and a woman, one in the sky and another in the ground, fixedly stared at each other. This instant the time froze, becoming eternal for these two people. Chapter 235, Phoenix Jade equals Raging Flames Jade. In the middle of a heavy snowfall, Long Yi looked at that fiery red figure on the ground, and seeing her two sparkling and crystal clear bright eyes, his nose suddenly turned sour, and he felt his sentiments entangling in his heart along with blood flowing all over his body, and a feeling of happiness and joyous appeared in his heart. Long Yi slowly descended, and couldn't help but got agitated in his heart. Then with his lightly trembling hoarse voice, he called out, Fenger. The whole body of Yu Feng quivered, and tears slid down from her eyes. They were the tears filled with missing sentiments. Long Yi. Yu Feng murmured. Then with a beautiful smile on her face, she suddenly rushed into that open bosom of Long Yi. Yu Feng jumped into the air, and just like a koala, she hung on the body of Long Yi. Then, she felt she was beginning to spin and fly up. Hee hee hee. Yu Feng with tears on her face happily laughed. The happiness came so suddenly and also so quickly that she was almost unable to differentiate whether this was a dream or reality. Long Yi stopped spinning, and tightly hugged a beauty in his bosom. Moreover, smelling that familiar fragrance, He felt full. This was a kind of warm feeling that made him very comfortable. The fate of these two people was firmly tied together after going through life and death trials and tribulation together in Origin Ice. So for Long Yi, Yu Feng wasn't only his woman. Also was his dear ones. Yu Feng also tightly hugged Long Yi just as Long Yi was tightly hugging her. That unique manly aura that belongs to only Long Yi filled her heart, which had become empty after being apart from Long Yi. In the late night, the snowfall became heavier and heavier, but the two of them embraced each other without the slightest sensation of coldness. They just hugged each other as if they were in their own world. Zijou and Hong Xiu looked at each other and saw admiration in the eyes of each other. Then nodding their head to each other, they disappeared, leaving behind only Long Yi and Yu Feng, as at this very moment, they were superfluous. In the luxurious suite of Phoenix Inn, two people were enthusiastically hugging, kissing and panting. Long Yi, love me, I want to become your real woman. The little hand of Yu Feng entered inside the clothing of Long Yi, then she caressed his sturdy body. Long Yi however didn't speak. He replied to the request of Yu Feng with even wilder kiss and caressing. He sucked the small fragrant tongue of Yu Feng, while his big hands wandered around the charming body of Yu Feng. Big breasts, pert buttocks, willowy waist, and her smooth back. Long Yi caressed practically all of the sensitive places of Yu Feng. Two people while hugging and kissing walked towards the bedroom. Long Yi kicked open the door of the bedroom, then pushed down Yu Feng on the bed. After that, he stopped his movements and looking at the beautiful face of Yu Feng under the dim light. That originally heroic face now was already very red. Even her pure white jade neck had a layer of rosy color, which emitted a kind of inexplicable charm. Yu Feng opened her blurred eyes, and seeing Long Yi's those passionate eyes, her body slightly trembled, and she unexpectedly felt somewhat unbearable. "What are you looking?" Yu Feng grumbled in a flirty manner. "Of course, I'm looking at my little darling finger. I want to look at you so that I can remember every inch of your skin." Long Yi used his hoarse voice filled with to answer. Then retracting his big hand located on Yu Feng's, he gently caressed Yu Feng's that profound outline, arched eyebrows, autumn eyes, jade nose, and finally her lips. Yu Feng closed her eyes, and feeling Long Yi's that caressing full of affection, she suddenly opened her pink lips, and took the finger of Long Yi located on her lips inside her mouth, then began to suck and tease with the tip of her tongue just like that night when Phoenix Matriarch had caught her red-handed in Kaifeng City. The breathing of Long Yi instantly became even more passionate. This action of Yu Feng had pleasantly surprised him. Could it be that this girl truly has a hidden talent to become a seductive woman? Long Yi's another hand began to caress the full and round breast of Yu Feng, and his little brother had already beaten the war drum long ago and now was pressing against the softest place between the legs of Yu Feng. Yu Feng, who was already embarrassed, receiving this sudden stimulation, couldn't help but grit her teeth, forgetting a finger of Long Yi was in her mouth. Long Yi hissed in pain, and immediately retracted his finger. Now there were two very deep bite marks on his finger. "I'm sorry, Long Yi, does it hurt?" Hearing the hissing of Long Yi in pain, Yu Feng was startled awake, then apologetically holding the wounded finger of Long Yi, she gently blew. It's fine, Long Yi said with a smile, but suddenly thinking if it was his little brother in the mouth of Yu Feng instead of his finger at that time, then wouldn't. Thinking this, he couldn't help but sweat profusely. "Long Yi, if you are fine, then why are you sweating so profusely?" Yu Feng asked curiously. Could it be that this was really so painful? "This is because I want to eat you." Long Yi with an evil smile pounced onto Yu Feng once again, then began to quickly strip the leather armor Yu Feng was wearing. Yu Feng also passionately swayed her charming body as if a snake, and frequently using her hands to remove the clothing of Long Yi. Long Yi took off the clothing of Yu Feng one after another, and instantly she was stripped naked. And seeing Yu Feng's that slightly quivering, Long Yi was very impatient to eat her. But just then, from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a piece of red jade lying on the golden hair behind the jade neck of Yu Feng. Because Yu Feng was lying, this jade had slid to her nape. Long Yi startled, then reaching out his hand, he picked this warm red jade. The shape of this jade immediately stunned him, as this jade unexpectedly had exactly the same shape as dark magic jade and holy light jade. Yu Feng had closed her eyes waiting for her sweetheart's kiss and caress, but even after waiting for a while for the arrival of that divine moment, her sweetheart however suddenly became mute, so she opened her eyes in confusion, and saw he was holding her phoenix jade and was watching it in a daze. Long Yi, what's going on? Does that phoenix jade looks better than me? Yu Feng waved her hand in front of the eyes of Long Yi, and said in dissatisfaction. She however had waited for this day for a very long time. Long Yi came back to his senses, but still holding this red jade, he asked with stern countenance, Fenger, where did you obtain this phoenix jade? Seeing the rare serious expression of Long Yi, Yu Feng knew that he must have found something important, so she stopped that little girl mood, then taking off this phoenix jade from her neck, she handed over to Long Yi and said, Phoenix jade is my most important thing after my mother gave it to me. They say this phoenix jade is the keepsake of our phoenix clan. Moreover, because of it, I was able to persist in Origin Ice for so long at that time. Long Yi couldn't help but recall the first time he had seen Yu Feng. At that time, she was wearing an ornament which emitted powerful fire magic energy, and he didn't understand why she was wearing a magic accessory even though she was a swords master. It seems that fire magic accessory he had sensed at that time was this phoenix jade, or calling it raging flames jade was more appropriate. On that day in Kaifeng City, why didn't I see it? Long Yi confusedly asked. That night, they almost had intimate, but because of the sudden intrusion of Phoenix Matriarch, they had to stop at the final moment. But at that time, he didn't notice this raging flames jade hanging on the neck of Long Yi. Yu Feng thought for a bit and said, that night when I and my mother were chatting in the room, the phoenix jade suddenly sent out a red light, but it disappeared immediately afterwards, so my mother took it to study it for the time being. As a result, I was not wearing it when I came to your room. So, it was like that. Long Yi nodded his head, then he suddenly recalled that he had taken out both dark magic jade and holy light jade earlier on that night to study them. Could it be that the changes on raging flames jade had occurred due to his action? Boy, you are truly lucky enough. Now with this raging flames jade, God Beast Fire Kylan's strength will increase by several times. Just at that time, a voice resounded within the sea of consciousness of Long Yi. Hey buddy, from next time, please greet me first when you are here, okay? Don't you know I am in the process of carrying out an important matter of mankind? Long Yi wasn't angry, but he immediately used a quilt to wrap the naked charming body of Yu Feng, and as for Yu Feng, she was unable to make head or tails out of this action of Long Yi. Do you think I want to see this? I just sensed the aura of raging flames jade, so I came out. Otherwise, even if you want me to come out, I would be too lazy to come out. The shadow lightly snorted. Long Yi pondered for a little while, and said within his consciousness, buddy, I think you should know a little about these jades. In the end, what are the uses of these jades? I am still confused till now. The shadow quieted down, and said after a long time, these jades are the spirit tablets. They truly contains astonishing power within them. But I cannot tell you everything now. I'll tell you everything after your strength reaches the certain level. Finished speaking, this shadow disappeared from his sea of consciousness, and even after Long Yi called out for a long time, he got no response. His strength reaches a certain level. Long Yi was somewhat confused. Could it be that his current strength was still not enough? Even without relying on other things, he should be able to deal with Sword Saint without any big problem. As for that female Sword Saint of Holy Magic Academy, Long Yi admits that he wouldn't be able to defeat her, but Long Yi estimated that that female Sword Saint had long ago stepped out of Sword Saint realm, and perhaps had already stepped into Sword God realm. And hearing the manner of speaking of this shadow when speaking about such strength, it appeared as if Long Yi was still very far away from the level the shadow was speaking. Then what strength level should he reach to be counted as qualified? Sword God, Magic God? Long Yi, What happened? What problem does this phoenix jade has? Please tell me. Seeing Long Yi blankly staring at her phoenix jade, she hugged the waist of Long Yi and anxiously asked. Long Yi sighed, and he was somewhat at a loss. After arriving in this world, one mystery after another mystery appeared before him, and now he didn't know from where he should start handling them. After that, waving his hand, he set up a powerful barrier. Fanger, if I said Phoenix Jade is the spirit tablet of Fire God, then will you believe? Long Yi asked. Fire God, spirit tablet? Yu Feng was somewhat shocked, but she knew that Long Yi will not shoot an arrow without a target, and since he said that, there must be his reason. Long Yi didn't say anything, and simply took out Dark Magic Jade and Holy Light Jade from his space ring. Immediately after that, the three jades simultaneously emitted rays of light and began rotating in the air. Can it be that these are legendary Holy Light Jade and Dark Magic Jade that are supposed to possess infinite light magical power and dark magical power respectively? Yu Feng, being experienced and knowledgeable, was able to guess the origin of those two jades. Correct, these are those legendary spirit tablets of Light God and Dark God respectively, and your Phoenix Jade is the spirit tablet of Fire God. Long Yi looked at the mutually resonating three spirit tablets, and said slowly, our Phoenix clan has faith in Fire God, but I didn't expect that the spirit tablet of Fire God is unexpectedly Phoenix Jade. This truly is too unbelievable. Yu Feng muttered. Long Yi looked at Yu Feng for a long time, then decided to tell her everything. Now she was his woman, but she still didn't know the matter of him being a dark magician as well as a necromancer. He wondered how she would react after she knew these matters. Fanger, I wonder how you regard the dark magic? Long Yi suddenly asked. Yu Feng was stunned for a bit. She didn't understand why Long Yi suddenly asked such question, but she still answered honestly, I have never come into contact with dark magic, but I heard the people who cultivate dark magic are cruel and ferocious in nature. Moreover, they sell their soul to Dark God to obtain power. Long Yi made a wry smile. What else should expect in this continent which was enveloped in the radiance of Light God? Some people believed in dark magic just like the people believe in light magic, but was there any difference between the people casting dark magic and other magic? Perhaps some dark magicians used dark magic to do many evil deeds, but this was not a big problem, as weren't there also many scums that cultivate light magic that did many evil deeds under the banner of Light God. Yu Feng noticed the expression of Long Yi, and with her heart suddenly tightening, she exclaimed in surprise, Long Yi, can it be that you are also? Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, then a black light flashed on his hand as he threw corrosion magic towards a chair beside their bed. After that, the chair instantly turned into a pile of black water. You guessed it right, I also cultivate dark magic. Do you think I am a cruel, bloodthirsty and inhuman person? Long Yi stared straight at the eyes of Yu Feng and said. Yu Feng was surprised in her heart, then holding Long Yi, she shook her head, and thinking Long Yi will hate her because of her earlier response, she anxiously said, no, even if the people of the entire world says otherwise, I will always believe in you. I don't know about other people, but I know that you are definitely not like that. Long Yi became happy in his heart, and he took Yu Feng into his bosom with a smile. And Yu Feng, placing her chin on the shoulder of Long Yi, muttered, just a moment ago, I was really afraid that you won't want me anymore, but now I am actually very happy. You telling me such a big secret, I really am very happy. Well, among my women who are not dark magicians, Fanger, you are the first one to know this secret. Long Yi said with a smile, other than Len Yuyu and Feng Ling. Yu Feng really was the first girl he had told this secret. T.L. He seems to have forgotten about Lu Xia. Having heard what was said, Yu Feng was pleasantly surprised. Didn't this explain that she had an extremely important place in the heart of Long Yi? One should know that, in Blue Wave's continent, all the people had maximum prejudice against all dark magician. Still, her sweetheart told her such a life and death secret. This moved her greatly. Chapter 236, First Time, The True Might of Phoenix Ki. 3 spirit tablets floated in midair, and three-colored, black, white and red, radiances shone against each other as if they wanted to seep into each other, and this as if hazy neon lights illuminated Long Yi and Yu Feng. With the action of Yu Feng, the affection of Long Yi got even denser, and this moment, under the illumination of the magnificent radiance of spirit tablets, the atmosphere of this room became ambiguous. Now, Yu Feng was also passionate, no matter if it was her body or her mentality. All of them had already reached the peak. She began to squirm restlessly in the bosom of Long Yi, and her aura also became incomparably passionate. After getting interrupted several times just a moment ago, the accumulation of made her body become very sensitive. Fenger, before Long Yi could finish speaking, Yu Feng pushed down Long Yi on the bed and interrupted his words with her fragrant lips. Now, she no longer wanted to listen, just desired to become his woman. How could Long Yi be willing to be pushed down by a woman? He naturally revolted and easily changed their offense and defense positions. He was a veteran of such battlefield, so he naturally understood the feeling of Yu Feng. As a result, he put aside the matter of summoning Fire Kylan for the time being. Now, Yu Feng was very passionate as a fire. Her little hands began to tear the clothing of Long Yi. She loved skinship without any obstruction, so she naturally hated this layer of clothing which were in her way. Feeling the eagerness of Yu Feng, Long Yi quickly took off all his clothing, and finally, both of them were stark naked together. Long Yi sucked Yu Feng's that delicate while his hands were simultaneously moving around her body. One moment, his hands would climb hills and mountains, and another moment, his hands would explore secret mysterious places, teasing the sensitive places of Yu Feng. Now the entire body of Yu Feng had a layer of pink luster because of aroused passion, appearing very tempting. Suddenly, the manly little brother of Long Yi felt tight, falling into a warm jade hand. "Yeah, it's so hot," Yu Feng exclaimed. Still she bit her lower lips and moved her hand up and down. The of Long Yi had already reached the critical point, and with the movement of Yu Feng's little hand, he suddenly felt extreme pleasure as if a tide. He immediately spread open the thigh of Yu Feng, wanting to stick his spear into a cave, but to his great surprise, Yu Feng however firmly held his little brother without letting it go. "Fenger, stop playing." Long Yi immediately teased the private parts of Yu Feng, making her grasp for breathing. "No, don't play a dirty trick." Yu Feng curiously looked at the very large thing in her hand and said. She was truly curious about how a soft little thing suddenly changed into this scary appearance in a moment. Long Yi however was unable to bear, so he immediately teased the sensitive places of Yu Feng with both of his hands, making her body to go limp all of a sudden, and her grip also loosened. After that, Long Yi pushed down Yu Feng, and just when he wanted to take action, Yu Feng opened her eyes and hugging the neck of Long Yi, she whispered in his ear, a bit gently, "You are so big, so be sure to not break Fenger." The heart of Long Yi softened, and his movement also got gentler. But since this was her first night, the pain was unavoidable. When Long Yi finally tore open that layer of a membrane which symbolized chastity, the tears of Yu Feng also flowed down as if in the commemorate of her transforming into a woman from a girl. Several flowers bloomed and fell, letting the pleasant sensation of both heart and body of two people reach the pinnacle. In the complete harmony, the feelings of these two people obtained a qualitative sublimation. Sex and love were completely inalienable. When the feelings reached a certain level, sex would naturally occur. And having sex in love let the people in love with each other achieve a perfect agreement in spiritual and physical level. Yu Feng was lazily lying on the bosom of Long Yi, and her long and slender jade finger was subconsciously making a circle on his chest. This seemed to be a kind of subconscious action of girls after the joyous event of love, but Long Yi didn't understand what this represents. "Fenger, why aren't you resting?" Long Yi gently bit the earlobe of Yu Feng and said, "I'm not sleepy, although my body is aching and also limp, but my spirit is very energetic, probably because I'm too happy." Yu Feng mischievously fiddled Long Yi's that very soft and small and said with a smile, "Happy? Weren't you still shedding tears because of pain just now?" Long Yi said with a smile, "Yes, I am very happy. I finally became your woman, and also finally given you my everything. Hereafter, you have to bear me for the lifetime, so from now on, I can sleep peacefully. Aren't these enough for me to be happy?" Yu Feng giggled and used her tongue to tease Long Yi's. "Don't tease, Ignite I, your husband's fire, and I will not let you go even if you beg for mercy." The little brother of Long Yi was again ready to make trouble due to the teasing of Yu Feng, but he knew that Yu Feng had just had her first time, and she wouldn't be able to endure another round of his conquest, so he warned her. Yu Feng smiled and didn't dare to tease again. If she let Long Yi attack again, she feared she would have to stay in the bed for 10 to 15 days to recover. "Fenger, how long will you stay in Soaring Dragon City?" Long Yi asked. He was unwilling to separate from the beauty he was holding in his bosom. "Roughly for half a month, and I have to tell you, now, I have to take care of basically all the matters of Phoenix Clan. Now you say, isn't Fenger amazing?" Yu Feng said, showing off her achievement to her sweetheart. "Of course, my darling Fenger is amazing, is the most amazing woman in this world." Long Yi praised with a smile. "That's natural. Whose wife do you think I am?" Yu Feng proudly said, leaning on the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi smiled and lightly patted the buttocks of Yu Feng. "My husband, after I return from Soaring Dragon City, I will be going to Flames Mountain with my mother." Mother said that that place hides many things left behind by Raging Flames Villa, and perhaps we might also find the secret manual with a complete record of Phoenix Ki. Yu Feng said. "What, the current Phoenix Ki of your Phoenix Clan isn't complete?" Long Yi asked curiously. Mother said that our Phoenix Ki was called Raging Flames Ki in those days, and it was divided into 2 fractions and 3 ranks. After the conflict of Raging Flames Villa and Ice Palace, only rank 1 of 1 fraction was passed down to us. Mother said that if we are able to train in rank 3 version, then as a great swords master, we can achieve the strength of Sword God. Yu Feng said with yearning complexion. At this time, Long Yi suddenly recalled that picket leader of Violet Dragon Legion, Chu Fu, whom he had a match with. The property of his Ki was very similar to the property of Phoenix Ki, so he asked, "Fenger, after that great war of your Raging Flames Villa 1,000 years ago, aren't there other people who survived?" Yu Feng shook her head. "I also don't know. But Mother said that only we possess the bloodline of Raging Flames Villa now." A few days ago, in Violet Dragon Legion, I met a person who used Ki that was very similar to Phoenix Ki. Moreover, the might of his Ki seemed even stronger. Long Yi said. "Really? Was that person a man or a woman?" Yu Feng asked in surprise. "Man." Long Yi answered. "Man? But our Phoenix Ki is only suitable for women, unless..." While speaking, Yu Feng suddenly opened her eyes wide, and suddenly jumped up from the bosom of Long Yi. "Ayo, Fenger, do you want to end your good sex life today?" Long Yi shouted in pain. "What happened?" Yu Feng lowered her head and asked nervously. "Look where you are stepping on." Long Yi creased his eyebrows and said in extreme pain. Naturally, the greater part was only acting. Yu Feng looked towards her leg. Screaming. She immediately retreated 1 step. As it turned out, she was unexpectedly stepping on Long Yi's family jewels. She naturally knew the importance of that place of a male, and was really afraid that her step might have ruined it, so she immediately squatted down and used her little hands to hold it, and then after caressing and blowing, she directly placed it inside her mouth. With such stimulation, how could the little brother of Long Yi not show any changes? Fortunately, there is no problem. Seeing the little brother of Long Yi was standing normally, Yu Feng patted her chest in relief. "Little fox spirit, do you truly want to take your husband's life?" Long Yi pulled Yu Feng into his bosom, then forcibly suppressing his fire of lust, he whispered. He, I am a little fox spirit, only my husband's little fox spirit." Yu Feng said with a smile while thinking that the teachings of her mother were correct. One should use every small means to charm a man. The words of Yu Feng suddenly made Long Yi recall the little fox Bertha and that coquettish and enchanting me Empress of Me Principality. Those two really were peerless great beauty. But Long Yi didn't think about them for too long, and recalling he had interrupted Yu Feng while she was speaking, he asked, "You were saying unless what?" "What I mean is, unless there are other descents of Raging Flames Villa." In those times, Raging Flames Tki were divided into two fractions. One was suitable for a female to cultivate, and the remaining one was suitable for a male to cultivate. "I think the person you are talking about might be from another fraction of Raging Flames Villa," Yu Feng said. Long Yi nodded his head, but at that time when he had asked Chu Fu whether he was related to Phoenix Clan or not, Chu Fu however had resolutely said that he didn't have any relation with Phoenix Clan. "My husband, if it is not too much, then can you let me meet with this person?" Yu Feng asked. "Fine, I'll take you to meet him when I get a chance." Long Yi promised her, but he was not too optimistic about their meeting, as from the tone and reaction of Chu Fu, it seemed he didn't have any good opinion of Phoenix Clan. At this time, the sky outside was already bright. Since there was a heavy snowfall last night, everything was covered with snow. In the streets, people were frequently cheering in a pleasant surprise, as, for Violent Dragon Empire, it was very rare for a snowfall, and snowfall was the auspicious sign too. So with a harvest festival coming very soon, this was a very good omen. Yu Feng looked at the window covered in frost as well as the roof covered with a thick layer of snow of the opposite building, and suddenly said, "My husband, let's make a snowman." "Snowman? But when we were in Origin Ice, why didn't you make it there?" Long Yi said with a smile. "At that time, I was about to freeze to death. How can I have the thoughts of making a snowman?" "My husband, please." Yu Feng sat up, and shaking the arm of Long Yi, she acted coquettishly, and seeing the swaying jade breasts of Yu Feng, Long Yi drooled. "All right, aren't I agreeing to you? Dress up first, then I will summon Fire God Beast Fire Kylan and look at his reaction." Long Yi was unable to defend the coquettish offense of Yu Feng and was forced to agree. Chapter 237, Super Snowman. Long Yi and Yu Feng finished putting on their clothing. Long Yi wore creamy white silk gown as before, and Yu Feng also wore her signature fiery red skin-tight leather armor. "My husband, don't you feel Fenger has become more beautiful today?" Looking at the beautiful reflection on the magic mirror, Yu Feng asked in surprise, as she shouldn't have this kind of demeanor. Long Yi mischievously smiled, then hugging Yu Feng from the back, he said, "Of course, you have become beautiful, furthermore, you will become more and more beautiful hereafter. With your husband moistening you every day hereafter, Fenger will definitely become an unrivaled great beauty." "Hateful, didn't you say you were summoning Fire God Beast Fire Kylan?" Yu Feng rolled her eyes and said, but in her heart, she was indistinctly looking forward. Long Yi nodded his head, then looking at those 3 spirit tablets still floating in the air, he silently chanted the incantation. Then with a flash of red light from the blood-colored skull mark in the palm of his left hand, Fire Kylan, Violent Lightning Beast, Tiger Cub Little 3, 18 super skeletons as well as 5-7 baleful puppets appeared simultaneously in this bedroom. Sensing the aura of spirit tablets, Fire Kylan and Tiger Cub Little 3 roared in unison, then those 3 spirit tablets floating in the air instantly separated, giving out an intense radiance. After that, Raging Flames Jade flew towards Fire Kylan, and the Dark Magic Jade as well as Holy Light Jade flew towards Little 3. 3 spirit tablets emitted rays of light which enveloped 2 god beasts, and the power of 2 god beasts spread in all direction with them as the center. The things in the room began to shake and cracks began to appear. Violent Lightning Beast and others involuntarily retreated. Even the strong barrier Long Yi had laid out actually began to fluctuate. If this goes on like this, then solely their power would break the barrier of Long Yi. Fuck, spirit tablets, return. Really is the fart of a mortal, they are too outstanding. Long Yi muttered, then with a wave of his hand, the 3 spirit tablets fell into the hand of Long Yi, and 2 god beasts also changed back to their pocket-sized appearance. And together with similarly pocket-sized Violent Lightning Beast, They happily ran over to the leg of Long Yi and fawned upon him. Seeing the affection between Long Yi and these three little fellows with terrifying combat ability, Yu Feng entered the absent-minded state. It seemed these pets of Long Yi were too universally shocking. After a good while, Yu Feng slowly came back to her senses. She already knew about Little Three and Violent Lightning Beast, but seeing those 18 pitch-black skeletons behind Long Yi, she was frightened. "My husband, did you also learn necromancer? Did you summon these scary skeletons?" Yu Feng pointed towards those 18 super skeletons and said, "Yes, don't you feel their might?" "Your husband, I can summon different planes Corpse King too. Do you want to see?" Long Yi smiled and said he had not seen these super skeletons for a period of time, and their bone armors appeared to have gotten thicker, but he didn't know whether that was his misconception or not. "No, don't, these skeletons are already scary enough. Just look at that one in the front, it is holding a bloody death scythe." Yu Feng was not accustomed to seeing these bones, and especially sensing their dark and bloody aura of death, she felt a chill in her heart. Long Yi turned around and seeing Long Tu standing on the front, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Then he subconsciously called out, "Long Tu." Those pitch-black pupils of Long Tu suddenly flashed with a red light but disappeared immediately afterward. This greatly shocked Long Yi, and a ridiculous feeling appeared in his heart, which was, Long Tu seemed to have responded to his call. "Long Tu." Long Yi called out again, but even after a long time, Long Tu had no reaction. "My husband, are you calling this skeleton as Long Tu? It doesn't have consciousness." Yu Feng couldn't help saying. Long Yi pondered and shaking his head, he asked, "Fenger, did you saw a red light flashing in the eyes of Long Tu just now?" "Nope, there was no reaction at all." Yu Feng strangely looked at Long Yi and said, "No reaction, then was that just my misconception?" Long Yi pondered for a while, then gave up on thinking whether this was his misconception or not. He will know later for sure. In this world which was full of strange things, who said the skeletons would not give rise to consciousness? Long Yi waved his big hand, then 7 baleful puppets and 18 super skeletons were returned back to his dark dimension space. As for Little Three, Violent Lightning Beast and Fire Kylan, they refused to go inside dark dimension space. They were bored to death, so now that they had finally come out, how could they return back without playing enough? If only I had brought Snowstorm Divine Martin, it would have definitely loved this snow. Seeing three mischievously playing three god beasts, Yu Feng suddenly said, "Oh, that's right, I have forgotten about it. Why didn't you bring Snowstorm Divine Martin?" Long Yi asked. "A few days ago, I don't know what happened but it became violent and restless. It frequently attacked at random, so I brought it to a cold storage, and it loved that place. So, I left it inside, but when I went to see it later, it was unexpectedly frozen solid." Mother said that it might be evolving. Yu Feng said with concern, "Don't worry, Snowstorm Divine Martin is a super magical beast. How could it easily meet with a mishap? Listening to what you have said, it should be cultivating." Long Yi hugged Yu Feng and consoled. Leaning onto Long Yi, Yu Feng nodded her head, then suddenly seeing the sky outside was already bright, she swept clean the gloomy mood, and pulling Long Yi, she said, "My husband, let's quickly go out and make a snowman." When Yu Feng came out from inside the room with Long Yi, the manager and workers had their eyes wide open in shock. To their great surprise, their miss was intimately holding the hand of second young Master Zeman, who was known as the most perverted person in Blue Wave's continent, when walking out of her room. Didn't this mean, last night these two people? This is bad. I have to send a message to Mistress as soon as possible. I can't let this sex fiend take advantage of our miss. The manager muttered, then immediately commanded people to prepare ink and paper so that he could write the message to their mistress. At this moment, the sky outside was still somewhat cloudy, and little snowflakes were still floating down. But because of the heavy snowfall last night, the accumulated snow on the street could reach up to the ankle of a person. Many children were piling up the snow to make a snowman, and some were having a snowball fight. but everyone was having a lot of fun. Long Yi and Yu Feng found an open and spacious place. In that place, many young masters and misses were already playing in the snow, and the arrival of Long Yi and Yu Feng as well as three extremely cute little fellows immediately attracted the gaze of everyone. Everyone naturally knew the appearance of second young master Zimin and also his reputation of sex fiend. So those young master and misses immediately retreated far away. Some ran away then and there, and some curiously looked at him from far away. After all, Long Yi was elegant and handsome, and had an extraordinary temperament. That handsome face accompanied with that slight smile yet not a smile expression of Long Yi possessed strong lethality towards ladies. In fact, although their looks weren't bad, but compared to Yu Feng beside Long Yi, they were not up to much. "My husband, how big of a snowman are we making?" Yu Feng was very excited, and with a big smile, she asked. "Well, your husband will make a snowman that will surpass all others of its kind before and since for you," Long Yi said with a smile. Yu Feng excitedly smiled looking at her sweetheart in the middle of the snow. Long Yi walked to the middle of this open and spacious place, then emitting a powerful energy, he began to dance slowly. All the people curiously looked at Long Yi's slow movements. They didn't know what he was doing. More and more onlookers began to gather, and a number of peddlers actually began to hawk in this place. Moreover, their business was unexpectedly not bad. "Hey, let's quickly go and see. I hear second young master Zimin is flirting with a girl over there," a passerby said to another passerby on the road. "Hey, let's quickly go and see. I hear second young master Zimin took off the clothing of Li Clan's miss over there. My cousin saw this personally," another passerby said to others. It had to be acknowledged that the creativity of the masses was astonishing. With more and more people on that side, the rumor got more and more outrageous. Later, some people actually said that second young master Zimin was raping a young girl in public on the snowland. Moreover, the status of that young girl wasn't low and was the daughter of a certain prince. As a result, because of Long Yi, the scene of the whole town turning out appeared in Soaring Dragon City. Watching the excitements, there were angry people and there were also people who were running everywhere shouting to add the oil. Looking at the dense crowd around him, Long Yi was stunned. Wasn't he just making a snowman? Why were there so many people interested? Although he was surprised in his heart, his action however wasn't urgent but leisurely as before. For him. This kind of publicity, the more the better. Moreover, this limelight satisfied that small vanity of Yu Feng too, so what can he have against it? Suddenly, the wind blew and the snowflakes on the ground floated. With the hands of Long Yi making circles one after another, snowstorm also began to roll up. The onlookers used their hands to cover their eyes one after another, and in their heart, they didn't understand why such big wind appeared here all of a sudden. At that time, in this place of Soaring Dragon City, a marvelous spectacle appeared. With Long Yi as the center, a big snowstorm tornado rose and now the figure of Long Yi was practically not visible. The tornado rolled up and the accumulated snow on the ground began to condense in the middle. The onlookers opened their eyes, and when they saw this wonderful spectacle, they were greatly surprised and had their mouth were so wide open that practically an egg could be stuffed in their mouth. This scene was truly too spectacular. Wow, rape also can be made into this. Admirable. Second young master Zimin is truly a role model. In the distant place, a certain young master who had heard the rumor, seeing this snowstorm tornado, said with infinite admiration. At this time, he made a determination in his heart. Hereafter he will do his best to become second young master Zimin level sex fiend. The width of snowstorm tornado got smaller and smaller, but its height however got higher and higher. Now it was already more than 90,000 li in height, and people could no longer see its end point. Suddenly, that tall rotating tornado stopped with a screech. Seeing this kind of extreme movement coming to a complete stop all of a sudden, it made people particularly uncomfortable. After that, people exclaimed in admiration one after another. The tornado stopped, but those snowflakes which were taken to the sky along with the tornado also stopped all of a sudden. Looking at it, now it was a sky-high snow-white chimney-like structure, was very beautiful. But this kind of situation didn't last long. A few seconds later, this snow-white chimney began to subside from the bottom to top. This scene was something that couldn't be described with words. Snowflakes splashed all about, but in the middle of the pile, there was a nearly 20 meters snow stack. And at that time, people discovered that all the accumulated snow on this open and spacious ground were gone, exposing the bare ground. Long Yi jumped from the snow stack, and while sprinkling the water on the snow stack, he glided to the ground. This posture of Long Yi was extremely elegant. Pa, pa, pa. No one knew who took the lead, but everyone clapped in applause, and this clapping sound resounded as if thunder and was so loud that even Long Zhan inside the imperial palace heard it clearly. Reporting to your majesty, subordinate has already investigated it. That tornado of just now was the doing of Zemin Yu. They say that he was making a snowman that will surpass all others of its kind before and since. An imperial guard urgently ran over and reported. What, making a snowman? How come there is such a big movement just to make a snowman? Do all the common people have nothing to do and watch a person making a snowman? Furthermore, are you sure Zemin Yu made that tornado? Long Zhan with solemn complexion fired a number of questions in a single breath. This subordinate is also unaware, but this subordinate can use my life to vouch that that tornado was absolutely created by Zemin Yu. The Imperial Guard answered with cold sweat. Crack crack. Long Zhan clenched his hand so tightly that his bone made cracking sounds. He naturally knew how much of a catastrophe it would be if that tornado was used to attack. Could it be that that fellow was unexpectedly the legendary Wen magician? This was too shocking. If they didn't control him quickly, then this boy would definitely become his greatest threat in days to come. But Long Yi over this side didn't know that this move to make a snowman had unexpectedly given a jolt of surprise all around. This moment, he was waving his hand towards the common people, thinking that he might be able to change the bad impression the common people had in their heart about him by making this snowman. My husband, you are excellent. The face of Yu Feng reddened due to the excitement. Long Yi smiled. Then he began to jump all around that 20 meters tall snow stack, dazzling the onlookers. Snow powders scattered in all directions, and the appearance of entire snow stack slowly changed. Time slowly passed while all the common people watching this were enjoying. Although they couldn't clearly see what Long Yi was doing, but Long Yi's that incomparably exquisite footwork while freely moving in the sky in itself was a kind of enjoyment. At this time, they came to realize that this good-for-nothing profligate son of rich parents of before had unexpectedly become so powerful. In Blue Wave's continent, all people deeply respect the strong. Zemin Yu of before didn't have any ability, and he depended on the power of his clan without having a strength of himself. So although people didn't dare to not speak their mind, but in their heart, Long Yi was a trash without any ability. But now that Long Yi had become so powerful, moreover, hadn't conducted any evil deeds after returning, a little change appeared in the mentality of people. Finally, after 1 hour, Long Yi stopped running around, and sized up the masterpiece he had created while floating. And at this moment, the onlookers were also able to see what kind of snowman was created by Long Yi. That unexpectedly was a pair of lifelike man and woman hugging each other. Moreover, rather than it was made out of the pile of snow, it looked as if it was carved out. The man was second young Master Zemin, and the woman was that young girl wearing a fiery red armor. Snowman Zemin Yu's big hands were coiled around the waist of the snow woman young girl, and was staring straight at her, and the snow woman young girl's hands were around the neck of Snowman Zemin Yu. She was looking at Snowman Zemin Yu with tender feelings. The expression of both of them was vivid to the extreme. Everyone was amazed looking at this huge snowman. It indeed was a snowman that surpassed all others of its kind before and since. A snowman could actually be created like this. Long Yi floated down, and Yu Feng immediately threw herself into the bosom of Long Yi. And at that time, Yu Feng felt a murderous gaze from the midst of the crowd. Chapter 238, Perplexed. Yu Feng looked towards the crowd as she felt chill on her spine. What's the matter? Is there someone you know? Long Yi asked. No, it's nothing. Yu Feng looked towards Long Yi and said with a smile, perhaps she was too sensitive. Yu Feng leaned on the bosom of Long Yi, and looking at this nearly 20 meters high snow sculpture, she felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. But her sweet smile didn't last long, and she said in a low voice, "It is truly too beautiful, but when the sun came out, it will melt." Long Yi was startled, and his first thought was how to keep this snow carving from melting forever. But even after thinking about it for a while, he wasn't about to find any method unless he reached Water Magic God Realm and used divine level water magic. You shouldn't be so pessimistic, rather think about it in a different way. Long Yi said with a smile. Different way, like? Yu Feng asked. For example, you can think like this. Although Snowman Long Yi and Snowwoman Yu Feng melted into water, but they didn't disappear, rather they fused with each other, becoming one to moisten the earth and flowed into the ocean. As a result, as long as there is water in this world, the Snowman Long Yi and Snowwoman Yu Feng will never disappear. They are in love with each other forever until the seas run dry and the earth crumbles. Long Yi slowly said with his magnetic voice, making Yu Feng enter the imagination. For a woman, what else was comparable to such whispers of love? And these words completely charmed Yu Feng even more. She looked at her sweetheart in a trance, and all the knots in her heart were loosened. Dongfeng Kexin and Nangong Xiangyun were silently standing in the woods not far away from this super snowman. Currently, both of them were silent without uttering a single word, and both of them didn't know what the other party was thinking. He is too much, this bastard. Nangong Xiangyun suddenly raised her head and said hatefully. Dongfeng Kexin, however, as if heard nothing. Her eyes were contentiously flashing intricately. She truly was very jealous of this girl, so jealous that if she could she would step forward and kill her. Miss Dongfeng, what are you thinking? Seeing the current expression of Dongfeng Kexin, Nangong Xiangyun couldn't help but ask in apprehensive. Dongfeng Kexin came back to her senses, and with her expression reverting back to normal, she asked, "What did you say just now?" "I am saying Ximenyu is too excessive." Nangong Xiangyun repeated. "Jealous?" Dongfeng Kexin faintly asked. Only God knew how sour her heart was at this moment. Of course not, why would I eat that bastard's vinegar? But, everyone knows that he and I are about to get married. But he is still fawning on another woman on such a grand scale, making everyone know this. And now that everyone knows this, how would everyone look at me hereafter? Nangong Xiangyun angrily said. Dongfeng Kexin just nodded in understanding and became silent again. Early in this morning, she saw a large amount of snow, so she rushed over to Zeman Mansion very impatiently to look for her cousin to play in the snow, but was informed that Ximenyu hadn't returned for the entire night. At that time, she went to the mansion of Nangong clan with dense murderous intent, thinking her cousin had spent the night together with Nangong Xiangyun. But at that time, she suddenly heard uproar outside, and hearing second young Master Zeman was causing a trouble, both of them followed the crowd arriving at this place. But the scene here broke her heart. Can I really have my cousin for only myself? Now Dongfeng Kexin couldn't help but doubt her firm belief of before. There were many women beside him, moreover, each of them was not inferior to herself in beauty, so would she be able to drive all of them away? Could she make Long Yi wholeheartedly focus only on herself? Seeing an agony suddenly appearing on the beautiful face of Dongfeng Kexin, Nangong Xiangyun became very confused in her heart. Then patting Dongfeng Kexin, she asked, "Miss Dongfeng, why do you love Ximenyu so much? As far as I know, you have not seen him for more than 10 years. How can you love him so much? When did you start to love about him?" Dongfeng Kexin was startled, and after a long time, she slowly opened her mouth. "When he sacrificed himself to save me 13 years ago, I vowed to be only his bride in the future." Nangong Xiangyun said in surprise. "That's it? How old were you at that time? Could it be that you didn't know any of the bad deeds Ximenyu had done when he had grown up?" "I don't care. In any case, I will marry my cousin." "Ms. Nangong, I know that you've always hated my cousin. Can you break this marriage?" Dongfang Kexin suddenly raised her head for the first time and said, staring at Nangong Xiangyun with her keen, sparkling eyes. For a moment, Nangong Xiangyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could Saintess Dongfang Kexin be like this? This made Nangong Xiangyun rather confused. Moreover, hearing Dongfang Kexin asking her to break her marriage, she seemed to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Miss Dongfang, you should know that His Majesty has already opened his golden mouth, so if you have a way to change the mind of His Majesty, then I can withdraw from this marriage. Nangong Xiangyun shook off that uncomfortable feeling in her heart and said. Dongfang Kexin was speechless, as she naturally knew that she didn't have such ability. Moreover, don't you see just now, even if I withdraw from the marriage, there are still other women around Ziminyu. Moreover, the mind of your cousin is filled with perverted thoughts. Are you sure you can manage him, or will you simply turn him into your puppet? Nangong Xiangyun continued to speak. She didn't know why, she was unexpectedly feeling bitter in her heart, so her tone also became a little aggressive. Don't speak anymore. Dongfang Kexin said and bit her lower lip until blood flowed out. Nangong Xiangyun raised her head and just looking at those huge snowmen, her beautiful eyes became somewhat blurred. Merely from the vivid expression and eyes of this snowman, she knew that the feelings of Long Yi and that girl was truly sincere and warm. Both of them had very deep feelings for each other. Then she suddenly said, Miss Dongfang, do you see that expression in the eyes of that snow woman girl looking towards snowman Long Yi? Dongfang Kexin looked for a while, then nodded her head. She didn't know why Nangong Xiangyun asked such question. What do you see in them? Nangong Xiangyun asked again. Love. Dongfang Kexin spat out a word from her pink lips. Do you know, when you look at Ziminyu, other than possessive there is only the possessive expression in your eyes. And there is never this kind of expression in your eyes. Nangong Xiangyun turned around and looking at Dongfang Kexin, she said. The body of Dongfang Kexin violently shook as if she was electric shocked, and her complexion became deathly pale. No, you don't know anything. I love my cousin, I love him. Dongfang Kexin ferociously roared towards Nangong Xiangyun, then using float magic, she flew away. Nangong Xiangyun simply breathed out, and looking towards the direction where Dongfang Kexin had disappeared, she gently sighed. Wasn't she too cruel to Dongfang Kexin, pulling her down from her happy illusion all of a sudden? This was too cruel to Dongfang Kexin, but it was the truth. After that, again looking at that hugging each other giant snowman, Nangong Xiangyun suddenly felt lonely. Now, she could see why Dongfang Kexin wanted to possess him only to herself. Chapter 239, Fierce Ziminyu. Soon, more and more people came to watch the excitement, simply becoming a sea of people. Yu Feng once again looked at that huge snow sculpture, then looking at Long Yi, she said, My husband, there are too many people, let's go back. Long Yi nodded his head. Then hugging the slender waist of Yu Feng, they flew as if a rock, instantly disappearing from the view of all people. Very quickly, two people appeared in front of Zimin Mansion. My husband, are you going to take me to your house? Yu Feng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The visit of yesterday was one thing, but today her sweetheart was personally bringing her his home, so the significance of this visit was certainly different. Yes, I am taking you to meet my mother. She will definitely like you. Long Yi said with a smile. He really didn't know that Yu Feng was late yesterday because she was waiting for him to return at Zimin Mansion. Actually, I have already met her yesterday. Yu Feng said. Meet? How was it? Was my mother good to you? Long Yi asked with interest. The beautiful face of Yu Feng became red, and she replied in a low voice, Your mother was very good to me. Moreover, she is very beautiful. So beautiful that I feel inferior. Long Yi smirked and spanking the pert buttocks of Yu Feng, he said, Silly girl, you are also equally good. Let's go down. When two people just landed in the courtyard in front of the hall of Zimin Mansion, Dongfang Wan happened to be waiting for him with two maids. Stupid boy, why are you in a daze? Still not bringing finger inside the house? Dong Fangwan had naturally seen the good play of his son, and she sighed in her heart. Her son's womanizing techniques had truly risen. With this kind of skill, which girl could escape the reach of his hand? But thinking like this was merely thinking. She as his mother was very proud of him. Long Yi smiled and entered the hall holding the little hand of Yu Feng, then comfortably sat on the sofa. But Yu Feng kept on standing and feeling restless. She refused to sit, so Long Yi just held her waist and pulled her down. Yu Feng exclaimed in surprise and involuntarily sat on the thigh of Long Yi. "My husband, don't do this," Yu Feng said in a panic, and her beautiful face became so red that it appeared as if blood would start dripping at any time. She had never expected Long Yi would be so mischievous in front of Dong Fangwan, so she struggled to stand up. Don't be mischievous," still not letting go of Fenger. Dong Fangwan reprimanded him, but the corner of her mouth was slightly raised. "Mother, although Fenger is your daughter-in-law, you also cannot be too partial, otherwise your son's heart will be imbalanced." Long Yi smiled and made Yu Feng sit beside him, but his big hand still held on to her waist. He was happy in his heart, as his mother appeared to be very satisfied with Yu Feng. Dong Fangwan rolled her eyes. She truly could do nothing about this son of hers. After three people chatted for a little while, Yu Feng gradually relaxed. Then she and Dong Fangwan began chatting among themselves, leaving Long Yi to dry in the air on one side. While chatting, Zimin Nu suddenly came back. Dong Fangwan hurriedly stopped the conversation and stood up to welcome. "Lord, why are you back so early today?" Dong Fangwan asked gently. Dong Fang Nu snorted but didn't reply. Then he turned towards Long Yi and Yu Feng. Yu Feng nervously greeted with courtesy. "Phoenix Clan's Yu Feng greet uncle." Zimin Nu nodded his head and finally spoke towards Long Yi. Come with me to the study." Long Yi agreed. Then he said to Yu Feng, "Fenger, accompany my mother to chat here, I will return quickly." After entering the study, Zimin Nu heavily slammed on the table and said angrily, "You stupid kid, you truly don't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. Now, when our Zimin clan is in the state where the wind and the waves are highest, you however don't know how to stay hidden, and instead are attracting the attention of everyone in the soaring dragon city." Long Yi nevertheless was fearless and said with a smile, "Calm down, father, your child thought that it was still not too late to stay hidden after showing off today. You also know the impression of common people towards me, so I seized this opportunity for a strong debut, conveniently reversing my image. Isn't his killing two birds with one stone?" Zimin Nu walked over and sat behind the desk. He was very gratified with the strength Long Yi showed today, merely he was afraid that with all people focusing on Long Yi might get into trouble in the future. Since the matters have already concluded, there is nothing that could be done, but hereafter, think thrice before you act, don't let other people grasp your strength. After all, the opportune time to rise in rebellion has yet to come. Restrain yourself as much as possible." Zimin Nu said. "Restrain myself?" Long Yi smiled in his heart. He thought that this was basically not necessary, as Long Zan, that old fox, was sure to know as much intelligence on him as Zimin Nu knows. Moreover, Long Zan definitely understood a number of his behavior like the palm of his hand. "By the way, what do you think about that matter of your sister-in-law?" Zimin Nu muttered to himself, then asked after a little while. In front of Zimin Nu, Long Yi didn't have any misgivings, and he directly said, "I think sister-in-law and that shadow definitely have some kind of relation. In short, we should send someone to completely monitor sister-in-law." Zimin Nu nodded his head, and habitually rubbing his beard, he said, "Yes, I also think so. Not only your sister-in-law, even your big brother should be monitored." "Big brother? I don't think the big brother would do anything that would harm our clan," Long Yi said. Although Zimin Tian was strongly attached to material gains, but Long Yi could see that he was still very conscientious towards Zimin clan. "I know this, but I am afraid that your sister-in-law might have already poisoned and bewitched Tanner, and he might be used by without his knowledge. If not for uncovering the people behind her, I would have already made her disappear from this world." Zimenu coldly said with murderous intention. Long Yi felt cold in his heart. This father was really ruthless. Even in the circumstance where the clear evidence was absent, he spoke about killing his daughter-in-law, and listening to his tone, Long Yi was sure that he would do as he said. Furthermore, Nelan Empire has already sent a group of envoy to Soaring Dragon City to discuss the matter of dispatching troops, and Proud Moon Empire is also frequently showing their goodwill towards us. I heard they are also sending a diplomatic group in next 2 days. It seems they also know the consequence of being attacked by two empires. Go and select 15,000 military forces tomorrow and formally assume your position. Now the situation is already at the critical juncture. There absolutely shouldn't be any negligence. Zimenu said with a stern countenance. I think this measure of Proud Moon Empire is merely stalling for time. As far as I know, the offensive of Proud Moon Empire towards Nelan Empire is getting more and more intense. After subjugating Nelan Empire, the next one is definitely our violent Dragon Empire. After thinking for a bit, Long Yi said, yes, Long Zong is also very clear about this point, so there is no need to worry about this. Zimenu said, and a slightly strange smile appeared on his face. That was a kind of scheming smile. Long Yi naturally perceived this, but he was unable to guess what Zimenu was thinking for the time being. Well, you can go now. Tonight there is a banquet in the Imperial Palace, don't be late. Zimenu said. Okay, father. Long Yi answered and walked out, but he however kept on thinking about that strange smile on the face of his father, and his intuition told him that Zimenu was definitely scheming something. Chapter 240, Imperial Banquet. Part 1. Yu Feng and Dongfang Wan happily talked with each other without any willy-nilly cater. Dongfang Wan had already started to treat Yu Feng as her own daughter, and now that Yu Feng managed the greater part of her clan's matters, regardless of experience or abilities, she was more capable compared to the similarly aged girls, which was also one of the reasons Dongfang Wan liked her. After the conversation came to the end, she again entangled crazily with Long Yi, then left first. Although the primary objective of Yu Feng in coming to Soaring Dragon City was to meet her sweetheart, but there were still many other things that she needed to deal with. Besides, Long Yi and family would go to Imperial Palace to attend a banquet, and her title was not enough to attend this imperial banquet. At dusk, the radiance of setting sun along with rosy clouds rendered the entire world magnificent. At this time, the nightlife of Soaring Dragon City officially started. As the first-rate commercial and cultural center of Blue Wave's continent, Soaring Dragon City's nightlife was very colorful. The banks of Golden Dragon River, which ran through the middle of the city, was the most densely populated place at night. There were various kinds of vendors stall wherever one looked. If one finished eating and have a leisure time, then coming to this place to stroll around the night market, or inviting several good friends to sit on the meadow and chat idly about the world, could be regarded as a kind of extremely good way to pass the time. If one had few spare cash in one's pocket, then he could go to the brothel and listen to the songs of the prostitutes, and naturally, if one fancied a girl, then he could also have sexual intercourse without any restraint for the night. And high society also naturally have recreational methods of high society, such as drinking party, banquet and even party. There was a great variety, and as long as you have a high status, every night, this kind of activity was indispensable. The Imperial Banquet was the highest grade banquet in Soaring Dragon City. The atmosphere was generous and free with only upper-class official attending it, and they could also take along their wife and children to participate. Furthermore, this royal banquet was also called Matchmaking Banquet, because many people would hook up in this banquet. There must be many alliances among the big clans, and the surest way for the alliance was forming an alliance by marriage. Therefore, there were many people who seized this opportunity to bring out their golden daughters and sons, so that they could interact freely. In any case, all the participants of Imperial Banquet were the person of high status, and they also didn't need to fear that their sons and daughters would get involved with lower status household. Long Yi wore moon-white colored silk gown with golden color on the edges, and with his black hair tied on the back, He appeared more refined and also somewhat wild. Moreover, with his signature smile hanging on his face as well as that indescribable temperament, he truly looked like a noble son above the mortal world. Dong Fangwan was satisfied looking at her son, and said with a smile, Tonight you will definitely charm many misses of big clans. Long Yi smiled and replied, of course. Whose son do you think I am? Dong Fangkexin immediately beamed with joy. Now, her son looked so handsome and was also capable. She was endlessly proud to be his mother. After that, sitting inside a luxurious carriage with the emblem of Zemin clan, they headed towards the palace. With regarding the imperial palace, Long Yi wasn't unfamiliar. Zemin Yu seemed to have come to imperial palace many times, so other than the inner palace, he seemed to be very familiar with the entire palace. The banquet was held in Imperial Garden. When Long Yi arrived, there was already the hubbub of voices, and several people wearing gorgeous clothing, gathering in 3 to 5 groups, were chatting with each other. What attracted the attention of Long Yi the most was those beautiful misses with elegant temperament. After that, on one side, he enjoyed their beauty and on the other hand, he graded them in his heart. Although their outward appearance was pretty good but compared to Long Linger and his little sister Zimin Wuan, they were still far behind. And seeing Zimin Nu had arrived, many people surrounded and began to greet them in courtesy. And as for Zimin Nu, on one hand, he greeted them back and on the other hand, he introduced Long Yi. And for Long Yi, this kind of socializing was certainly not a problem. After Long Yi made that huge snowman in the morning, there was already no one that dared to look down on this profligate son of rich parents of former days. They immediately flattered him continuously, making Long Yi a heavenly genius that was not seen in tens of thousands of years. As a matter of fact, with regarding the information of each officials, and whether they were siding with Zemin clan or following Emperor Longzhan, Long Yi clearly knew this in his heart. Moreover, these officials also understood that Zemin clan and Emperor Longzhan were opposing. After completing the introduction with difficulty, Zemin Nu went to the side of his close officials, and Dong Fangwan mixed with a group of upper-class women. As for Long Yi, since he found the chance to be alone, he shuttled back and forth in the imperial garden. He would often pick up several pieces of exquisite pastry and threw them into his mouth as if he really didn't know that he was already the center of everybody's attention. This moment, Long Yi was different from the original Zemin Yu. After that matter of morning, many ladies' favorable impression of Long Yi had shot up greatly. So frequently there were some somewhat good-looking misses pretending to be carelessly passing by him and drop their handkerchief or vermilion hairpin in front of him, trying to attract his attention. Long Yi, naturally being a refined and cultivated gentleman, would pick them up and return them to the misses who dropped them, making the maiden heart of these misses to skip a beat. But, after returning them, he would gracefully turn away, truly arousing love and also hate. At that time, Long Yi suddenly saw 10 to 20 noble sons surrounding and doing everything to please the 3 girls, and among those 3 girls, he recognized 2. One was Nangong Xiangyun, and the other was Dong Fangkexin. As for the final one, he didn't recognize her. She was wearing a black tuxedo, and she looked proud and aloof just like a black swan. She had a light makeup on her face, arched eyebrows and autumn eyes, but her expression was indifferent, basically treating these noble sons as a thin air. Long Yi thought for a bit, and he seemed to have a little impression of this young girl, but he wasn't able to remember at this moment. And hearing the few dialogues of these noble sons, he heard them calling her Miss Batang, and Long Yi immediately recalled this young girl. This young girl should be the eldest miss of Batang clan, Batang Yu. She rarely makes an appearance in public. As if she sensed the gaze of Long Yi, Batang Yu slightly turned her head and looked, then her indifferent eyes slightly flickered, but immediately afterward, they reverted back to indifference, and no longer looked at Long Yi. At this time, Nangong Xiangyun and Dong Fangkexin also noticed Long Yi, but the action of these 2 people was somewhat not too normal. Dong Fangkexin didn't run over to haunt him as she used to, instead happily chatted with the noble sons beside her, and as for Nangong Xiangyun, She looked at him with complicated expression, then ignoring him, she also just chatted with someone else. Long Yi frowned, then shaking his head, he smiled. He didn't feel like speaking to them, so just picking up a cup of wine, he turned and walked away. But just after he turned away, both Nangong Xiangyun and Dongfang Kexin looked at his tall and upright back view. Long Yi recalled that there was a man-made small lake in the Imperial Garden, and seeing the time was still early and there was still time before Emperor Longzhan arrives and officially start the banquet, he decided to go to the small lake to have a rest. Just when Long Yi arrived at the lake, suddenly a deep and resounding voice resounded, "Zimin Yu, long time no see." Long Yi turned around and saw a man wearing bright yellow clothing and also wearing a golden crown on his head and holding a very beautiful young woman in his bosom. He had an indescribable smile on his face looking at Long Yi. Chapter 241, Imperial Banquet, Part 2. The gaze of Long Yi flashed, then with a slight smile, he said, "The elegance of your highness the crown prince is still as strong as before. It has already been more than 2 years since I last saw you, and you seem to have already distanced yourself from me. Before you used to address me as brother." This young man said with a smile, then letting go of the bewitchingly charming girl on his bosom, he walked straight to the front of Long Yi. The memory of Long Yi surged as if the tide. This young man was the 5th son of Longzhan. Long Ying was also the reigning crown prince. He was merely 3 years older than Zimin Yu, and he always had a modest and courteous smile on his face. Moreover, he had great skill to handle women, so he was known as a passionate prince in those days. According to the memory, Long Ying seemed to treat Zimin Yu very nicely. He would often slip out from the palace and fool around with Zimin Yu. Moreover, he taught Zimin Yu many ways to handle women, but Zimin Yu never learned Long Ying's gentle and soft sentimental, but finally learned his girl-controlling divine magic. In the memory of Zimin Yu treated Long Ying more closely than his own blood big brother. Moreover, Long Ying also had helped him to escape punishment many times. "I used to be insensible before. If I have offended your highness the crown prince in any way, then please forgive me," Long Yi said with a smile. Long Ying sized up Long Yi for a long time, then sighing, he said, "You have truly changed. When I heard other people saying this, in the beginning, I didn't believe them, but now, I cannot not believe them." Long Yi smiled and didn't answer. He was no longer the former Zimin Yu. Even if there were still some feelings, he and Long Ying would always be on opposing sides. Moreover, as a crown prince, there was no reason for Long Ying to not know about the surging undercurrent between Long clan and Zimin clan. After that, Long Ying instructed his woman to return, then turning around, he said, "Let us brother chat about the former days. Although you are no longer calling me brother, but in my heart, you are still my brother." Long Yi remained silent. The tone of Long Ying was sincere, but speaking such words in this critical juncture, either he was stupid or he had another purpose. Long Yi couldn't help but become suspicious. Both of them went to the lakeside and stood, facing gentle breeze under the silver moonlight. They truly looked like brothers. "That time, I truly had never thought that you will put your hands on Linger." Long Ying suddenly opened his mouth, suddenly speaking about the matter that had occurred just after Long Yi had arrived in this world. Long Yi was startled and said with a wry smile, "I had also never thought." "At that time, even I was so angry that I wanted to kill you. Do you know how long Linger suffered because of that?" Long Ying indifferently said, "Don't you want to kill me now?" Long Yi asked a question in reply, and his tone was similarly indifferent. Long Ying looked at Long Yi and said, "I know about the matter of you and Linger in Mi Holy Magic Academy. Now that Linger is happy, I will naturally bless you." Long Yi frowned. Was Linger truly happy? Now she was pretending to not know the open strife and veiled struggle between Long clan and Zimin clan. But this situation would definitely develop into a direct confrontation. At that time, what would she do? "With your blessing, will I and Linger truly be happy?" Long Yi lowered his voice. The expression of Long Ying instantly became fierce, then slowly turning towards Long Yi, he faintly said, You should leave Soaring Dragon City, take Klinger and go as far away as possible. The farther the better. There are some things that are better if you do not intervene. Leave? Then what about my matters? If I ask you to leave, will you leave? Long Yi looked at the moon and said indifferently, I will not. Long Ying softly said. For a moment, both of them fell into silence. Long Ying was able to suppress 4 elder brothers to seize the position of crown prince. Naturally, he wasn't an ordinary person, but he truly had a bit of comradeship towards Zemin. The imperial palace's rule was strict. The prince and princess were not allowed to go out of imperial place without the permission of the emperor. At that time, he greatly yearned for the outside life. One day, when imperial palace held the banquet, he met Zemin, who was 3 years younger than him. In those days, Zemin was already absolutely lawless. But although he was notorious for his misdeeds, he valued personal friendship. Both of them immediately hit it off well right from the start, and with the wicked ideas of Zemin, he successfully slipped out from the palace and played outside to an extreme degree. And with the first time, there naturally was second time too, and especially after the time when both of them sneaked out of the city, they accidentally met a robber, and at that time, Zemin blocked the knife for Long Ying. And after that time, he began to treat Zemin as younger brother from the bottom of his heart. Zemin, will you really not leave? As long as you leave Violent Dragon Empire, I can guarantee your safety. Long Ying couldn't help but persuade again. There will come a day when I will leave, but that is definitely not now. Long Yi shook his head looking at Long Ying. He had never expected Zemin to have such friend. As a crown prince, Long Ying saying this much was already him doing what was possible to help. Being a person of the merciless imperial clan, being able to do this much was already the limit of Long Ying. Long Ying placed his big hand on the shoulder of Long Yi, then with his eyes becoming fierce again and emitting a majestic aura, he coldly said, never mind, if it really comes to this, then I will not show mercy. We both are in the same boat, Your Highness the Crown Prince. You should also be careful. Long Yi wasn't willing to retreat here and looked directly at the threatening eyes of Long Ying. His Majesty has arrived. At this time, a sharp voice suddenly resounded. Long Ying patted the shoulder of Long Yi, then turning around, he went towards the place where the banquet was being held. And after that, those several oars that were locked onto Long Yi also disappeared. After that, looking at the back view of Long Ying under the moonlight, Long Yi revealed a strange smile, and muttered, I didn't expect such experts around him. This world truly has hidden dragon and crouching tiger. When Long Yi arrived in the crowd, Long Zhan had just finished the routine speech. This moment, the banquet started officially. Dinner was inside the hall, which was located at one corner of Imperial Garden. And after everybody had entered the hall, Imperial maids as if butterflies shuttled back and forth with fine wine and delicacies. The royal banquet of Violent Dragon Empire was not so strict like the banquet of Long Yi's original world's ancient empires. The atmosphere of this banquet was very relaxed, basically didn't need to scruple due to the presence of the emperor. Long Yi, with the status of young master of Zemin clan, naturally sat on the location of 4 great clans, and this place being the dining table for young masters and misses, he naturally encountered Nangong Xiangyan, her brothers and sisters, as well as Dongfang Kexin, and of course Betang Yu and her big brother Betang Duo of Betang clan. Nangong Xiangyan and Dongfang Kexin still ignored Long Yi, and Long Yi would naturally not use his hot face to warm their cold buttocks. I heard second young master Zemin made a 20 meters high snowman to please a beauty in the morning. I greatly admire you for this. This cup is in the respect to you. Betang Duo smiled, and standing up carrying a wine cup, he said. Long Yi was surprised in his heart. He had heard that the eldest son of Betangkan had always been handling the affairs of the army, and was a reserved person, but the words and deeds of today were too different from what he had heard. Chapter 242, Imperial Banquet, Part 3. Long Yi also raised his wine cup and lightly bumped it with the wine cup of Betang Duo, but in his heart, various kinds of thoughts were circulating. Betang clan was one of the 4 major clans, and they usually maintained a neutral position, always keeping a certain distance from other three major clans. Moreover, the descendants of Batang clan also didn't have any dealings with the descendants of other three major clans. From his memory, Long Yi knew that Batang Duo was a very proud and aloof man, but how come his character suddenly changed today? Long Yi suppressed the doubts in his heart and drank this cup of wine, then slightly turning around his head, he looked towards not distant dining table where the patriarchs of four major clans were seated. At this time, patriarch of Batang clan, Batang Zhuang was talking with his father Ziman Nu with familiar expression. This kind of attitude was unprecedented before. Could it be Batang clan had a mind to join Ziman clan, jointly advance and retreat? Long Yi thought in his heart. After that, he quietly observed Emperor Longzhan, and saw his face was gloomy. From time to time, he would look at Batang Zhuang with a murderous intent. This confirmed his guess. After thinking over in his heart, Long Yi began to chat with Batang Duo, and in a short while, both of them began chatting as if they were two old friends with deep friendship. Hypocritical. A whisper full of disdain suddenly entered the ears of Long Yi. Batang Duo instantly felt awkward. He laughed hollowly, then turning around, he ferociously glared at his younger sister Batang Yu sitting beside him, but Batang Yu indifferently kept on eating without even blinking her eyes, as if that whisper of just now had not come out from his mouth. Long Yi smiled. What Batang Yu had said was a big truth. This indeed was completely hypocritical. My little sister is not sensible, please don't mind, second young Master Ziman. Batang Duo apologized. There's no harm, Miss Batang's character, I like it. Long Yi smirked and said. Hearing the words of Long Yi, Batang Yu seemed to be annoyed, but that feeling instantly disappeared and her expression reverted back to indifference. As for Batang Duo, his gaze flickered for an instant and he revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile. Long Yi shook his head in his heart. This Miss Batang was obviously a very sentimental person, but every day she persistently used a wooden expression, trying to show her mature side. Just then, Dongfang Kexin lightly snorted, then standing up, she pushed back her chair and walked outside. And upon seeing this, Nangong Xiangyun immediately got up and chased after Dongfang Kexin. These two, when did they become so close? Moreover, why are they ignoring me? Long Yi frowned and thought. Just 2 days ago, they were competing against each other to win his favor, but now, how come they were so close and completely ignore him? He really wasn't able to understand what these girls were thinking. Nangong Xiangyun followed Dongfang Kexin and arrived at Imperial Garden. She really hadn't made any agreement with Dongfang Kexin, and the reason why she was so concerned about her, she herself was also not clear, but she could faintly feel that Dongfang Kexin was very pitiful, and she and herself was shame type of person. Are you all alright? Nangong Xiangyun asked softly. Dongfang Kexin took a deep breath, then shaking her head, she touched her heart, as she felt a burst of pain in that place. She obviously had already decided to not care about her cousin hereafter, so she had straightened up all of her feelings. But hearing him praising Batang Yu like that, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Was this desire to have her cousin only for herself really just a possessive feeling? Then what was love? Nangong Xiangyun, tell me, in the end, what is love? Could it be that love means you must tolerate your lover being intimate with other women? Wanting to completely monopolize the heart of your lover, is this purely just a possessive feeling? Dongfang Kexin asked in pain. Nangong Xiangyun was startled. She herself wasn't a love expert, but as a woman, she had also thought of her ideal Prince Charming, who should be tall and handsome, gentle and soft, and his heart loaded with feelings towards her. Every woman would have thoughts like this. But now, the heart of Nangong Xiangyun was also entangled, which was right and which was wrong, she also didn't understand, because she herself was entangled in them. The imperial dinner was merely a part of the imperial banquet. The real highlights were arranged after the dinner. The fireworks performance was an indispensable program. It was an hour-long program and was the most liked program of both young men and women as well as children. At this time, Every young noble son would invite a miss whom they took a fancy upon, then go to a hidden corner to watch the fireworks. And if the miss was interested and agreed, then no one would know what they were doing in that hidden corner. Therefore, the following song and dance as well as variety show performance, generally, all lords, madams, noble sons and misses nevertheless didn't like them very much. When the first dazzling fireworks exploded in the sky, Long Yi was already lying on a relatively remote top of the place while watching the bright fireworks in the sky. This kind of magic fireworks was much better compared to the fireworks of his previous world. Not only could they continue for a long time, but also created no pollution. He however didn't know that currently he was being searched by many people. There were girls who wanted to take the initiative to invite him and also some noble sons who wanted to have a good relationship with him to climb the social ladder. Wow, too intense. So there is this kind of posture, truly a beast. While looking at the fireworks in the sky, Long Yi suddenly heard panting sound not far away from him, so turning his head, he looked down, and saw a couple engaging in an illicit love affair under a big tree. They seemed to very impatient to do that deed. The robe of that woman was half opened, revealing a pair of very large but her pants however was already taken off completely. She was leaning her back against the big tree, and had one of her slender legs on the shoulder of the man, and as for the man, he was in the process of pumping into her very quickly. His skill really was good. Long Yi looked at them with interest while lamenting in his heart. The imperial palace was really the most rotten to the core place. It could be assumed that the other hidden place should also be just as bad. Because of the issue with the angle, Long Yi wasn't able to clearly see the face of these two people, but he could clearly see the place where they were joining. At this time, Long Yi suddenly noticed a problem. Although he didn't clearly see the face of the woman, but from the physical maturity of the woman, she absolutely wasn't 17 or 18 years old young girl, she should be about 30 years old mature woman. Could it be that a husband and a wife were searching stimulation by having sex outdoors? Or, a noble madam was carrying on a clandestine love affair? Thinking this, Long Yi was interested to see who they were. But Long Yi knew that there was a peak expert as a guard there. So he subconsciously retracted his aura, then hid behind a protruding carving. Now he only had to wait until this man and woman finish their deed and come out. Then he would be able to see their face clearly. The sexual capability of that man was very strong. He continued to pump his for 10 minutes in such speed. At this time, the entire body of that woman began to tremble. Presumably would reach the peak very soon. Just when Long Yi was peeping with full concentration, a figure unexpectedly came from the other side of the hall, that is from the back of Long Yi, and in front of Long Yi, there was a live spring scenery. Betang Yu? The pupil of Long Yi shrunk. He didn't know why this woman was coming here. Betang Yu raised her head and looked at the fireworks in the sky. At this time her figure looked lonely. After that, she jumped up thinking of sitting on the top of Imperial Palace for a little while, but just when she was in the midair, a shadow suddenly appeared behind her, and was hugged into a bosom with dense masculine scent. Betang Yu gasped with astonishment, and wanted to scream, but felt her throat tighten. Unexpectedly before she could make even a little bit of sound, a big hand of a man just like an eagle's claw grabbed her throat, and she knew that if this big hand increased even a bit of force, then her throat would be crushed. The person that had caught Betang Yu was naturally Long Yi. If she had jumped like that, then he feared the targets would have noticed them. Moreover, what would have happened if they wanted to kill a witness to silence them? Although Long Yi wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to beat the grass and startle the snake. He just wanted to see, in the end, who was having an illicit love affair here. Long Yi hugging Betang Yu, silently hid in the same hiding place again. But with more than half of his body pressing against the body of Betang Yu, a faint girly fragrance entered the nose of Long Yi. I am Zimin Yu. If you don't want to die, then be obedient, and don't make a sound, otherwise you will startle the couple in the front. Long Yi whispered beside the ear of Betang Yu and his lips slightly touched her earlobe. The charming body of Betang Yu trembled. Immediately upon hearing this person was sex fiend Zimin Yu, she was greatly alarmed. For a moment, She believed that she wouldn't be able to protect her innocence, but hearing the last sentence of Zemin Yu, it seemed to be not that case. She was also an ordinary woman, but since childhood, she had followed after her father and big brother in the army, so her will was naturally much firmer. But Tang Yu calmed down, and hearing that obscene panting sound, she slightly nodded her head, signaling she understood. Immediately after that, she felt her throat loosened, but the big hand of Zemin Yu didn't leave her throat. Presumably he didn't have confidence in her. And seeing Long Yi was watching down, Bai Tang Yu also curiously looked, and seeing the scene appeared in front of her eyes, her face immediately became red. She could clearly see that coarse lethal weapon of a man going in and out of the fluffy private place of that woman. The entire body of Bai Tang Yu became hot and dry, and she cursed those couple engaging in an illicit love affair in her heart. But she was also angry with Zemin Yu. She thought that there was something big going here, but as it turned out, he was hiding here to peep at this couple engaging in an illicit love affair. She moved her body, wanted to struggle free from Long Yi. "Don't move, didn't I say to be obedient?" Long Yi nibbled the earlobe of Bai Tang Yu. His fire of lust was already burning due to the spring scenery in the front, and now with the movement of Bai Tang Yu, that perfectly round solid buttocks rubbed against his little brother, which naturally cause a chemical reaction. The breathing of Bai Tang Yu suddenly stagnated, and feeling that burning hot hard thing in the crack of her buttocks, her charming body stiffened, and she was so scared that she didn't dare to move again. At this time, the lady under the tree who was having a clandestine love affair trembled again, reaching but that man was still full of energy. The man took out his lethal weapon from inside this lady, then turning around this lady, he made her bend over and support on the tree with her hand, causing her to stick up her private place, revealing it completely. After that, the man standing behind this lady stuck in his spear into her cave, then holding her waist, he began pumping again. Behind style, all men greatly liked this position, and Long Yi was not the exception, because this position gave men a kind of strong sense of conquest. Seeing that spurring scenery under the tree, and feeling his little brother pressing against pert buttocks, the fire of lust of Long Yi instantly flared up. He couldn't help but press forward, and his little brother entered in the middle of her buttocks, touching the softest land of a girl. Bai Tang Yu trembled and begged for mercy in a low voice. "No, don't, Zemin Yu." Long Yi was unable to bear his fire of lust, so how could he stop easily? He continued to nibble the fine earlobe of Bai Tang Yu, and his big hand on her throat slowly entered her lapel, advancing towards her full and round jade beaks. Bai Tang Yu hugged her chest with her hands, resisting the invasion of Long Yi. She was also a normal person, so seeing that live spring scenery, naturally, her lust was also aroused, but she still had her reasons, merely that was much weaker compared to the usual times. Looking at that scene under the tree, she felt as if her private part was burning, and waves of spring tides were gushing out. Perhaps, her pants was already drenched long ago. With this tide of pleasant sensation, the defense of Bai Tang Yu got weaker and weaker. She felt tight in her chest, as a big hand had already squeezed into her underwear and was kneading her proud. Now her beautiful eyes were misty, and she felt humiliation from the bottom of her heart. She hated Zemin Yu and also hated herself for being shameless, as she unexpectedly felt pleasure when being molested by this hateful person. Under this kind of feeling humiliation mood, Bai Tang Yu however felt more and more intense pleasure. Her buttocks unexpectedly moved to accommodate Long Yi's movement, which made her so ashamed that she wanted to die. The man under the tree began to move faster and faster, and Long Yi also began to increase his speed. And the pleasure surged from this seemed to want to drown bitter Bai Tang Yu, and this kind of strange feeling frightened her, but her body however was delighted and was accommodating Long Yi. The entire body of Bai Tang Yu trembled, and she felt a kind of numbness feeling accumulating more and more on her lower abdomen, and it was about to explode right away. That lady having an illicit love affair, under the vigorous pumping of the man, reached again, and her entire body as well as hands and legs became weak and limp, and as for the man, having also reached the limit, with a final round of pounding, he held down the lady and panted non-stop. And at this time, The entire body of Bitangyu suddenly trembled, and she ferociously bit the big hand of Long Yi that had entered her lapel. Her completely broke out, and a liquid gushed out from the lower part of her body. Her pants was completely drenched long ago. She reached her for the first time in her life under these circumstances. Long Yi retracted the true chi protecting his arm, letting Bitangyu to ferociously bite his arm, and he just hugged Bitangyu. After letting out the evil fire, he was completely awake now, and he naturally knew what good deed he had done, but under those circumstances, there was no man that would be able to endure that. At that time, the panting man under the tree let go of the lady, then that lady, losing the support as if a mud, collapsed to the ground. After that, the man arranged his clothing, then without saying any words, he walked away. Just then, a bright firework exploded, illuminating the face of this man. It's him. It is actually him. Long Yi was startled in his heart. Then who is that lady? Long Yi suddenly began pondering. Chapter 243, You're Mine. Long Yi had never expected that man having an illicit sexual relationship with that lady was unexpectedly the Crown Prince Long Ying. According to what he knew, although Long Ying was passionate, but his requirement was very high, and he never put his hand on a married woman. Could it be that his taste had declined in these past 2 years? Just a moment ago, Long Ying wasn't in his dress of crown prince, rather was wearing plain silk gown, so Long Yi wasn't able to recognize him until he came out in open. After a good while, that lady slumped under the tree, regained some of her strength, and she stood up. After that, she wore her clothing in a hurry, arranged her hairpin, and looked all around just like a thief. Then hurriedly walked into the side hall, and at this time, Bitangyu, who was in the bosom of Long Yi, was shedding her tears in shame with her eyes shut. She was completely immersed in self-resentment and self-mourning, so when those two adultery couple left, she didn't see their face. But Long Yi, however, saw clearly. This moment he was frowning, and his complexion was also solemn. He really hadn't expected that the lady who was having an illicit sexual relationship with Long Ying was unexpectedly the wife of Empire's left General Yi Wufeng, also was one of the madams who was close to his mother Dongfang Wan. Matters were getting more and more complicated. Long Ying wasn't someone that was so hungry that he couldn't pick what he eat, rather should have a purpose to put his hand on her. Madame Yi must have some use to him, and as Yi clan belongs to the camp of Zemin clan, it seems Long Yi had to make an in-depth investigation. Logically speaking, Yi Wufeng shouldn't know his wife was a red plum tree jutting out over a wall, betraying him. But Yi Wufeng, being one of the key figures of Zemin camp, knows a lot of secrets, so now the question was, did Yi Wufeng disclose those secrets to his wife or not? Or, if he had disclosed, then how much did he disclose to his wife? If Yi Wufeng had told all the secrets to Madame Yi, this slut, then Zemin clan was already pushed to the edge of the cliff, and as long as Long Zhan went all out, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. T.L. A red plum tree jutting out over a wall, idiom, equals unfaithful to one's husband. Just then, Bitangyu in his bosom began to struggle violently, snapping out Long Yi from his thoughts. Only at this time, Long Yi discovered that he had created another trouble for himself. Men, they really were animals that thought using the lower part of their body. Now, what should he do with this expressionless woman? Bitangyu in his bosom turned over, and with tears streaming down her cheeks, she glared at him with deep hatred and humiliation. Long Yi gently wiped her tear stains and apologized. I'm sorry, you are so beautiful, and under those circumstances, I truly wasn't able to control myself. Bitangyu stopped struggling but still glared at him with hatred and ice-cold eyes. And after a good while, she coldly said, "Release me, you beast." Long Yi's already bad mood turned worse. Although this was his fault, but if he hadn't timely stopped her, then perhaps the hidden expert beside Long Ying might have killed her to prevent her from divulging a secret. He sneered and said, "I am a beast. Then what about you? Do you dare to say you didn't enjoy just a moment ago? How do you explain your drenched pants? Moreover, you're of just now. Could it be that it was an act?" The body of Bitangyu stiffened. She bit her lower lip until a trace of blood appeared and her face became deathly pale. Shame and resentment flashed in her eyes, but they finally became indifferent, and her face also reverted back to expressionless. Only the slight trembling of her body showed her complex mood of this time. The heart of Long Yi softened and became somewhat worried about her. Seeing her like this, he didn't want to take things too hard, and he said, "I said too much. I was wrong just now. You must not." The Tang Yu pushed away Long Yi, then said coldly, "You can rest assured, I will not commit suicide. You are not worthy for me to do that. Today, I was just bitten by a dog." Finished speaking, the Tang Yu flew and disappeared in the dim light of the night. And with the splendid fireworks bursting into bloom for the final time, the fireworks program came to an end. With erratic expression, Long Yi stood there for a long time, then shaking his head, he chuckled. "Your grandfather." This girl said those words to avoid hurting her self-esteem too much. "You said you will treat it as a dog's bite, but could it be that a dog's bite could also make you reach?" Truly furious, Long Yi changed his underwear, then creating a barrier to protect from the wind, he went to Imperial Garden. At this time, officials were sitting around the table in the group of 3 to 5. Emperor Longzhan was sitting on one table, and beside him, Long Ying, who had changed into a new crown prince dress, was sitting. Long Yi looked towards another direction and saw his mother was chatting with Madame Yi. Other than her face still having a hint of after blush, this Madame Yi had already reverted back to a dignified and noble appearance. "This slut, she is even more hypocritical than me, pretending so flawlessly. If it wasn't for me seeing with my own eyes, then it would have been very hard to imagine her to be so cheap." Long Yi muttered in his heart, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Long Yi walked over to Zeman Nu and greeted him, then bidding him farewell, he went over to Dongfang Wan. Where did you go just now? I didn't even see your shadow anywhere." Seeing her son, Dongfang Wan pulled him to sit beside her and asked. "Well, I just wandered all around, didn't go anywhere." Long Yi answered, "I saw Xiangyan and Kexan were staying together, why didn't you accompany them?" Dongfang Wan grumbled. Long Yi laughed hollowly. Those two women were ignoring him, but he unexpectedly suffered from the crime he hadn't committed. Could it be that you went to find another lover?" Madame Yi sitting beside Dongfang Wan giggled and said, "How can that be, Aunt Yi? Today you look so beautiful and young, just like a teenage girl." Long Yi said with a smile, "Yes, I also thought so. From a while ago, younger sister's appearance is glowing, could it be?" Dongfang Wan carefully looked and truly fine so, then said with a smile while looking towards the direction of Yi Wufeng. The beautiful face of Madame Yi heated up, and got nervous in her heart, but immediately reverting back to normal, she said in annoyance, "Elder sister, you are truly, how can you make a fun of me in front of a child?" Long Yi smirked. Of course, his mother still treated him as a child that doesn't understand, but was he really unable to understand this kind of metaphor? Nevertheless, Dongfang Wan guessed right, but the partner was mistaken, that's all. Dongfang Wan smiled, then pulling the ear of Long Yi, she said with a smile, "Yuer is still a child, what does he understand?" Of course, she knew Zeman Yu understand everything, but as a mother, no matter how big her son was, the mother would always treat them as a child. "Mother, your complexion also looks very pretty today, absolutely not losing to Aunt Yi." Long Yi smirked and said. Dongfang Wan was dumbfounded, and she understood that Long Yi was obviously saying she was also moistened just like Madame Yi. She reached out her hand and firmly grabbed the ear of Long Yi and scolded in jest, "You smelly boy, believe or not, your mother will sew your mouth." "Ayo, please spare me, mother, my ear is falling off." Long Yi begged. Seeing Long Yi was crying in pain, although Dongfang Wan knew that Long Yi was pretending, but she still felt anguished. After that, she immediately loosened her hand and gently helped him rub his ear. "Thank you, mother, in the heart of your son, you will always be the most beautiful." Looking at Dongfang Wan with dense motherly love, Long Yi felt very warm in his heart. After that, kissing the cheek of Dongfang Wan, he quickly left. "Elder sister, this younger sister is truly envious of you two mother and son's sentiment." Madame Yi said in somewhat low spirit. She and Yi Wufeng had been husband and wife for many years, but she didn't have any children. Other people continuously aimed spearhead towards her, said that it was her fault that Yi clan didn't have male offspring, and went on to say she forbade Yi Wufeng to take a concubine due to jealousy. But who knows the bitterness of her heart, and she couldn't tell some matters to even her closest sister. In fact, it was not her who couldn't give the birth, rather Yi Wufeng, who seemed to have a healthy and strong body, was impotent. Now, she couldn't even remember how many lonely nights she had passed enduring the torment of her fire of lust. None of these were the most intolerable matter for her. The matter which made her feel anguished the most was being deprived of her right to be a mother as a woman. Whenever she saw other people with their children, she would feel incomparable pain in her heart. Dongfang Wan naturally didn't know the matter of Madame Yi. She mistakenly believed that Madame Yi herself was sterile and was suffering, so without showing a complacent expression, she changed the topic of conversation. Long Yi came out of the crowd and went towards the Imperial Gate. He suddenly missed Yu Feng, his good darling. Their feeling after experiencing life and death trials and tribulation together was different. That kind of agreement of heart and heart was something other women couldn't learn. For instance, Batang Yu, although they had entangled in an amorous situation, but that was merely a physical and not love. Cousin, wait a minute. When Long Yi was about to reach the strictly guarded Imperial Gate, a shout came from behind. Long Yi turned around and saw Dongfang Kexin flying towards him in a hurry. But Nangong Xiangyun, who was supposed to be together with her, wasn't there. Finally willing to talking with me, this cousin? Long Yi smiled and said, today. These two girls had not given him any face. When everyone was watching, they unexpectedly ignored him, causing his mood to turn bad. Dongfang Kexin landed in front of Long Yi, then looked at Long Yi with a complicated gaze. Why are you looking at me like this? Long Yi frowned and said, just now during magic fireworks, where did you go? I looked for you everywhere but couldn't find you. Dongfang Kexin softly asked, and her expression was somewhat bitter and astringent. But seeing Long Yi didn't answer for a long while, Dongfang Kexin again said, weren't you together with Batang Yu? Just now I saw her crying over there. What does it have to do with me whether she cries or not? Must it be me that made her cry? Long Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and asked, but her guess was correct. Intuition. My intuition tells me that other than you, no one else can make Batang clan's eldest miss shed tears. Dongfang Kexin confidently said, looking at Long Yi. Intuition? Women's intuition is too scary, Long Yi thought to himself. Dongfang Kexin walked over to Long Yi, and just like usual, she firmly held Long Yi's arm in her bosom, then muttered, cousin, why are you so fickle? Why? Long Yi endlessly made a wry smile. This problem was fundamentally the deep-rooted bad habit of men. Moreover, in this world where men are supreme, which skilled man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Speaking about the rare exception, it was Proud Moon Empire's Moxie clan. Kexin, you are so beautiful, moreover also have the status of saintess. There are many excellent men out there lined up waiting for your favor. With your single word, they would die for you and love only you. But this cousin is really unsuitable for you. In the heart of your cousin, there are already a lot of women. Every one of them is your cousin's very life. I don't have the complete heart you desire. Long Yi consoled this stubborn cousin of his. He really didn't understand from where did these feelings of hers came. Could merely saving her once in childhood like a hero rescuing a beauty make her like this? Dongfang Kexin shook her head with great effort. She had made up her mind to no longer pay attention to Long Yi, and wanted to see whether her love really was a fragile dream as if a soap bubble in the sunlight or not, but discovered that that was impossible. Thinking hereafter her cousin would no longer pay attention to her and follow after other women to get intimate, she felt great pain as if her heart was torn apart. Don't you understand? You just like Zemin Yu of childhood, not the current me. Long Yi sighed and said, now, Zemin Yu was just the outer shell, his soul had already changed long ago. I don't understand, aren't both former and current Zemin Yu you? Dongfang Kexin stamped her leg. and her eyes became watery. Zemin Yu of childhood no longer exists. He is no longer a great hero like you think. Now he had become a through and through villain. Everything has already changed. Long Yi lowered his voice. No, in my heart, you will always be a hero. I don't care what others say, no matter how other people think. I want to marry you. Dongfang Kexin desperately shook the arm of Long Yi and said, "Are you willing to share me with other women?" Long Yi sighed. Dongfang Kexin was startled, and she suddenly bit the arm of Long Yi in agitation. Long Yi cried in pain and reprimanded, still biting, "Are you a dog?" He truly didn't understand why women love to bite other people like this. Nangong Xiangyan would bite him when she was angry. Just a moment ago, Batangyu had also ferociously bit him, and now, Dongfang Kexin was also biting. Did that hurt? Dongfang Kexin looked at Long Yi with tearful eyes and asked, feeling anguished, "What do you think?" Long Yi asked without getting angry. "Then you can also bite me in return." Dongfang Kexin rolled up her sleeve and showing her snow white as if jade thin and long arm, she said, "If you want me to bite, then I want to bite the place where you have most flesh." Long Yi didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and couldn't help but flirt with her, looking towards her perfect full and round bosom. Seeing the expression of Long Yi, Dongfang Kexin immediately understood Long Yi was thinking dirty, so under anger and embarrassment, she bit the arm of Long Yi again, but after biting for a little while, she felt anguished. She rolled up the sleeve of Long Yi, and suddenly seeing 3 set of teeth marks on his arm, her complexion greatly changed. She had obviously bit him 2 times, but how come there were 3 sets of teeth marks? Whose bite is this? Who is it? Pointing at that teeth mark which was differently shaped from other 2, Dongfang Kexin asked. She was already crying while asking. "This is..." Long Yi also didn't know how to answer for the time being. "Smelly cousin, scoundrel, you are mine, you are mine, your eyes are mine, your nose is mine, your happiness is mine, your smile is also mine, I will not allow other people to snatch you from me, woo woo." Dongfang Kexin anxiously stamped her foot and cried just like a child whose toy was snatched. Chapter 244, SS Ranked Mission, Lightning God Forbidden Area. Dongfang Kexin's such noise attracted the gazes of not distant guards. They looked over with ambiguous expression, and one guard said, "Look over there, second young Master Zemin is seducing and then abandoning again. Don't speak carelessly, be careful, if he hears, then you will not be able to bear the consequences." Another guard hit him with his elbow and said. After that, the first guard immediately closed his mouth. He naturally knew the power and influence of Zemin clan. If they want to kill an imperial palace's guard like him, then that would be as easy as crushing the ant. Long Yi naturally heard the conversation between these 2 guards, but he didn't have spare time to care. Helplessly looking at perverse Dongfang Kexin in his bosom, he felt angry and also funny. She basically was still a child. "Good cousin, be obedient, don't be noisy, I will escort you back." Long Yi thought to push away Dongfang Kexin, but she however would die than let go of her hold. "Don't want to return, don't want to return," Dongfang Kexin said while crying. Her snot and tears were directly rubbed on the body of Long Yi. "Stop making a fuss, make a fuss again and I will get angry." Long Yi lowered his voice. The entire body of Dongfang Kexin trembled, then raising her flower-like beautiful face, she looked at Long Yi with an aggrieved gaze. Long Yi lightly sighed, and simply used his sleeve to wipe the stains off her face. This time, Dongfang Kexin suddenly seized the big hand of Long Yi and said, appearing to have made a great determination, "Cousin, I will not ask you to love only me. You can look for Nangong Xiangyan and also Big Sister C, just 3 of us. Don't look for any other women, okay? I'll obediently listen to you and will never provoke your anger." Looking at Dongfang Kexin, Long Yi knew that she had made the greatest concession, but now even using 10 fingers to count, that wouldn't be enough to count all his women. He shook his head and said, "Kexin, to tell you the truth, now I have more than 3 women. So you acting like this, Isn't that making things difficult for your cousin? Could it be that you want to turn your cousin into a heartless and fickle man? Isn't this the kind of man you've always hated bitterly? Dongfang Kexin pushed away Long Yi, and shouted loudly, I don't care, in any case, other than Xiangyan and Big Sister Sibai, you are not allowed to look for other women. Long Yi was annoyed in his heart, and his tone also got not that good, as he shouted, Kexin, it's enough. Now I am telling you seriously, I will not abandon my women, I love all of them, and I only regard you as a younger sister, do you understand? Dongfang Kexin gritted her teeth and suddenly roared loudly, Zimin Yu, I hate you, I don't want to see you ever again. Finished speaking, she used float magic and quickly disappeared in the dim light of the night. Long Yi spat out the chaotic chi of his chest, then shaking his head, he was about to leave. Zimin Yu, why aren't you chasing after her? Don't know from where. Nangong Xiangyan came out, then running over, she anxiously said to Long Yi. Let her calm down a bit. She needs time. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and said he already knew that Nangong Xiangyan was hiding at one side and eavesdropping. Aren't you afraid that your cousin might get in danger? Nangong Xiangyan anxiously said. If it was not for her not being able to fly, she would have already chased after her. She is a master magician, and she also has many magic treasures, so she will not meet with an accident. Long Yi said. And since he was in no mood to talk with her again, he disappeared right before her eyes. Bastard! Nangong Xiangyan furiously looked at the disappearing back view of Long Yi and cursed. Just after Long Yi came out of the Imperial Palace, he saw Zhao Yi, Li King and Barbarian Bull waiting outside. Young master, you came out so early. Seeing Long Yi coming out, a little bit of happiness flashed in the eyes of Zhao Yi, then running over, she said. Well, I just come out, but how come you all are here? Long Yi asked. He had told them to stay at home. Zhao Yi said boss might have some errand for us, and said that she wanted to come to the Imperial Palace and wait outside. Barbarian Bull said, and Li King had already stood behind Long Yi with a cool expression. Long Yi smiled and rubbed the head of Zhao Yi. Seeing her little nose had turned red due to the cold, he took off the gown he was wearing and draped it over the body of Zhao Yi. Thank you, young master. The transparent eyes of Zhao Yi flashed with radiance and her delicate and pretty face immediately became lively. Boss, where should we go now? Return? Barbarian Bull asked. Long Yi thought for a bit and said with a smile, it's been a long time since we have gone to drink together. Let's find a bar and us brothers will drink to our heart's content tonight. Originally he wanted to look for Yu Feng, but seeing the night was already deep and thinking Yu Feng might have already fallen asleep, moreover, he was greatly upset due to the matters of Beteng Yu and Dongfang Kexin, he decided to drink. There were many bars in Soaring Dragon City. They possessed all kinds of styles including secluded and tranquil as well as noisy one. Heavenly Dragon Street of Soaring Dragon City was the most concentrated nightlife street. In this place, other than many bars, another great distinguishing feature was the brothels of various scale. Many come here thinking to drink wine and also thinking to find a woman. Moreover, some come here for a drinking party with female entertainers. Long Yi naturally wouldn't go to the brothel, and he was not looking down on the brothels. On the contrary, the brothels of this place and the brothels of his previous incarnation's Song dynasty was somewhat similar. Most of the women inside had some talent and skill, and some of the popular stars were even more prestigious. And these brothels were the place for the person like noble officials, scholars, poets, bards and so on. Long Yi selected a noisy adventurer bar. This kind of bar was available in every city of Blue Waves continent, was the favorite place of mercenaries and adventurers. This bar was also the best place to snoop, because people come here from all over the world and some had just returned from their adventure, and listening to their fantastic story was also a kind of pastime. Entering this dimly lit noisy bar, Long Yi couldn't help recalling the circumstance of forming a group to go to Lost City that time in Light City. At that time, there were Barbarian Bull, Lu Xia and Leng Yuiu in the group. Now, the others except them had already died en route of Huangming Plain, and as for that dark magician Hale, he didn't know whether he had slept eternally in Lost City or was still alive and well. While recalling those adventure days in his heart, Long Yi found an open table and sat down. After that, calling the servicing miss, Long Yi ordered Warrior's Glory. This was a kind of very strong alcoholic drink. The great majority of mercenaries that came to Adventurer Bar would certainly drink this wine. This wine was somewhat similar to the good wine of Beastmen Clan, was very manly wine. As for Jia Yi, she ordered a cup of Greenfield Immortal Track. This was a good wine whose formula was spread by Elf Clan. It was pure and fresh to smell and its color was also very good. Pouring a mouthful of strong wine and gulping it down, Long Yi felt scorching hot from inside the stomach, and then a trace of heat bubbled forth from underfoot, and again from the throat. An alcoholic smell came out. Truly was comfortable. Barbarian Bull also gulped down a bottle of wine, and with somewhat reminiscing eyes, he looked at those mercenaries and adventurers wearing all kinds of clothing. Originally he was also drifting along aimlessly like this in Blue Wave's continent, and especially following Boss to go to Lust City for that mission. Moreover, that mission's dangers and stimulations were something unforgettable in this lifetime. "Boss, when are you going to take this old bull again on an adventure?" Barbarian Bull asked. Long Yi smiled and patting the shoulder of Barbarian Bull, he said, "When there is a chance, wait until the matters of this side are over, then we can go explore the legendary Dragon Island. I think that will definitely be exciting." Dragon Island. The eyes of Barbarian Bull and Li King shone simultaneously and a yearning expression appeared in their face. "Young master, do you know where is Dragon Island?" Jia Yi asked. "Now I don't, but one day I will know it." Long Yi touched the dragon-shaped bracelet on his wrist and suddenly recalled Dragon Liu Zu and his son Big Head. He didn't know how they were doing now in Illusory Magic Forest. Since Long Yi said that he would know, Barbarian Bull unquestioningly believed. After following Long Yi for more than 2 years, he knew the capability of Long Yi. Just then, Long Yi noticed a corner in the front was bustling, and many people were going over there. "Let's go and join the fun." Long Yi got up and said with a smile. There was obviously someone that was talking about the matter. Everybody was interested. In the Adventurer Bar, frequently there would be some people who had returned from a dangerous mission that loves to publicize their deeds in Adventurer Bar to increase their popularity. Long Yi led 3 people and went over the crowd, then they found that there were 2 people in the middle. Among them, one was thin and gentle-looking man, but he however was holding a huge sword in his hand which didn't match with his figure, and there was a lightning symbol mercenary emblem on his chest and also a purple-colored shield and huge sword mercenary insignia. This insignia represents his mercenary rank. Purple was B-ranked mercenary. It seemed this fellow has some strength. Another person was a 30 or so charming woman. She was wearing a red skin-tight robe, and her slender waist and plentiful breast made on-looking men swallow a mouthful of saliva. What surprised Long Yi the most was, she was unexpectedly carrying a fiery red bow. Unexpectedly was an archer. This woman was as ripe as a honey peach, however no one dared to have any design against her, because on her towering breast, there was a golden mercenary insignia which made everybody not dare to have any plans in their heart. That however represented she was an S-ranked mercenary. Moreover, she was the leader of Lightning Mercenary Group, Yu Hongnian. Talking about Lightning Mercenary Group, everybody in the mercenary world knew them, naturally with the exception of Long Yi, this kind of rookie mercenary. Lightning Mercenary Group was one of the top 10 mercenary group among hundreds of A-ranked mercenary groups. They had more than 1,000 members, among them, some were mage and great swords master. They had complete battle setup too, and they specially handle only B-ranked or higher mission. Before they had completed S-ranked mutated demon wolf pack mission, thus raising their reputation in the mercenary world, then completing several other A-ranked missions. They consolidated their position in the mercenary world. That thin and tall swords master slammed the table and used chi to amplify his voice and said, "Everybody, Calm down a bit and listen to me." The people around immediately got silent, then nodding his head in satisfaction, this sword's master said, "I think everybody knows that some time ago, mercenary guilds of Blue Waves Continent's three great empires jointly published an SS-ranked mission Lightning God Forbidden Area. The mission reward is 500,000 amethyst coins. You don't need to say, who doesn't know about this mission now?" A mercenary among the crowd jeered. SS-ranked mission Lightning God Forbidden Area? Long Yi was interested. One should know that it had already been several tens of years since an senior-ranked mission was published, and this type of SS-ranked was very rare to see in usual time, but he had never expected that SS-ranked mission would appear now. "Have anyone of you heard about this mission?" Long Yi turned his head and asked. "Young master, I know. Recently, someone leaving Nelan Empire found a piece of more than 10 meters high rock inside the wildwoods not far away from Kai Principality. On the rock, the 4 words Lightning God Forbidden Area were written in large words which were dazzling in golden light. After that, 15 people went in, and before they walked 100 meters deep, lightning fell from the sky, killing 14 among them. And the final one that survived by luck spread this news," Li King said. Furthermore, in the remote mountain area of Kai Principality, the legend about a place called Lightning God Forbidden Area had always been circulated. They say, there is the left eyeball of Lightning God inside that place, and the person that obtain it would be able to use lightning magic at will like violent lightning beast. I don't know whether that is true or not," Zhao Yi added. Long Yi nodded his head while thinking. Lightning God Forbidden Area. He could already use lightning magic, but if he obtains that left eyeball of Lightning God, would he advance by leaps and bounds in lightning magic? Perhaps that silverish purple lightning magic elements within his sea of consciousness would also change into a magic core. At this time, that sword's master shouted again, "Currently this mission is simultaneously accepted by us Lightning Mercenary Group, 10 other A-ranked mercenary groups as well as 2 S-ranked mercenary groups, and of course there are many other low-ranked mercenary groups who overestimate their capacity too. All of them suffered heavy casualties including us. The causalities of our Lightning Mercenary Group could be considered light, but more than 200 brothers and sisters are dead or wounded." "Stop talking nonsense, just tell us what's inside," a person among the crowd said. "Okay, since everyone is very impatient to hear, I will tell you about it." We Lightning Mercenary Group reached Lightning God Forbidden Area with 1,000 people, then the magicians of our group jointly casted a strong barrier, and we didn't even hesitate to use 2 barrier strengthening pearls that couldn't be bought even using 10,000 gold coins, because we knew that there was violent lightning inside. And when we Lightning Mercenary Group entered, the place before our eyes was simply littered with corpses. That scene was truly tragic. Think about it, when we 1,000 people were compact together, we would at least be 10 meters thick, but other people said that when they went in, 100 meters thick lightning struck them. However, just after we entered, we saw tens of thousands of silver snakes like lightning in the sky, and they struck towards us. Fortunately, our leader Hong Niang was wise. If it wasn't for those 2 barrier strengthening pearls used at that time, I, Husan, also wouldn't have life and be here to tell you this story," this sword's master called Husan said. The mouth of this sword master Husan was truly powerful. While speaking, he sent his saliva fly everywhere, but he explained so brilliantly that it made people listening feel as if they were on the scene in person. As a matter of fact, Lightning Mercenary Group's 1,000 people rushed in after using barrier strengthening pearls to strengthen their magic barrier, and just after they entered, lightning in the sky poured towards them, but the barrier still managed to protect them, so they walked forward. And after they walked 1 kilometer, when the barrier was at its limit, the lightning attack ceased abruptly. A wide expanse of a vast sea of flowers appeared in front of their eyes. The scene was very beautiful, but the leader Hong Niang didn't dare to be careless. She sent 2 master magicians to scout the area from the air using float magic first, but she had never thought that, after flying 100 or so meters away, Both master magicians suddenly fell into the sea of flowers and never got up again. Hong Niang didn't understand the circumstance, so she didn't dare to act rashly, but she was also reluctant to retreat from this point. However, when she was thinking of a way, suddenly a gust of wind blew, blowing countless petals towards them, and that sky filled with all kinds of dancing petals naturally looked too beautiful, and everybody was immersed in this dream-like scene for the moment. But immediately, a group of people collapsed. Hong Niang immediately realized that these flowers were poisonous, and gave the order to open up a windproof barrier right away, which prevented the poisonous air from spreading. But more than 100 companions had already lied eternally in this lightning god-forbidden area under this fragrance of flowers. At this time, all thought that this sea of flowers was an area that only emitted a poisonous gas, so as long as they prevented the flow of the air, enveloping everyone with a windproof barrier, everyone would be fine. But Hong Niang, being a cautious person, was worried that this strange sea of flower might have other secrets, so she dispatched only a group of 100 people with a windproof barrier to scout the path. And because of her cautiousness, Lightning Mercenary Group avoided the complete wipeout. At that time, after that group of 100 people walked more than 100 meters and didn't have any problem, just when Hong Niang wanted to give the order to the whole group to catch up with the first group, suddenly countless flowers, as if they had a life, bound this group of 100 people as if lightning. After that, all of them saw their teammates' body quickly withering and finally changing into a skinny mummy in the sea of flowers with their own eyes. After that, Hong Niang immediately ordered to retreat. In the first round, Lightning Mercenary Group suffered heavy casualties. Wah, such a strange place, who will rush in now? Hearing this, the people in the crowds were terrified one after another. It is not that difficult, a magician can use float magic and also a windproof barrier to cross this place. Someone said. Long Yi smiled and shook his head. This fellow was too naive, so he interrupted. Master magicians can use float magic and carry the people across, but no need to talk about whether master magicians had enough magical power to carry a person across that vast sea of flowers stated by Brother Hussein or not. Even if they could, how many master magicians are there in a mercenary group? Are there enough master magicians to carry all the other members? Yu Hongniang looked at Long Yi in surprise and said with a charming smile, "This little brother said the truth. Even if master magician doesn't have to carry a person, using float magic, they could only fly over the distance of 5 or 6 li, then they have to stop to rest, but the end of the sea of flowers couldn't be seen, definitely is tens of li wide. Is that the only path? Isn't there another path to take?" Long Yi curiously asked. Hongniang thought for a bit and said, "Just after the lightning area, there is a 10 meters wide passage, and in front of the passage, there is this sea of flowers. Then how big is the lightning area?" "You should have walked only in a straight line, right?" Long Yi asked again. "Lightning area is very big, and we walked in a straight line. You have guessed that right." Hongniang said with a smile, "I think, if you are able to strengthen the barrier some more, and looked for the other path in the lightning area, then I don't believe that there is only such dead path." Long Yi said with a smile. He felt sure that there were other routes out there, and that place was unlikely to have only such dead path. The eyes of Hongniang shone, then standing up, she walked towards Long Yi. After that, she suddenly held the arm of Long Yi in her full and round bosom, and smiling charmingly, she said, emitting a fragrance, "Little brother is really intelligent. You enlighten this big sister. I wonder how I can address you? I am Long Yi, naturally. You can also call me Zimen Yu." Long Yi smirked and said, then gently pushing away Hongniang, he turned around and left with Zhao Yi and others. "Zimen Yu?" Hongniang stared at the back view of Long Yi in confusion and muttered, "He didn't look like that infamous profligate son of rich parents." Just then, Long Yi suddenly turned around again, then he said while grinning, "Oh, big sister, my little brother isn't small." Finished speaking, he left Adventurer Bar while laughing heartily. "It seems I was wrong." Hongniang murmured in surprise. Chapter 245, Beautiful Fragrant House. After leaving Adventurer's Bar, Long Yi saw Barbarian Bull's two big bull eyes were looking straight at Heavenly Dragon Streets, those brothels, and he couldn't help teasing him. "What, Burly, you want to go in and play?" "Of course not, this old bull is just curious," Barbarian Bull said with a red face. He had wandered around Blue Waves continent for so long, and he naturally knew this was the place where men seek pleasure and make merry, but as the aesthetic of beast men and human was different, when he saw a human woman, it was equivalent to human seeing a beast men clanswomen, naturally held them in contempt. "What are you curious about?" Long Yi smirked and asked. "I am curious about what is it like inside. I have never entered this kind of place." Barbarian Bull honestly said. "Brothels and such things, Beastmen clan never had such things, so he had never experienced them." Long Yi laughed and asked, "Since you are so curious, why didn't you ever enter them before?" "Entered, but was chased out. They said they do not receive beastmen." Barbarian Bull scratched his bullhorn and said, feeling aggrieved. Long Yi turned to Li King and asked, "Li King, have you ever entered?" Replying to young master, Li King haven't. Li King indifferently answered. "Then do you want to go in?" Long Yi asked. "Wherever young master goes, Li King will follow." Li King didn't directly answer the question of Long Yi, rather said like that. Long Yi smiled and patted the shoulder of Li King. He knew that if Li King was alone, then he would never enter this kind of place, but if he went, then he would definitely follow after him. Long Yi looked around and saw a pink signboard illuminated by big magic lamp where 3 words "Beautiful Fragrant House" were written in big words. After that, he led 3 people towards that place with a smile. In Soaring Dragon City, Beautiful Fragrant House was one of the well-known brothels. All the women in this place were the very best in looks, talents and skills. The most special, however, they lacked prostitute aura, moreover, were very knowledgeable and experienced. Those nobility or self-proclaimed romantic poets and talented scholar often flocked here, and the business was naturally prosperous. After they reached the entrance of Beautiful Fragrant House, Mama San came over to greet, and after seeing it was Long Yi, she couldn't help but was dumbfounded, and she immediately had fawning expression and said with a smile, "Yo, isn't this young Master Zeman? Please enter quickly." T.L. Mama San, middle-aged woman who runs a brothel, bar etc. "Shut up, quickly call Ruayu to come and greet." Long Yi arrogantly said. Ruayu was the proprietress of this Beautiful Fragrant House. Of course, please wait inside for a short while, young Master Zeman." This Mama San immediately turned around and entered inside. Long Yi and his group were very eye-catching. No need to talk about Long Yi and Li King. One was handsome and light-hearted and another was grim. Barbarian Bull and Zhao Yi, however, were more eye-catching in this Beautiful Fragrant House. In Blue Waves continent, beastmen were still discriminated very much, and even brothels were unwilling to receive them. And it was not like there was no woman that strolled to a brothel, but generally, they dress up as a man and coming like this on a grand scale was very rare, and especially since Zhao Yi had not worn a cloak after Long Yi had suggested. That pair of transparent eyes appeared very strange. In Soaring Dragon City, there was no one who didn't know second young Master Zeman, but after not seeing him for 2 years, there inevitably would be some blind people. 2 drunk men wearing flashy clothing, seeing the attractive Zhao Yi, unexpectedly came over to take the liberties with Zhao Yi. They wanted Zhao Yi to accompany them for a drink, but Barbarian Bull caught them, one with each hand, just like holding a chicken. "Break their teeth, cut off their tongue and kick their little, then throw them out," Long Yi indifferently said. Barbarian Bull agreed. Then he sent out 2 huge spirit palms and hit the mouth of these 2 people. Not only he broke their teeth, he also cut off their tongue into several pieces. After that, he kicked the lower part of the body of these 2, and both of them let out a miserable cry as they were sent flying out of the gate. In an instant, the incomparably lively hall became pin-drop silent. All of the people lowered their head and continued drinking wine or eating dishes, and didn't dare to look towards Long Yi. Who was this person, so arrogant? A man who was a trader that came from outside asked a person beside him. "Shush, he is second young Master Zeman, Provoking anyone else is not that bad, but unexpectedly going to provoke this demon, those two people can count themselves unlucky. A man beside him said softly. Just then, a 30-years-old simple but elegant temperament woman came out from the inside. She was the proprietress of beautiful fragrant house Ruayu. Just looking at her bearing, she basically didn't look like a woman who rolled about in a brothel for many years. Young Master Ziman, come with me. Ruayu smiled elegantly and led Long Yi and others inside the beautiful fragrant house. And after coming to a very luxurious hidden room, Long Yi sat down and looking around, he said with a smile, "The security measures of this place is pretty good. Our beautiful fragrant house's security measures are always very good, only like this, the customers can rest assured and enjoy." Ruayu softly said with a smile. "Very good, but I don't like this kind of treatment." Long Yi smirked and said. The complexion of Ruayu changed, and her watery eyes instantly became fierce. Then with her knocking the wall of the right side, the wall unexpectedly slid down silently, revealing two very beautiful girls looking at Ruayu in a panic. "King Wu, Piaozu, who allowed you to arbitrarily enter and peep?" Still not kneeling down to young master and apologizing. Although the tone of Ruayu was ice cold, but her words however gave two girls means to save themselves. The two girls called King Wu and Piaozu hurriedly walked out. Then kneeling in front of Long Yi, they said while slightly trembling, "Skynet number 101, number 102 pays respect to young master, please punish us, young master." Long Yi however stayed calm and collected, sizing up these two girls. On the surface, their identity was beautiful fragrant houses stars, but secretly they belonged to Ziman clan's Skynet intelligence organization. "Young master." Ruayu thought to plead on the behalf of these two girls, but Long Yi waved his hands to interrupt. "I don't doubt your loyalty, but do you have a problem with me?" Long Yi reclined in the chair and said indifferently. In the eyes of these two women, he had seen disdain and defy towards him. "Subordinates don't dare." King Wu and Piaozu said in unison. "Don't dare? Since you have joined Skynet, you should know the consequences of violating the rule." "Ruayu, you say, what is the punishment for secretly eavesdropping their superior's secret talk?" Long Yi looked towards Ruayu and those cold and gloomy eyes frightened Ruayu. Replying to young master, "The punishment of secretly eavesdropping on a secret talk between the superiors is execution." Ruayu gritted her teeth and said. She was the leader of the Skynet intelligence organization's second branch, which was handed over to Ziman Yu by Ziman Nu. King Wu and Piaozu trembled. They were orphans adopted by Skynet from childhood, and after going through the secret training, they had just participated in gathering intelligence work last year. On the surface, their status was the stars of beautiful fragrant house, and they had a good reputation in soaring Dragon City. Countless high officials and noble lords stake 1,000 pieces of gold on one throw wanting to receive the favor of these beauties, and this had imperceptibly encouraged the arrogance in the heart of these two girls. Moreover, usually Ruayu doted them, treating them just like her own daughters, which made them somewhat willful. These two girls greatly looked down upon this young master in their heart. They didn't understand why Patriarch want this shameless person to be their leader. Although they knew this young master's strength had improved greatly compared to before, but these two girls still disdained him for doing those deeds of before, and considered that the high strength wouldn't change his evil nature. "Young master, please forgive us, we have always been looking up to young master, so we took a risk to have a glimpse of young master's heroic bearing. We absolutely don't have any thoughts of disloyalty." King Wu raised her head and pitifully looking at Long Yi with tearful eyes, the lapel of her chest accidentally slid down a little, showing more than half of her snow-white alluring plump breast. "Yes, young master, I and King Wu were careless, please forgive us, young master." Piaozu looked at Long Yi with misty eyes and used a gentle and uncertain voice to speak. The heart of Ruayu skipped a beat, and looking towards the two girls kneeling on the ground, she lightly sighed. All of this was her fault for doting them too much. She had never expected that her doting would harm them now. In this time, using a charming magic on young master, wasn't this just courting death? She knew that the current Ximenyu was no longer that Ximenyu of before, just on the basis of that cold and gloomy gaze which was just like that of the patriarch. It was enough to make anyone not dare to look down upon him. Long Yi smiled, and his smile was very brilliant and very gentle. He got up and walked over to the front of these two girls, then squatting down, he reached out his hands, supporting their spotlessly white chin. Both girls became delighted in their heart, thought that their charming magic was a success. Although they loathed this frivolous man, but as long as they charmed him, wouldn't that save their life? Long Yi gently stroked the chin of two girls and said with a slight smile, "Do you know what I hate the most? I hate other people using charming magic on me the most. How do you think I should deal with you two?" Long Yi spoke and retracted his smile. Then the ice-cold killing intent nearly suffocated the two girls. "Ruayu, call some people to take them away and wash them clean, then coat their body with honey and tie them up. After that, find some mouse, ants and caterpillars, then close them together with them too." Long Yi got up and said indifferently. Hearing what was said by Long Yi, both King Wu and Piaozu were so scared that they became ghastly pale, and they seek help looking towards Ruayu. They would rather die than suffer this kind of torture. It sounded absolutely terrifying. Ruayu looked at Long Yi in surprise. She didn't know whether he was speaking for real or was joking. "Ruayu, didn't you hear me? Could it be that I have to repeat myself?" Long Yi coldly looked at Ruayu and said. Ruayu trembled and replied with some difficulty, "Yes, young master." After that, she clapped her hands, and a group of women holding swords entered from outside, then took King Wu and Piaozu away. "Young master, Ruayu gritted her teeth, wanting to say something, but Long Yi waved his hand once again to interrupt her. "I know what you want to say, but you are also a senior of Skynet. Do I have to repeat the rules of Skynet?" Long Yi indifferently said. "This time I came here mainly to ask about the whereabouts of Light Church's Saintcha Sibai of Proud Moon Empire. Do you have any clue?" Long Yi asked. Replying to young master, "This subordinate has already inquired about the Saintcha Sibai. 10 days ago, she was seen in Light City, but after that, we couldn't find any trace of her. Currently, the subordinates are investigating sparing no effort." Ruayu replied. "Light City?" Long Yi looked pensive, then nodding his head, he said, "There is another matter I want you to handle. Han Yan, the proprietress of beauty shop in Soaring Dragon City, I think she is somewhat suspicious. Investigate her background." Chapter 246, Take Me. King Wu and Piaozu were forced to take a bath, then they were tied on the bed naked, revealing their extremely beautiful jade body, towering and faint ravine. Their spotlessly white skin didn't have even a single blemish. The two women looked deathly pale and were panic-stricken. Wasn't that Ximenyu a devil? How was he not attracted to their beauty even after they used charming magic? On the contrary, he got angry. "King Wu, young master will not do that for real, right?" "I am very afraid," Piaozu said while trembling. "I am afraid he will do for real. Young master has a big temper, and we also violated the rules of the organization, which is a capital offense." King Wu was also ghastly pale. She was afraid that this time Ruayu also wouldn't be able to save them. "All of this is our fault, we were too willful. I fear we have even implicated big sister Ruayu." Piaozu regretted her previous action. The rules of Skynet was very strict, but depending on the doting of Ruayu, they had gotten arrogant, and actually had the wishful thinking of using charming magic on their young master. Having heard what was said, King Wu also regretted. Now she no longer looked down upon Long Yi, but only held in awe and veneration. Just then, a group of swordsmaids walked in. They carried several sacks in their hand, and there was something moving inside those sacks. This nearly made both King Wu and Piaozu lose their consciousness. Skynet number 101 and number 102, you two violated the rules of the organization. Now Skynet law enforcement team will carry out the punishment as per the order of young master. one of the maids said coldly, then made the signal. Immediately, another two maids who carried a barrel of honey poured honey on their jade body. The room was immediately filled with a pleasantly sweet smell. Open the sack, and withdraw. That maid continued. Immediately, several maids placed the sack on the ground, then untying the mouth of the sack, all of them retreated simultaneously and shut the door. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large group of mice crawled out of the sacks and countless ants and ugly-looking insects also came out of other sacks. Smelling the honey, the ants and worms rushed towards the bed. King Wu and Piaozu screamed several times, and then they were so scared that they lost their consciousness. Long Yi was soaking himself in a large bathing pool of the bathroom, and the water vapor and steam had made the bathroom hazy. This moment, he however was recalling Sibai's that beautiful figure. Having heard she was last seen in Light City 10 days ago, he truly wanted to go there immediately to find her. But she had been hiding from him and also had Light Church as a shelter, so it was very difficult to find her. Sibai, in an instant, more 2 years have already passed, but you still want to hide from me. Long Yi sighed in his heart. It seems after the matters of this side slowed down, he had to personally go to Moxie Clan. He wondered if the father of Li King would have a good talk with him or not. Just then, the door of the bathroom was knocked, and the voice of Zhao Yi came from the outside. Young master, I came to deliver the dessert and red wine you wanted. Bring them in. Long Yi said with his eyes still closed. Zhao Yi gently pushed open the bathroom door, and was greeted by the mist, and seeing that sturdy back of Long Yi, she involuntarily blushed and her heartbeat accelerated. She placed the tray with dessert and red wine beside the bathing pool, then turned around to retreat. Zhao Yi, come and help me scrub my back. Long Yi said. The charming body of Zhao Yi quivered, and her entire body instantly became hot and dry. Her pretty face also became so red that it seemed as if blood would drop out at any time. She responded in an inaudible voice and then reached out her quivering hand towards the tied-up belt of her gown. Zhao Yi took off her clothing, and only with thin silk bra and obscene pants, she stretched out her jade legs and slowly entered the water. And at that time, Long Yi had already turned around and lied on his stomach at the edge of the pool, facing his back towards her. Zhao Yi used a towel to gently wipe the sturdy back of Long Yi, and when their skin came into contact with each other, Zhao Yi felt limp and numb as if she got an electric shock. Long Yi poured a cup of wine and sipped it lightly, and throwing a piece of dessert in his mouth, he vaguely said, Zhao Yi, rub a little harder, this is only tickling me. Zhao Yi responded in a panic and used a little bit more strength. Pretty good. Come open your mouth. Long Yi took a piece of dessert and turned his hand over to his back. Zhao Yi smiled sweetly, then opening her mouth, she bit the dessert handed over by Long Yi. She felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. It sweetened her from the mouth all the way to her heart. Zhao Yi, you say, those two disobedient girls of beautiful fragrant house, now that the mice had bitten them, how are they? Long Yi asked with a smile. Zhao Yi giggled and said, I fear they are sufficiently scared, and hereafter, they would fear you to death. Could it be that you don't think the ants and mice could bite people to death? Long Yi asked with a smile. Of course they can, but the main problem is young master basically doesn't want mice and ants to bite them. Zhao Yi answered with a smile. Oh, how can you be so sure? Long Yi raised his eyebrows. Young master is not a cold-blooded person. They are just too willful. Moreover, they hadn't committed a heinous crime, so when young master said use ants and caterpillars, Zhao Yi knew that young master is definitely just scaring people. Zhao Yi explained. Wow, you are so amazing. Could it be that my pretending wasn't sufficiently good or my killing intent was still not enough? Long Yi said with a smile. No, merely because I and young master have blood contract relationship. Although I felt young master's killing intent, but your heart however wasn't. Zhao Yi said with a smile. Long Yi smiled faintly, and felt this made Zhao Yi was more and more intimate. Zhao Yi continued to scrub the back of Long Yi, and after a long time, she suddenly stopped and said in a mosquito-like low voice, Young master, Zhao Yi can help you wipe your front side too. Well, okay. Long Yi answered, then holding a cup of red wine, he turned around and his eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, staring at Zhao Yi's that soaked thin silk bra. Now, wearing or not wearing was about the same, even her two pink little cherries were clearly visible. This girl, when did she brought beauty shop's sexy lingerie? Long Yi muttered in his heart. And as for Zhao Yi, seeing Long Yi's that sturdy chest muscles as well as very large little Long Yi, she blanked out for a moment. After that, she held a towel and rubbed Long Yi's sturdy chest, and her full and round breast happened to press against the arm of Long Yi. Long Yi was not a saint, instead was a very lecherous man. The little Long Yi immediately began to swell up, which was completely a normal physiological reaction. Yeah, young master. Zhao Yi obviously had never seen this kind of monster, and exclaimed in her trembling voice. Long Yi seized the towel in the hand of Zhao Yi, then covered the little Long Yi and said, "Zhao Yi, you go out." The transparent eyes of Zhao Yi flashed, then she stood up in the bathing pool, but felt her legs were soft and she suddenly threw herself into Long Yi's body. Her charming body was very hot as if it was burning. "Young master, take Zhao Yi." Zhao Yi nestled her head on the neck of Long Yi and said while quivering slightly. Chapter 247, Selecting Soldiers. The heart of Long Yi shook, and smelling Zhao Yi's that special pure fragrance and feeling her delicate limp body, the of his heart began to swell infinitely. He hesitated for a bit, then lowering his head, he kissed the lips of Zhao Yi, and his big hands naughtily tore off the small cloth covering her chest. Then a pair of jade hair jumped out without any obstruction. Young master, love me." Zhao Yi moaned, responding to the surprising enthusiasm of Long Yi, different from her desolate image of before. Hearing Zhao Yi's that lovable moan, Long Yi's heart felt fluffy, and he was unable to stop his. He picked up Zhao Yi and placed her on the marble on the edge of the bathing pool, then lowering his head, he sucked her pink bud, feeling it slowly standing erect inside his mouth. Zhao Yi was also unable to endure this stimulation, and her jade arms hugged Long Yi's head, pressing it against her bosom. Finally, the final piece of clothing that was covering Zhao Yi was torn apart by Long Yi, and her entire body was presented before Long Yi. Long Yi was rather surprised looking at the lower part of Zhao Yi's body. That place of this girl was completely smooth without even a blade of grass grown. But something was wrong. Last time when she was using cosmic celestial magic spell on him, he had seen her, and there seemed to be thin and fine pubic hair. But how come it was missing now? Could it be that she shaved? Feeling the scorching hot gaze of Long Yi staying at her most embarrassing place, Zhao Yi involuntarily clamped her legs, and a trace of spring nectar flowed out from her small ravine. "Where is the fuzz of here?" Long Yi reached out his hand and caressing the lower abdomen of Zhao Yi, he asked. The feeling he got from caressing was very smooth, as if this place simply should be like this. Zhao Yi opened her eyes, and her face became red comparable to Guan Yutang, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "I also don't know, there never was any." "Is it ugly?" T.L. Guan Yutang is portrayed as having a red face and was a general serving under the warlord Liu in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Source: Wiki. For more, visit Wiki. "Not ugly, young master, like it very much." Long Yi lightly smiled and said. Then he inserted his finger into Zhao Yi's secret place between her legs, beginning to tease her. With his skill level, Zhao Yi was unable to endure. After a little while, her opened and closed non-stop, and opening her misty and hazy transparent eyes, she begged, "Young master." Long Yi's also had already reached the limit. He pushed down Zhao Yi, and began pressing his little brother against the wet private part of Zhao Yi. At that time a faint shadow appeared in one corner of this bathroom, and looking at those two people overlapping together in the middle of the steam, this human-shaped black mist moved about as if was hesitating. And at this time, little Long Yi successfully penetrated that layer of a membrane which symbolized chastity, and clear tears rolled down from Zhao Yi's eyes, which had happiness as well as a trace of inexplicable unknown sorrow. "Does it hurt?" Long Yi wiped the tears of Zhao Yi and asked gently. Zhao Yi nodded her head and then immediately shook her head, while her legs and hands were wrapping around Long Yi as if octopus. Long Yi wanted to change the position, but Zhao Yi refused. She insisted on Long Yi lying on her body and she said softly, "Young master, Zhao Yi like this, how about we do however young master wants next time?" Long Yi completely laid on Zhao Yi's body and began to move. He however didn't see the appearance of indistinct milky white radiance where their private parts were linked together. The shadow lightly sighed, and muttered in a voice only shadow itself could hear, "Am I being too selfish?" The shadow once again looked at those two people beside bathing pool, then changing into a thin black mist, the shadow entered into the center of Long Yi's left palm. The stirring of love thickened. The feelings of two people whose spirit were tied together because of blood contract finally rose to the higher level. The sky brightened, and Long Yi opened his eyes, then looking at Zhao Yi who was sleeping on his bosom with a smile, he slightly smiled, then kissed her lips. Now she was also his woman. Today was the day when Long Yi would choose his military forces, so he must go to the military camp early to make preparations. Formerly, whatever he wanted to do, Zhao Yi would have already prepared everything for him, but today, Zhao Yi as a bride seemed to have not woken up, and Long Yi also didn't want to wake her up and thought to let her rest a little longer. Long Yi noiselessly left the room. This moment, Barbarian Bull and Li King had already woken up, and were training in the courtyard. "Let's go, we are going to select the soldiers," Long Yi said with a smile. "Okay. But how come Zhao Yi still hasn't woken up today?" Barbarian Bull asked. "She's tired, let her sleep a little longer," Long Yi said. "How does boss know that Zhao Yi is tired?" Barbarian Bull foolishly asked. And as for Li King on one side, a small smile appeared on his face. Seeing Long Yi had quietly come out, he guessed that something good had happened between the two of them. "You stupid bull, why are you asking so many questions?" Long Yi jumped and gave Barbarian Bull a sudden and violent knock on his head, then left Zimin Mansion in large strides. Zhao Yi slowly opened her eyes, then holding her hand, she sat up, and with her long cloud-like hair coming loose, she had a kind of inexplicable beauty. After sitting like this for a long while, Zhao Yi directly stood up, then made strange gestures with her hands, setting up a layer of transparent barrier in the room. If Long Yi was here, he definitely would have been greatly surprised. The strength of this barrier set up by Zhao Yi was absolutely not inferior to the powerful barrier personally set up by him. Zhao Yi muttered an obscure incantation, and her belly button shone with soft milky white radiance. Then this radiance slowly moved upward, and finally opening her lotus mouth, a milky white pearl floated out from her mouth and continuously rotated in midair. Zhao Yi complicatedly looked at this pearl in the sky and her transparent eyes suddenly shed tears, as she muttered, "Master, Zhao Yi has disappointed you. Zhao Yi is no longer able to control her own heart." Finished speaking, Zhao Yi gritted her teeth, then urgently waved her hands. After that, her body emitted a light purple-colored halo, and mysterious runes were dimly visible on them. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's long and slender jade finger flicked the pearl in the sky, and that purple light immediately shot towards that pearl. Then the pearl instantly began to spin faster, suddenly issuing a light cracking sound, and a speck of starlight flowed in torrent, fluttering in the sky of the room, making this room appear as if a small universe. Zhao Yi raised her head, and her red lips opened and closed faster and faster, and a radiance wandered about inside her transparent eyes. And after an unknown period of time, the entire body of Zhao Yi trembled. The starlight inside the room fell down and seeped into the body of Zhao Yi little by little. When everything returned to calm, Zhao Yi's limp charming body collapsed on the bed. Long Yi first came to Ministry of War to report and received the military tally as well as the uniform of Deputy General. With this military tally, Long Yi could now freely select any 15,000 military forces other than Imperial bodyguards. At this time, Zeman Nu was sitting inside the secret room of Zeman Mansion. He had an intelligence report in his hand which was unexpectedly sent by Zeman Yu using the Skynet. This was the report on the matter of Yi Wufeng's wife, Madame Yi, having illicit sexual relations with Crown Prince Long Ying. Long Zan really has good means, actually moving his sword with side stroke. It seems I have to make a thorough investigation of these aides family members, Yi clan. Zeman Nu muttered to himself. Yi clan had always been loyal and devoted to Zeman clan for many generations, and Yi Wufeng even more was his trusted confidant, and believed that Yi Wufeng would never betray him, merely he was very doting on his wife, and he would never keep guard against her. So Zeman Nu wondered if Yi Wufeng had already disclosed their core secret to her or not. Beautiful women bring on disaster. T.L. Moving his sword with side stroke, idiom, equals unexpected winning move. Zeman Nu had no intention to move against Madame Yi for the time being, otherwise it would beat the grass and startle the snake. Long Zan can use honey trap, then why can't I beat him in his own game, releasing some fake intelligence to deceive them, and see who will emerge victorious in the end. Boss, where are we going to select the soldiers? En route, Barbarian Bull asked. Long Yi smirked and said, digging the corners of Betang clan. Condor and Fierce Tiger legions are under the control of Long Zan, so selecting from them is too big of a risk. Therefore, I have decided to go to Divine Wind Legion controlled by Betang clan and select 15,000 soldiers. The size of Divine Wind Legion was much less compared to all other legions, and their battle capability as a whole was also not too high, but they said that Divine Wind Legion had one Divine Wind Battalion, which only consisted of the elites of Divine Wind Legion, roughly 20,000 soldiers. But Betang clan absolutely wouldn't give them off. Military power was fundamental to have a footing. Without soldiers they would be inferior to even a fart, and Betang clan should be very clear about, so he feared that they would only give him some poor quality soldiers. Divine Wind Legion was stationed at the west of Soaring Dragon City, where there was a wide expanse of forest and high mountain, a perfect place to train soldiers. These soldiers, this old bull alone can decimate them. Seeing those lazy guards at the distant military camp, Barbarian Bull said. This military camp was basically incomparable to Violet Dragon Legion's military camp. Long Yi however frowned. Divine Wind Legion was now under the son of Betang Zhuang, Betang Duo, who was an extremely strict person, so even if the combat capability of Divine Wind Legion was weak compared to other legions, it could never be so lazy. Moreover, even if it was like that, they should at least pretend to make themselves look better. How could they be so bad? After Long Yi showed his military tally to the guards and entered the military camp, he revealed a profound smile. He could feel this place had many hidden lookouts spread across like a net. Loose outside but tight inside, one look at the circumstance and he knew that they were in mutual coordination. Presumably these soldiers on the surface were merely a smoke bomb to confuse other people. Betang Duo leading several high-leveled military officials came to welcome him, and said with a bright smile, "Second young Master Zeman, we meet again." The military officials beside him were somewhat puzzled looking at their legion commander. Usually he was always reserved, but facing this Zeman Yu today, he appeared to be another person. "Brother Betang, you should already know this younger brother's purpose in coming, right?" Long Yi said with a smile. Betang Duo said with a smile, "Of course, today you come to my Divine Wind Legion to select soldiers. This brother doesn't have any objection. Brother Betang is really a brother, since you have said it. This younger brother will not be polite. I heard Divine Wind Legion's Divine Wind Battalion is incomparably valiant. I wonder if it's possible to part with them." Long Yi straightforwardly spoke. The smile of Betang stiffened. This boy was very good. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked the most elite soldiers under his leadership. He smiled hollowly and said, "Those smelly brats of Divine Wind Battalion are all unruly and have a very bad disciple. How about I introduce other elite troops which are more suitable for you, brother?" Chapter 248, Betang Yu's Challenge. Unruly. It doesn't matter. Brother Betang also know that I like putting the unruly people in order the best. In those years, in Soaring Dragon City, if any unruly person saw me, didn't they become an obedient cat? Long Yi smirked and said he knew that Betang Duo would definitely disagree, but whether he agreed or not, Long Yi had said this to frighten him first. Betang Duo made a wry smile and said, "Young Master Ziman, it's not like this big brother is reluctant to part. It's just that my father had given me a strict order that I cannot lose any soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion." Seeing Betang Duo bringing out Betang Zhuang, Long Yi was not in the mood to waste his saliva, so he said, "Let's not talk about this for the time being. How about taking this younger brother to inspect the Divine Wind Legion for a while?" Betang Duo and other military officers lead Long Yi and his group inside the military camp. Right now, it was still early morning, so most of the soldiers were exercising. Divine Wind Legion and all other legions were similarly subdivided into Cavalry Battalion, Infantry Battalion and Magician Battalion. Cavalry is again subdivided into Heavy Cavalry and Light Cavalry, and Infantry was also subdivided into Heavy Equipment Infantry and Light Equipment Infantry. Long Yi toured around the training ground, and he gauged that the performance of these soldiers could be counted as average, not prominent but also not weak. "Brother Betang, how come I am not seeing Divine Wind Battalion of Divine Wind Legion?" Long Yi curiously asked. "Well, it's this way, the training of Divine Wind Battalion is different from the training of average soldiers. Now, they are training outside." Betang Duo said with a smile, "Brother Betang should definitely know where they are training. How about taking this younger brother there to widen my knowledge?" Long Yi said with a smile. He wanted to see the elites of Divine Wind Battalion. Betang Duo didn't decline, and immediately commanding people to bring several war horse, he led Long Yi and others to the training ground of Divine Wind Battalion. Compared to war horse, Long Yi was 10 times faster using Great Cosmos Shift, but if he ran quickly, others wouldn't be able to keep up with him. So he had no choice but to follow them riding a war horse. Fortunately, these war horses also ran fast. Not long after, they arrived at a valley, and from far away, they could hear the battle cry with soaring momentum as well as the roaring sound of magicians. Long Yi didn't wait for Betang Duo to speak, he jumped up from the war horse and flew, then disappeared into the valley as if a wisp of smoke, stunning Betang Duo as well as military officials beside him. Long Yi flew over the sky of the valley, and saw 2 opposing sides of soldiers were battling inside the valley. It should be the training and it was already approaching the end at this time. The side wearing white armor were killing the side wearing the black armor like fallen flowers carried away by flowing water. Cavalry, infantry and magicians were cooperating like floating clouds and flowing water. There was no sense of stagnation, merely the military strategy was too conservative. The person leading these troops was also somewhat capable, but if he talked about his way of thinking even a bit with the leader, then this leader had the potential to become a great general. T.L. Like fallen flowers carried away by flowing water, idiom, in a sorry plight, lose badly, floating clouds and slowing, idiom, natural and unforced. At this time, Betang Duo and others trailing behind Long Yi also rushed into the valley, and Long Yi who was floating in the sky also landed on the ground. Seeing Betang Duo, all soldiers regardless of white side or black side quickly gathered other than a small portion who were critically injured in this training. A general whose entire body was shrouded in white armor rushed over riding an armored war horse. It might be assumed that the soldiers of the white side of just now were under his control. This general lightly jumped off the horse, and when her eyes met with Long Yi and his 2 followers, she was slightly surprised, then bowing towards Betang Duo, said in a crisp voice, "Subordinate Betang Yu pays respect to Legion Commander. I wonder what important matter Legion Commander have to make a trip here, Betang Yu." Hearing this crisp familiar voice, Long Yi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Betang Duo made a wry smile and said, "Precisely my little sister, this Divine Wind Battalion is led by her. If you want to take away Divine Wind Battalion, then I fear my little sister will be the first person to disagree." This moment, Betang Yu took off her helmet, revealing her bewitchingly charming face and accompanying this with heavy white armor she was wearing. She seemed to have a unique flavor. She looked at Long Yi with eyes shooting flames and said, "You want to take away my Divine Wind Battalion? Never thought that Miss Batang was unexpectedly a female hero, making me truly admire you. Speaking honestly, you are more pleasing to the eyes when you wear this suit of armor than wearing the evening dress of yesterday." Long Yi smiled and unexpectedly changed the topic of conversation. The breathing of Batang Yu stagnated, and suddenly recalling that embarrassing situation of yesterday, her imposing manner suddenly fell a bit. Her expression also alternated for a little while before reverting back to indifference again. "No matter what you say, don't think that you can't take away even one soldier of Divine Wind Battalion," Batang Yu coldly said. Seeing the joking gaze of Long Yi, she didn't admit defeat, not even for a moment. With both of them enjoying the live spring scenery together last night, moreover with the matter of him indirectly in front of Long Yi, she was already in disadvantage. Long Yi smirked. Divine Wind Battalion might be considered a small-sized legion. It unexpectedly was equipped with various armed forces, and there were even 300 magicians. But for Long Yi, he didn't absolutely want this Divine Wind Battalion. As far as he believes, he could use several months of time to create an armed force whose combat capability was even more than this Divine Wind Battalion. Only the magicians were somewhat hard to deal with, because he could use much advanced training method to strengthen the other armed forces, but magicians however couldn't be produced in mass. If I say must take then, in my hand, I however have the decree of His Majesty the Emperor. Can it be that you wish to defy the decree? Long Yi smiled and looked towards Batang Duo and Batang Yu siblings. The complexion of Batang Duo became sharp and said, "We Batang clan is loyal and devoted to His Majesty the Emperor. How can we defy his decree?" His Majesty stated that you are entitled to go to any large legion and select the soldiers, and has also ordered all the large legion to cooperate. So we Divine Wind Legion also agreed that other than Divine Wind Battalion, you can select anyone else. We are not defying the decree at all. Even if you notify His Majesty about this, it will also not be useful. Long Yi naturally understood this in his heart. As long as Batang Duo refused to release someone, even reporting to the heaven was also useless. He smirked and said, "Of course, I know this. Merely seeing such elite armed forces of Divine Wind Battalion was being led by a silly girl that doesn't understand anything. My heart was somewhat indignant, nothing more." The indifference expression of Batang Yu instantly changed. She could endure everything else, however couldn't endure other people saying she was not capable to lead the troops, because this had always been her pride. She jumped up as if a cat whose tail was stepped on, and said angrily, "I am not capable of leading. I entered the army when you were still in the streets suppressing the people and passing licentious and tyrannical life. On what basis did you say I am not capable?" Seeing Batang Yu was burning with fire, Long Yi slightly shook his head. This woman was somewhat talented to lead the troops, and although she desired to become like water as much as possible, but when mentioned her sore spot, she would immediately lose her calmness, truly was very inexperienced. "I said you are not capable, so you are not capable. The territory of your white side is flat, so you have many advantages compared to the black side. However, you spent so much effort to get to the other side to settle the battle. Even a 3-year-old child understood more than you," Long Yi said with disdain. You. Pointing at Long Yi, Batang Yu was so angry that she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Batang Duo stopped Batang Yu and softly reprimanded, calm down, where is your usual calmness?" Batang Yu was startled, and suddenly as if a cold water was poured down, she sobered up with a start. Was the person who was flying into the rage just now still her? From childhood, her father had taught them, siblings, that as a general, the most important character was remaining calm in the presence of volatile situations. Under any circumstances, their heart shouldn't make any waves. Like that, they would be able to think clearly about the problem, and would also be able to solve that problem at the fastest speed. These words made her determined to become a great general from childhood. and she hid all of her feelings in the deepest part of her heart. And then on, she used indifference face in front of people to disguise her feelings. Young Master Zimun, speaking like this means you are very knowledgeable, right? How about you give me some advice? Bai Tangyu had already reverted to her calm state, but her heart, which was eager to do well in everything, however, didn't permit her to drop this matter. She wanted to let this ignorant profligate son of rich parents know that she was absolutely not like he had stated. Long Yi smirked and said, I also want to give you some instruction, but I don't have any benefit on that, so it is very difficult for me to get interested. Bai Tangyu gritted her teeth and snorted, if you win, then I can let you take away 5,000 soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion. Really? Long Yi raised his brows and said with a smile, of course, Bai Tangyu always keep my promise. Bai Tangyu coldly said, well, although it is still lacking, but let it be, I will accompany you to stretch my limbs. Long Yi said with a smile. At this time, Bai Tangduo however pulled the arm of Bai Tangyu and whispered, little sister, what are you doing? Big brother, if I am not wrong then I still have this small amount of authority, right? Bai Tangyu firmly looked at her big brother Bai Tangduo and said. Bai Tangduo sighed, then loosened his hand, but his eyes however flashed with a trace of strange glint. He absolutely wasn't discontented, instead was rather satisfied. Long Yi didn't miss that fleeting gaze and was slightly puzzled in his heart. He didn't understand why Bai Tangduo, who obviously was firmly opposing him to take away the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion, had such looks. Moreover, his look of just now however was not too right. Long Yi dared to assure that it was absolutely not his misconception. When Long Yi was thinking, Bai Tangyu coldly said, Zimun, you, just now didn't you say that I relied on White Side's flat territory, compared to Black Side's elevated territory? Now I will lead the Black Side and you lead the White Side, let's see who is a good for nothing. Long Yi repeatedly shook his hand and said, this won't do, this won't do, this absolutely won't do. Could it be that you don't dare? Don't dare then roll out. Don't make a fool out of yourself here. Bai Tangyu ridiculed. Long Yi's eyes flashed with killing intent, and didn't speak. Barbarian Bull and Li King behind him nevertheless weren't able to bear other people insulting their young master like this. They immediately rushed towards Bai Tangyu, and the guards behind Bai Tangyu also rushed forward to protect their esteemed female general. Li King, I will teach this little bitch a lesson. You go and beat those obstructing fellows who cannot tell good from bad. Barbarian Bull roared loudly, then with astonishing momentum, he brandished Greenstone Rule towards Bai Tangyu. After staying with Long Yi for so long, he had also become a lot more aggressive, and had even learned the crushing word bitch. Bai Tangduo looked towards Long Yi in surprise, and saw that Long Yi wasn't stopping them at all. Instead was remaining calm and composed as if he was looking at a good play. And the matter that occurred next made Bai Tangduo felt as if he was in a stormy sea. He saw his little sister was being forced to retreat repeatedly by that Beastman clan warrior, and she didn't even have a chance to counterattack. This consequence could be attributed to him holding a divine artifact, but that grim youth of Moxie clan was dealing with those dozens of guards as if he was playing with children. His water magic and ki were cleverly combined, defeating all the guards before they could even approach him. Bai Tangduo had truly never heard about any magic fighter that was able to cultivate to this level. With a dang sound, the huge sword in the hand of Bai Tangyu was smashed into pieces by Barbarian Bull, and he stopped his thick and big green-colored rod just above her head, but the elegant ribbon that tied her hair was also broken, and her black hair as if cloud hung down loosely. And the battle on the other side was also already over. After freezing the guards into popsicles, Li King was already standing behind Long Yi. Dare to insult my boss again, I will break your head. Barbarian Bull fiercely withdrew his Greenstone Rule. He didn't know that he should show pity and tender love for women. At this time, the entire Divine Wind Battalion however flared up, seeing their commander was humiliated. How could they still endure? They rushed over and completely surrounded Long Yi and his group and pointed swords and spears towards them. And as for magicians, they immediately began to prepare the magic attack on the back. Bai Tangduo was silent. He really had never expected that those two under Long Yi was so powerful. Moreover, they were loyal and devoted to him. The Tang Yu came back to her sense. Just a moment ago, she thought that she would die under the rod of this beast man, and looking at Long Yi at this time, she saw he was smiling while looking at her, as if he didn't care about these murderously looking 20,000 soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion. Everyone, retreat. The Tang Yu waved her hand and looked at Long Yi while gnashing her teeth. Zemin Yu, do you want to compete or not? The Tang Yu said. Compete? I never said not compete. Long Yi said with a smile. Didn't you say that you won't do just now? The Tang Yu controlled her anger and said, I just said that won't do, because that will appear I am bullying you. How about this? Give me any 200-300 people, like this. Other people will not think that I bullied a girl. Long Yi said with a smile. Zemin Yu, this is what you said. If you lose, then you have to crawl 3 laps around Soaring Dragon City. And while crawling, you have to loudly shout Zemin Yu is a pig. The Tang Yu forced down her almost exploding anger, then fiercely glaring at Long Yi, she said. No problem. Long Yi snapped his fingers and readily agreed, and this stunned the Tang Yu. Could it be that Zemin Yu didn't care about the face of Zemin clan, with only 200 people against her 20,000 people? This clearly showed who would lose. Young Master Zemin, do you want to reconsider? This isn't a joke. The Tang duo worriedly spoke to Long Yi. He also didn't believe that Long Yi leading only 200 people could oppose the entire Divine Wind Battalion. Just using the assault of light cavalry, Long Yi would be done for. Brother Batang, don't worry, I am still thinking that 200 people are too many. Long Yi smirked and said. Since Long Yi said that, the Tang duo also didn't speak again, and allowed this match. He also wanted to see how Long Yi would use 200 people to go against his little sister's 20,000 elites. In fact, Long Yi knew that battling against 20,000 people was different from battling against several 100,000 people. To affect several 100,000 people, it required great preparation to success, but to affect 20,000 people, that was relatively easy. Long Yi began thinking every kind of ideas and revealed a trace of a crafty smile. Chapter 249, One Collapse 1,000 Li. Seeing the strange smile of Long Yi, the Tang Yu couldn't help but had a kind of bad premonition in her heart. But she shook her head to suppress this kind of feeling, thinking Long Yi only had 200 people, and it was impossible for 20,000 soldiers of her side to lose against his 200 soldiers. Zemin Yu, go and select people, select anyone you like. The Tang Yu coldly said to Zemin Yu. Then I wonder if I can select you? Long Yi smiled and said to Batang Yu, and recalling yesterday's that enchanting scene and also recalling Batang Yu's that delicate and lovely body, his simile became lustful. And seeing the smile of Long Yi, even though Batang Yu didn't know the dirty thoughts of Long Yu, she angrily glared at him and said, gritting her teeth, what did you say? Long Yi smirked and walking over to her side, he softly said, the fireworks yesterday was very beautiful, isn't that so? The entire body of Batang Yu suddenly trembled, then hastily looking all around, she angrily said in low voice, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will cut off your tongue. Am I talking nonsense? Isn't your heart very clear about this matter? Long Yi said with a smile, then blew a mouthful of hot air into the ear of Batang Yu, and feeling her entire body was slightly trembling, it might be assumed that the matter of yesterday was engraved on her bones and heart. Batang Yu gritted her teeth, and wanted to commit suicide to escape from this shame, but she looked towards the assembled soldiers at the distant place and said in a low voice, I have already said, I am treating the matter of last night as the bite of a dog. If you want, then you can publicize this matter. Finished speaking, the Tang Yu fling back her head and walked towards Divine Wind Battalion. Long Yi smiled, and turning around he saw Batang Duo was looking at him with probing gaze, then shrugging his shoulders, he caught up with Batang Yu. Long Yi completely ignored the ill expression on the face of these soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion. From the very beginning, He never had any expectation for these soldiers to help him with anything. Even if it was 10,000 against 10,000, they would not coordinate flawlessly and would definitely lose, so it was better off the less the better. Long Yi shuttled back and forth among the black armored soldiers who were in weak position within Divine Wind Battalion, then selected those soldiers who were the most unsuccessful in Divine Wind Battalion, as they might have some result. You and you all, come with me. Long Yi's big hand pointed all around and very quickly all 200 people were selected. Batang Yu was somewhat puzzled looking at Long Yi. She didn't have any impression on the soldiers who were selected by Long Yi, so she was sure that they were people on the bottom of Divine Wind Battalion. Was there something wrong with his eyesight? Originally, she had thought that Long Yi would select some magicians and some valiant elites, but beyond her expectation, he selected unknown soldiers. Although these soldiers were also elites selected from common soldiers, but they were weakest within Divine Wind Battalion. Selection complete. Long Yi smiled and said to Batang Yu, "Are you really selecting them?" Batang Yu couldn't help but asked, wondering what kind of nerve he had. He selected the weakest soldiers, so shouldn't she be happy? Yes, they are the best soldiers. Long Yi pointed at those 200 soldiers behind him and said in confidence, "Since that is the case, go to prepare, we'll start after an hour." Batang Yu coldly said, then looking towards 200 soldiers behind Long Yi, she commanded, "From now on, you all have to obey the command of Zimin Yu. Whatever he orders to do, you all have to do that. Do you all understand?" "Understand." 200 soldiers responded in unison. Military orders were as unmovable as mountains. Obeying orders were the obligatory duty of soldiers, but their morale wasn't, and their morale was very low at this time, as this was a certainly losing battle. They basically didn't have any confidence in themselves to win this battle because the gap was truly too big. Long Yi led 200 soldiers to the opposite position. "You say, do you think your young master will win?" In the onlooker area, Batang Duo approached Barbarian Bull and Li King, then asked, "Of course, he will win." Barbarian Bull said without hesitation. He had followed Long Yi for a long time, and he had a kind of blind trust on Long Yi. He believed that even if heavenly matters were put in front of Long Yi would perfectly solve them. As for Li King, he hesitated for a moment. It had only been a short time since he had started to follow Long Yi, although had experienced the strength of Long Yi, but since the gap was too big in this match, he still had his reservation. In any case, his duty as the servant of Long Yi was as long as young master was in danger, he will dash forward regardless of his safety to help. "How do you know that Zimin Yu will win?" Batang Duo asked in interest. "Because boss has never lost before," Barbarian Bull confidently said and revealed worshipping expression. "Oh." The eyes of Batang Duo flashed, unknown what he was thinking. Long Yi turned around and looking at 200 soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion who had clearly given up expression, he slowly opened his mouth. "Do you know you all trash?" The 200 soldiers were startled. Soon after that, they angrily glared at Long Yi. Just now he had said that they were best soldiers. "Why are you looking at me like this?" "Could be that I have spoken incorrectly." "Think about it. Just now, when I selected you all, what kind of expression your companions as well as your commander Batang Yu showed? Could it be that they are not saying you all are the greatest trash?" Long Yi stared at them and said with a smile. These 200 soldiers clenched their fists. In Divine Wind Battalion, they were usually the group which was looked down upon the most, and they usually had very low self-esteem, and considered it was certain that their name would be removed from the name list in the second elimination round. At that time, they would return to being common soldiers and losing face was certain. Moreover, recalling that looks of Batang Yu, they were dejected and lose their head. But, what I said just a moment ago about you all being the best soldiers is also not incorrect. Seeing all of them were nearly at the crucial moment, Long Yi continued speaking. 200 soldiers looked at Long Yi in confusion. With their IQ, it was truly difficult for them to understand what this notorious fellow was saying. In fact, in this world, there is no one who is a trash, The critical fact lies in the attitude of the concerned party. If they think they are a trash, then they really are trash, but if they think they can be a man, then going through strenuous effort they absolutely can accomplish anything. Long Yi's low voice reverberated in the ears of 200 soldiers. The decisive attitude was everything. First, he wanted to instill the attitude for them to cope with matters. People who could advance to Divine Wind Battalion were naturally not idiots. These 200 soldiers began to ponder over the words of Long Yi. The decisive attitude was everything. They had never heard such ear-deafening words, and now Long Yi had used bewitching tone to speak out, directly hitting the bottom of their heart. They felt this was very proper, and simultaneously looked at Long Yi with expectation. Now, tell me, are you all willing to be a trash? Long Yi slowly said, not willing. 200 soldiers responded in unison. Louder, didn't you all eat enough food? Long Yi loudly said, not willing. 200 soldiers shouted in loud voice, even louder, so that some people know this. Long Yi was still not satisfied, now willing. This time, 200 soldiers used all their strength to roar, and along with this roar, their self-confidence began rising rapidly. Batanyu and the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion behind her looked towards the opposite direction in surprise. They didn't know what Long Yi had said to make those 200 soldiers whose names were in elimination name list excited as if they had eaten stimulant. Batang nevertheless was very shocked. As the commander of Divine Wind Legion, he was very aware that the morale of those 200 soldiers was sky high now. He was greatly shocked seeing Long Yi was able to increase the morale of those 200 soldiers to this level from such low level within few minutes, because he knew that it was impossible for him to do so. Sure enough, this fella shouldn't be underestimated. Looking at 200 soldiers whose mental attitude was completely changed, Long Yi smiled in satisfaction and said, very good. Now that you all have this kind of mentality, you all are best soldiers. Today you might think I have overestimated my capabilities, but I want to let you all know that the victory in war doesn't depend on the number of people. First of all, you all should acknowledge this point. Understood? The 200 soldiers who had just received the encouragement, under their excitement, whatever Long Yi said they automatically accepted without question. Understood then good. Now you all have a chance. As long as you win the battle today, no one in the Legion will dare to look down upon you all again. Long Yi said with a smile. The 200 soldiers looked at Long Yi with expectation. Tightly holding the weapons in their hand, they thought about how they would be able to stand proud and elated in front of those people who had looked down upon them hereafter. They felt very excited. Long Yi looked over to the side of Batanyu and seeing their preparation was also almost complete, he said with a strange smile, now, all of you go and prepare to move some stones. Move stones? Although the command of Long Yi slightly strange, this 200 soldiers still executed the command without any complaint. An hour passed very quickly, and now there were many piles of stones on the side of Long Yi. Naturally, all of these were stones collected by 200 soldiers. This valley was very large, and the distance between the two sides was roughly 8 li. Although Batanyu was absolutely confident on her side, but an army puffed up with pride was bound to be defeated. She understood this principle, and she was also clear about the principle of know the enemy and know yourself. So for learning what Long Yi was doing, she dispatched reconnaissance team to scout. But the report of reconnaissance team greatly puzzled Batanyu. Why did Long Yi move the stone? He was not naive enough to think that he could use it to attack. Moreover, she also learned that Long Yi was basically not hiding anything, because Long Yi didn't respond even after she dispatched the reconnaissance team to approach his position, even to the extent that even when reconnaissance team was looking at them from only several meters away from the position of Long Yi, they were treated as air. They were lazy to even raise their eyelid, and continued to move the stones. General, I think Zeman is simply making things unnecessarily complicated to make us apprehensive. How about we directly use cavalry battalion to rush over and deal with them? An advisor of Divine Wind Battalion said. Batanyu frowned and pondered, but even after thinking over and over, She didn't understand what Long Yi wanted to do. Perhaps he really was purposely making a mystery out of simple things. Did he think that the pieces of several stones could obstruct the assault of cavalry? Listen to the order. Light magicians, bluff cavalry battalion with magic. Batang Yu gave her first order. Immediately, white lights illuminated. These were light guard and so on light magic. They could reduce injuries. Generally, before the assault of cavalry, they always used light magic to bluff. Cavalry battalion, assault from the flank, then infantry, follow closely behind, and then magicians, heed to my command. Batang Yu gave the assault command. After the commands were passed, the flag of command was waved, then the 5,000 cavalries who were already prepared to assault in fan-shaped formation began their assault. The distance of 8 li was nothing for them. They instantly covered this distance. Moreover, their speed reached the peak at this moment. The muffled vibration sounds from the earth made 200 soldiers sweat profusely. They clearly knew the might of these 5,000 cavalries, let alone them 200, with no obstruction like this. Even if there were 20,000 infantry in their place, they would also be defeated as easily as turning their hand over. With earth-shaking momentum, coupled with sharp cavalry spears, light equipment infantry simply wouldn't be able to contend. Few to and fro could massacre them clean. Long Yi smiled more and more the more the cavalry got near, and he suddenly shouted loudly, "All soldiers, heed my command, throw these stones for me." 200 soldiers were dumbfounded for a moment. To throw so far away, they didn't have enough arm strength. You, still not throwing? Military orders are as unmovable as mountains, don't you know? Long Yi kicked the nearest soldier and rained down the curses. 200 soldiers came back to their senses, then picking up the stones, they put forth all of their strength to throw the heavy stones, but heavy stones only reached 10 meters away and rolling 2 laps, they stopped on the ground. But 200 soldiers could do nothing. They risked their life throwing the rocks. This made the Tang Duo, who was looking from a high place, have doubts. He had never thought that this fellow would be this bad. When the cavalries of Divine Wind Battalion rushed over and there was only 1 li distance left, the throwing power of the 200 soldiers decreased, and seeing those shining cavalry spears, they felt chill. Why are you all in a daze, still not running away? Are you all waiting to be trampled into meat pulp? Long Yi said, and his hand flashed with cyan radiance. He threw gale magic to these 200 soldiers, making them able to run faster. 200 soldiers came back to their senses, and seeing the cavalry battalion was almost here, they shouted loudly and began desperately running away. Each and every one of them, as if riding the clouds and flying on the mist, changed into a little black speck in an instant. This stunned Batang Yu, who was watching the battle from the rear. What the hell was that? Just then, cavalry battalion entered that stone's area, thinking victory was in sight. They didn't bother to chase after the fled 200 soldiers, as long as they break through the headquarters of the opponent, they would win. But at this time, several earth-shaking explosion sounds resounded, deafening the ears of people. Moreover, the entire valley shook, which was followed by violent flashes of powerful light, temporarily blinding the people and war horses. Not good, it's the trap. Batang Yu was startled and said, but it was already too late. Being affected by the loud explosion sound, coupled with temporary blindness, the war horses went berserk. And with Master not being able to control them, they began fleeing randomly, chaotically charging towards the infantry who were following closely behind. Instantly, many screaming sounds resounded as many people were trampled by those war horses. Batang Yu was unable to believe what she was seeing, and all the audiences were also stunned. As a matter of fact, these war horses were subjected to strict training to resist agitating, but everything had a bottom line. Beasts naturally feared the power of nature. The explosion sound of just now was like a thunderclap. Moreover, this explosion sound was right beside them, and coupled with the temporary blindness, how could these war horses not get frightened? Chapter 250, Batang Yu is a pig. 1. The 200 soldiers who were desperately running for their life covered their ears that were extremely hurting, then turning around, They saw that chaotic situation behind them, and were dumbfounded. How come they didn't know those stones were so effective in attacking? In such a simple fashion, the 100-fold enemies were defeated. Truly was unbelievable. Long Yi slowly floated down and landed in front of these 200 soldiers. Then pointing at the back, he said, "Now, do you all understand? In the war, the number of people is a factor of victory, but isn't the only one factor. Sometimes, this is the decisive factor of victory." Long Yi said, pointing at his head, "General, how did you accomplish this?" A soldier couldn't help but ask. He liked this kind of war where they won the war without losing a single soldier on their side. Truly was too comfortable. Secret. Long Yi smirked and said, "As a matter of fact, this was not worth mentioning." He simply filled the stones with compressed lightning and light magic elements, and then used spirit power to separate them. After that, as long as those stones were shaken, the spirit power that separated lightning and light magic elements would slowly dissipate. He merely calculated the time of arrival of cavalry battalion, and instructed 200 soldiers to throw those stones in advance. And when the spirit power thoroughly dispersed, those stones would explode, emitting thunderous explosion sound as well as strong flashes as if glare magic, but only Long Yi might be able to use this means in this world. "Let's go. Raise your head and follow me to meet the fruits of victory." Seeing the chaotic situation was beginning to subside slowly, Long Yi slowly led 200 soldiers back. But seeing the completely overrun battalion, Long Yi was somewhat unable to bear in his heart. This was merely a training, wasn't the real war, so was this worthy? Many infantrymen following closely behind the cavalry, being caught off guard, were trampled to death by war horses. Seeing this, 200 soldiers behind Long Yi also became silent. Although they were usually looked down upon them, but they were still their companions, so seeing them dead, the greater part of their excitements of just now immediately disappeared. This moment, the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion were dejected, and quietly clear away the deads on the ground. Long Yi walked over to the front of Bitangyu siblings, and said, "At that time, I didn't think much. I estimated that there wouldn't be so many casualties." "Estimated? Perhaps. You have planned this at an earlier time." More than 1,000 people. More than 1,000 people died just like this in the hand of their own people, you bastard. Bitangyu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. These elite soldiers were her flesh and blood. She had used great effort to cultivate them. Long Yi looked at Bitangyu and sneered, "If you agree to a bet you must accept to lose. I didn't make any mistake in this matter. You are the one that is in the wrong. Didn't you command all those soldiers, sending them to their death? The war is cruel. If you don't die then I die. Can it be that you are expecting sympathy from your enemy? Don't you as a general of this Divine Wind Battalion understand this simple principle? It seems you have become general relying on your father's blessing. You are talking nonsense. You have cheated." Bitangyu pointed at Long Yi with her trembling finger. "Cheated? Hey, forget it. I don't feel like arguing with this little girl, who doesn't even understand all is fair in war. For the safety of these soldiers, obediently return back and become just eldest miss of your family." Long Yi snorted coldly. Compared to everyone here, he understood the cruelty of a war. Although he sympathized with those more than 1,000 dead and injured people of Divine Wind Battalion, but he didn't regret it. If he had let those cavalries rush in, then those 200 soldiers behind him would have been trampled to meat pulp. Bitangyu deeply inhaled. She admitted that she was emotional just now, as she was simply unable to accept that kind of result. "No, I want to compete with you again," Bitangyu resolutely said. At that time, Bitangduo pulled Bitangyu and said, "Forget it. Don't make trouble. A defeat is a defeat." Bitangyu however shook away the big hand of Bitangduo, the said gritting her teeth, "Zumanyu, let's have a match again. If I lose, then you can do as you please with me. What do you think?" "General Bitangyu, I as a current Legion commander order you, don't make trouble. This matter ends here." Bitangduo shouted loudly. Bitangyu gritted her teeth, then looking towards Bitangduo, she said, "Divine Wind Battalion possess independent military authority. I can choose to go against the command of Legion Commander." You. Batang Duo was speechless. The leader of Divine Wind Battalion indeed had authority to refuse, but if there was no good result afterward, then that leader would be punished with military law. Zemin Yu, please compete with me again. The heart of Batang Yu was burning with humiliation. She was absolutely not willing to admit the defeat. She believed that as long as she was a bit more careful, that kind of situation wouldn't have happened. Long Yi sneered. Batang Yu was too irrational. This kind of woman, even if she had little talent, it is also difficult to become a very capable person. And seeing Batang Duo walking to one side and not speaking, Long Yi thought to ruthlessly teach a lesson to this girl, so that she would learn a bit of rationality, and perhaps become a bit clear-headed when handling the matters. I can accept, but if you lose again, the condition you attached to me will be returned to you. Long Yi smirked and said, then that's settled. If I lose, I will crawl 3 laps around Soaring Dragon City while shouting Guy, Batang Yu is a pig. Batang Yu gritted her teeth and said firmly. Long Yi stared at Batang Yu, not knowing whether he should curse her for being unable to differentiate good from bad, or should admire her for her stupid persistent. Then, make your preparation. See whether the soldiers under your leadership are still in a panicked state or not. Looking at those soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion who appeared as if their mother had died, Long Yi said, now they lacked the killing intent and mentality of true elite soldiers, just received a loss and they had greatly lost their morale. Batang Yu fixed her mood, then walking over to the front of soldiers, she suddenly bent her proud waist towards all the soldiers, and said in self-blame, everyone, I, Batang Yu am sorry. Due to my unfavorable command, more than 1,000 brothers died in vain. General. The soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion mournfully called out in unison. Don't you all hope to avenge the humiliation and take revenge for the dead brothers? Batang Yu said. We hope, we want to take revenge for the dead brothers. All the soldiers brandished the weapons in their hands. The eyes of Long Yi flashed. This woman has some skill. At least, she knew the principle of an army with a grievance was bound to prevail. Provoking the revenge mentality of these soldiers, she stimulated their morale. Long Yi didn't listen to them again. He led these 200 soldiers to their previous position once again. Are you all feeling very guilty, thinking you all have killed them with your own hand? Long Yi indifferently asked. 200 soldiers nodded their head in unison. But that is not your fault. You all merely obeyed the orders, which is your obligatory duty, so no one did wrong and no one is at fault. Long Yi slowly said. He didn't want to see these soldiers going on the next war with something weighing their mind. Many people always die in the war, you all as soldiers should understand this. Although they died in the training battle, but their death isn't completely worthless. At least, they taught their leader a lesson, and hereafter, their leader will not make the same kind of error. Otherwise, just like this in the battlefield, the death wouldn't be limited to 1,000 people. Do you all understand? Long Yi said. 200 soldiers nodded their head. Understanding the words of Long Yi, the knot in their heart were naturally untied. Now, I am going to give you all a mission. Long Yi said, then looking at these soldiers with an anxious expression, he smiled and continued. If you all are careful, then there will not be any death this time. After Long Yi finished speaking, these 200 soldiers immediately smiled lightly. Although they had acted under the order, but to stain their hand with the blood of their companions, they still had a knot in their heart. This time, Batang Yu prepared very carefully. She absolutely couldn't be defeated this time. At that time, she had made an error due to the carelessness. Thinking those stones were something. Long Yi was purposely making a mystery out of simple things. If she had immediately stopped to check after seeing they had thrown the stones, then she wouldn't have lost so miserably, and more than 1,000 soldiers also wouldn't have lost their life. This time, the report of reconnaissance team dispatched by Batang Yu said that Long Yi had piled up woods in front of their position, and like before, they were not guarding against them. It didn't matter how near they approached. Advisor Yan, what do you think about this? Batang Yu no longer dared to pass this off as Long Yi purposely making a mystery out of simple things, so she asked. This advisor Yan shook his head. and also didn't dare to make the judgment. At that time, when he had seen Long Yi taking away the stones, he had also thought that he was purposely making a mystery out of small things, which resulted in otherwise. In any case, we need to be cautious. Advisor Yan said very cautiously, presumably was scared by Long Yi. Batang Yu nodded her head. The number of their troops was nearly 100 times the other party, so as long as they surrounded them, there was no necessity to launch a fierce attack. Otherwise, in case, if those woods also had strange aspect, then she would no longer have any face to see the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion again. If she fell in the same trap once again, then it's better for her to die. So, Batang Yu decided to quickly outflank the position of the other party with her large troops. As long as she was able to surround their position, she didn't fear any waves of Zimin Yu. Batang Yu ordered to attack, but because she was afraid to make the same mistake again, the cavalry didn't dare to charge too quickly, infantry didn't dare to follow too closely, and as for magicians, they simply stayed inside the camp. Because of the defeat of just now, they were extremely cautious. Very quickly, they saw rows of piled woods far away, and because of these woods, they weren't able to see even the trace of Long Yi other behind the woods. And after advancing for a short period of time, Batang Yu hesitated, and finally not daring to approach too close, she directly ordered the troops to surround from the distance. Soon after, the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion surrounded the position of Long Yi from far away. Batang Yu was stunned to find that the woods not only surrounded one side, but airtightly surrounded all sides. General Batang, what should we do now? Advisor Yan softly asked. Batang Yu pondered for a little while and said, slowly shrink the encirclement with teams after teams. In just this fashion, the Divine Wind Battalion of Batang Yu slowly approached the piled woods. This situation also puzzled Batang Duo, Li King and Barbarian Bull, who were at a high place watching this battle. They didn't know what Long Yi was doing. After Long Yi had a complete victory, Batang Duo knew that Long Yi absolutely wasn't a simple figure. 50 meters, 30 meters, the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion slowly neared the piled woods. Now the heavy infantry with a thick shield was walking in the front. When Divine Wind Battalion's heavy infantry was only 10 meters away from the piled woods, the piled woods suddenly swayed and collapsed with round woods rolling towards all direction. Retreat, quickly retreat. Batang Yu, who had already eaten the loss, hurriedly ordered to retreat, so all the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion retreated desperately. But even after the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion retreated, Batang Yu heard no movement behind them, so turning around, she saw only those collapsed woods without any reaction, and further behind, there was Long Yi lazily lying on a chair temporarily made up of with woods. Now he was waving his hand towards her with a wicked smile, and Batang Yu instantly understood this fellow was playing. But while being angry, Batang Yu suddenly discovered an important problem. Those 200 soldiers who followed Long Yi were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that those piled woods were not only for deterring her, but to also obstruct her sight. She immediately had bad premonition in her heart and shouted loudly, all of you, heed my command, quickly return to the camp. It's already too late, look behind. Long Yi smirked and said. Batang Yu turned around to look and saw that their battle flag had already fallen down. The other side had unexpectedly breached their camp without anybody knowing. She was stupefied, nearly falling down from her war horse. In her heart, there was only a thought: she was defeated, completely defeated. All the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion were also stunned. Many were still unable to accept this, and some even squatted down and began to cry loudly. They were defeated twice without a doubt. Could it be that this second young Master Zimin with notorious reputation was a demon king? Shortly afterwards, those 200 soldiers that followed Long Yi returned with bound magicians, accompanied by Batang Duo, Barbarian Bull and Li King. Boss, you are truly too amazing. Barbarian Bull rushed over, looking at Long Yi with worshipping gaze. He had long known that his boss was extraordinary. Young master, other than my father, you are the first person that made me feel like worshipping. Inside the grim eyes of Li King, the expression of fanatically worshipping appeared. Originally, Li King had followed Long Yi because of his strength, and because his Dgi and water magic was better than his combination, but now, he was completely, from the inside to the outside, convinced. The Tang duo looked at Long Yi with a complex expression. The expression of Long Yi made him jealous and fear. He couldn't help but clenched his hands as he was afraid of revealing his murderous intention. Zemin Yu, I lost, but please let me understand how I was defeated. How did you accomplish this? The Tang Yu got down from her war horse, then hurriedly walking over to Long Yi, she tightly caught the sleeve of Long Yi and asked. Very simple. First I used the piles of woods to block your vision. Long Yi didn't shake off the hand of Bitang Yu. He understood the current state of mind of Bitang Yu, so he had some compassion in his heart. Experiencing these 2 defeats in a row, she should be clear-headed hereafter, so he explained the arrangement of this battle.